It is said coming together is a beginning, staying together is progress, and working together is success. Today, we set the stage not just to begin, but to progress and to succeed by forging global alliances that will chart the future of tech leadership. We thank each one of you for your valuable presence and contribution in India's startup journey. We are just awaiting the arrival of our esteemed chief guest, Shri S. Krishnan, Secretary, MeetY, and will be resuming shortly. Once again, welcome to STPI SANGAM, a conclave of innovators, mentors, investors, and startups from across India, accelerated by NGIS for growth and market leadership. We have an august gathering of visionaries, entrepreneurs, mentors, and investors united to celebrate innovation, forge collaborations, and drive India's next wave of startup success. They have been a part of the coveted Next Generation Incubation Scheme, the flagship program of MeetY implemented by STPI. Like it is said, innovation is seeing what everybody has seen and thinking what nobody has thought. And today, we are here to turn those innovative thoughts into reality the way we have been doing. STPI has been at the forefront of building that future, nurturing startups, fostering innovation, and empowering entrepreneurs. And now it's time to take it to the next level. India is not just witnessing a startup revolution, it is leading one. With every new venture, we are solving challenges, disrupting industries, and shaping a future driven by technology, sustainability, and entrepreneurship. Today, we have with us over 400 startups, investors, and key industry leaders. Let me take the opportunity to invite on stage our chief guest, Shri S. Krishnan, Secretary, MeetY. Let's give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for gracing the occasion with your presence, sir. Let me also invite on stage Ms. Farzana Haq, investor, board member, philanthropist, global business leader. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We are also blessed to have with us Shri K.K. Singh, Joint Secretary, MeetY. Let's give him a warm welcome. Let me also invite on stage Shri Arvind Kumar, Director General, STPI. I also request Shri Pradeep Gupta, Chairman and MD, Cyber Media, to join us, please. We are also joined by Dr. Apurva Ranjan Sharma, co-founder, Venture Catalysts. Let me also invite Shri Sanjay Shah, Chief Operating Officer, India and Southeast Asia, Vadvani Foundation. Let's give them a huge round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. I now request Shri Arvind Kumar, Director General STPI, to welcome Shri S. Krishnan, Secretary, MITI. A nice beginning to a great day ahead. Capturing the moment with a picture. To welcome our esteemed dignitaries, let me also invite on stage Dr. Sanjay Kumar Gupta, Senior Director, STPI. Let us welcome Ms. Farzana Haq, Shri K.K. Singh, Shri Arvind Kumar, Shri Pradeep Gupta, Dr. Apurva Ranjan Sharma, and Shri Sanjay Shah. Thank you for doing the honors, sir. To mark the beginning of this impactful event, I request our dignitaries to join us for the lighting of the lamp, symbolizing the light of knowledge, innovation, and progress. Requesting Shri K.K. Singh ji and our dignitaries to join us for lighting here, please. Near the dais on the left side.
शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः 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 शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय
Thank you so much for your auspicious beginning. Now, to set the tone for the day, let me invite on stage Dr. Sanjay Kumar Gupta, Senior Director, STPI, to deliver the welcome address. Let's give it up for Mr. Gupta.
Good morning to all of you, esteemed dignitaries on the dais, mentors, investors, startups, media officials, and all my colleagues. At the outset, it's my privilege to extend a very warm welcome to each one of you to SANGAM, which is an event dedicated to innovators, mentors, and investors. SANGAM is a celebration of the success achieved by our tech startups in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities under Next Generation Incubation Scheme. This scheme is a flagship initiative of Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. I welcome our chief guest of the day, esteemed respected Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Shri S. Krishnan ji. Under his able leadership, STPI has taken startup ecosystem to a next level. He has been playing a vital role in transforming India into a hub of innovation technology. I would like to welcome Joint Secretary MITI, Shri K.K. Singh ji, whose guidance has been driving force in achieving the mandate of NGIS. I would like to welcome Ms. Farjana Haqji, investor, board member, philanthropist, and global business leader, whose keen insight and extensive experience in global business and investment has contributed in accelerating startup towards success. I would like to welcome Shri Apurva Ranjan Sharma ji, co-founder of Venture Catalyst. He has been tirelessly working for promoting innovations and early stage startups. I would like to welcome Shri CMD Pradeep Gupta ji, CMD Cyber Media, Sanjay Shah ji, Chief Operating Officer of Vadhwani Foundation. I welcome our visionary Director General of STPI, Shri Arvind Kumar ji, whose dynamic leadership has helped STPI in nurturing and creating robust tech startup in the country. With this note, once again, I extend a heartfelt welcome to all of you. Thank you, and I look forward to an engaging and productive session ahead. Thank you.
Many thanks for that, sir. Now, everyone, imagine a startup founded by a group of talented engineers with a vision to create an AI-driven platform to revolutionize agriculture. They dream of a solution that can analyze soil data, predict weather patterns, and provide real-time recommendations to farmers to maximize crop yields and reduce wastage. Through the next generation incubation scheme of STPI, we provide them with the resources they need: advanced infrastructure, expert mentorship, and access to a network of investors. With our support, their ideas transform from a concept to a groundbreaking platform that empowers farmers, ensures food security, and promotes sustainable agriculture. This is the potential we see in startups. We are committed to taking your innovative ideas and turning them into reality, one breakthrough at a time. Let's look at the incredible journey of NGIS through a special video showcasing its impact, achievements, and the success stories of startups nurtured under this initiative. I request the AV team to play the video, please.
India is witnessing a wave of innovation, and at the heart of this transformation is NGIS, Next Generation Incubation Scheme, implemented by STPI under the visionary leadership of Maiti. Taking innovation beyond metro cities, NGIS is empowering startups from 12 emerging tech hubs across the nation, fueling dreams, shaping futures. With a robust ecosystem of 49 plus knowledge partners and a nationwide network of 188 expert mentors, NGIS has become a launchpad for groundbreaking ideas. Through 20 challenge programs, NGIS has identified and nurtured India's most promising tech startups, solving real-world challenges and driving impact. And the impact speaks for itself. 685 startups nurtured across 28 states and 48 diverse sectors, identifying high-potential startups across emerging technologies. INR 3.75 plus crore awarded to 355 plus startups as internship grants. INR 30.5 plus crore in seed funding to 135 plus promising startups. 231 plus patents filed, driving India's innovation leadership forward. 7,100 plus employment opportunities created, strengthening the economy. NGIS startups are revolutionizing industries, driving innovation across multiple sectors. 93 startups in healthcare and medtech, 69 startups in agri-tech, 58 startups in edtech, 49 startups in clean tech, 35 startups in e-commerce and retail, 31 startups in fintech, SaaS and software, deep tech and AI ML, logistics and supply chain, automotive and e-mobility, cybersecurity, real estate and prop tech, aerospace and defense, gaming and AR VR, manufacturing and robotics, satellite, telecom and smart cities, biotech and life sciences. From metros to the remotest corners of the country, NGIS has supported startups from 28 states and UTs, building India's innovation landscape. 73 startups in Maharashtra, 64 startups in Odisha, 60 startups in Karnataka, 56 startups in NCT of Delhi, 48 startups in Uttar Pradesh, 42 startups in Andhra Pradesh, 34 startups in Rajasthan, 34 startups in Madhya Pradesh, 33 startups in Tamil Nadu, Telangana, West Bengal, Haryana, Bihar, Punjab, Uttarakhand, Assam, Gujarat, Kerala, Chandigarh, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Tripura, Goa, Himachal Pradesh, Puducherry, Nagaland, Manipur. Even the smallest regions are now part of India's startup boom. NGIS is not just a program, it's a movement that fuels innovation, accelerates growth, and empowers the next generation of entrepreneurs. Together, we are building a stronger, self-reliant, and innovation-driven India.
Exemplary. I now invite our guest of honor, Ms. Farzana Haq, investor, board member, philanthropist, global business leader, to share her insights on India's thriving startup ecosystem. As you like it, ma'am, we do have the dais on the right or from here, the way you like it.
Hi. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. An absolute pleasure to be here for many reasons. One, the fact that the government is thinking of this as a focus space, right? There is such immense capital around the world that is looking to invest in India. We just need to ensure that the right people building companies in this country are connected to them. I've spent 26 years working for the Tatas. I started my career with them. Today, Google says everything about you, so you don't really need to introduce yourself. But just for the audience over here, I'm one of the first people out of India when we were building technology companies in this country. This is the pre-Y2K. This is 99, when India was not shining. The fact that we could go up and say that we will build for you technology stacks out of the country was such an anomaly कि लोग देखते थे आप लोगों को. To a state now when we walk into a room, any Indian walks into any Fortune 10 company boardroom, you will see 80% Hindustani honge. So I think we have done a huge journey. So what the entire IT services or the technology space did for India for the last 30 years, this is the wave of entrepreneurship for this country. And that will only happen if there is collective wisdom and collaboration across government, individuals, private sectors, investors, everything. So I met Arvind ji last week when we are a part of the TIE board. And I was so impressed with the work that STPI does. I didn't know कि हम लोग इतना सब करते हैं. And the scale and the reach that a government has, no private industry can have that, right? I think to collaborate that with individuals who have built companies, with individuals who have a global ecosystem and a network, who know where the capital is, who can ensure that the right mentorship, the right leadership, and the right platforms are given to our tier 2, tier 3. What tier 2, tier 3? Even in Bombay or Delhi and Bangalore, a young kid starting off today doesn't know who to talk to, doesn't know how to scale up, doesn't know, has a great idea, but उसे ये नहीं पता कि उसे build कैसे करना है. उसे, if we can connect them to the best in their industry across the globe, the journey is completed. The fact that our country and our nation has such immense demographic potential. Everyone talks about demographic dividend, right? Young मुल्क हैं हम लोग, हमारी लोगों की इतनी शिद्दत से लोग पढ़ाई करते हैं. I don't think of any, and I've spent, my sister and I are children of immigrant parents. So I grew up all across the world. I have learned from the best. I have learned also from failing a lot, right? हमारे लोग जितना focus education पे देते हैं और कोई मुल्क इतना नहीं देता है. So माँ बाप अपना ज़मीन गिरवी रख देंगे और आपको अच्छे colleges में भेजेंगे. I think we owe it to them to ensure that when their child say we have to do a startup, we encourage, rather than saying, nahi, टाटास में नौकरी कर लो, यहाँ नौकरी कर लो, मगर नौकरी कर लो भाई, ये मत करो. Startup is the way we will propel India into a superpower. Startups are the way we will ensure that great innovation comes out of this country, right? अभी हम quick commerce की बातें करते हैं, हम digital wallet की बातें करते हैं. A lot of developed nations don't have that, right? That came out of necessity in this country. We, as people on this board, sitting here on the stage right now, people who have spent more than 2 or 3 decades in the industry, building companies, building ecosystem, we owe it to India to ensure that we mentor the next generation entrepreneurs. We owe it to this nation to ensure that we get capital access, we get technology access to the entrepreneurs of this country. Only then we will be able to create large-scale livelihood. One of the things which is very, and when I spoke to Arvindji and I said, I will come for this, I was in London, and we were meeting a group of home offices out of Middle East. These are home offices of the richest families and the sovereign wealth funds of these countries, right? $1 trillion capital pe baithe. They all want to invest in India. They all want to invest in great groups of people who are building in this country. We just need to connect the doors. We just need to take, if each of us who have spent considerable amount of time in the industry take 5 entrepreneurs, और उनको आप mentor करें 10 साल. Capital, team building, financial building, how do you raise capital, how do you allocate capital? It's a home run. It's an absolute home run because for India, we need large-scale livelihood. We need to ensure that the thousands of engineers and doctors that we produce, they're all employable, that they all have the potential to realize their dreams and give their family financial stability and security. I think हिंदुस्तान में ये बहुत ज़रूरी है कि हम हर एक बच्चा हिंदुस्तान का अपने माँ बाप का ख्याल रखने की कुवत रखे. हर एक बच्चा हिंदुस्तान का अपने मेडिकल बिल्स पे करने की हिम्मत रखे. And for that only thing is employment. The only thing is large scale employment, and that will only happen if we have lots of fabulous entrepreneurs in this country. Thank you, and thank you for having me, guys.
Thank you, ma'am. Your views greatly resonated with the audience. Having a startup in India is like making tea. Start with a strong idea, add a mix of bold flavors, and keep stirring through the heat and serve it with passion. Now, I take the opportunity to invite Shri Pradeep Gupta ji, Chairman and MD, Cyber Media, to share his thoughts on this very pertinent topic. Give a huge round of applause for Mr. Gupta, ladies and gentlemen.
Secretary Krishnan ji, other members on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. I've had the pleasure of associating with this entire NGIS scheme of STPI right from the very beginning. The first center that came up, which was the Electropreneur Park, which was almost about more than 10 years ago. So that was the first one that, that was there. A good marriage between government, private sector, academic institution, and an industry association, and that is what resulted in great success as far as some of the startups in electronics are concerned. And that became the model, the structure for several of the NGIS incubators, the 24 that have now come up with a very, very impressive number. Almost about 1,400 startups are touched by the STPI Next scheme. And I think it is India's largest incubator. There is no other incubator network which is doing the amount of work which is being done by STPI. And the great thing which is there in this is that it is actually getting into not just the tier 1 cities, but the tier 2 and the tier 3 cities. And that I think is something which is very, very important. Because I think we need to change one focus. You know, we need to change the definition of what we call as unicorns, right? So unicorn today means that if you reach a valuation of $1 billion, you are a unicorn. I think we need to look at those startups which reach 1 billion lives. And that should be the new definition of unicorns, that there are startups which actually reach 1 billion people, you know, and these will happen in the area of edutech, it will happen in health tech, and so on. So that is something where I think STPI is poised very well to be able to generate that new definition of unicorns. The third thing that I would just like to say is that, you know, just adding to what Farzana ji is just mentioned about, you know, how important startups are in terms of the economic growth of the country. Today, it is also a geopolitical reason why startups have to work on innovation, work on technology. We have seen how different wars that have played out in the recent past are all driven by technology, how technology is choked by different countries, and therefore self-reliance as far as technology and innovation is concerned is an absolute must. And therefore, that is yet another thing that we need to be very, very actively working on. So perhaps some more center of excellences in those areas as well, perhaps we should come out with. The last thing that I want to talk about is a very interesting project that STPI is working very closely in terms of a center of excellence for assistive technologies. You know, a significant portion of percentage of India's population is challenged, and therefore there are technologies which today can make the life of a disabled person very, very different. You know, and by the way, there are a number of disabled technologies that have gone into the mainstream, like, you know, the text-to-speech and stuff like that, which we use every day. And therefore, solutions which can be built for the assistive technology sector will go a long way in terms of inclusion and bringing the whole of India up, because you will be uplifting a very large number of people. So that's a very exciting project that we are working on, and I think soon it will see the light of the day. So with those 4 points that I wanted to make, thank you very much for a wonderful session, and best of wishes for STPI for the future. Thank you.
Many thanks for the inspiration, sir. Let me now invite Shri Sanjay Shah, Chief Operating Officer, India and Southeast Asia, Vadvani Foundation, to enlighten us with his words. In his role at the Vadvani Foundation, he is dedicated to empowering small business entrepreneurs, inspiring startup founders, and enhancing employability skills among job-seeking students across India and Southeast Asia. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Good morning, all the dignitaries that are sitting over here on the stage. And thank you, Pradeep ji. I think you said it right. I think, you know, for me also, STPI is very, very close to me, because when I came back from the US way back in the late 90s, I was actually able to, you know, my second startup at that time, and I was able to actually set up my startup that was in the US, in India, in a matter of 6 months with a whole engineering team, global tech support for the back end, marketing support, worldwide sales, etc., all out of India. Thanks to STPI, I could literally do it in about 6 months. So, which is, I think, fabulous that you know, we have something like an STPI over here. You know, great pleasure to be over here at STPI Sangam, and of course, celebrating the achievements and successes of the NGIS startups. I would like to heartily congratulate all of you over here for making it till here, all the founders, the team members, and all the enablers that have actually participated in making this happen. It's really an amazing journey that you all have gone through, that of passion, that of resilience, grit, lot of hard work, I'm sure, rolling up the sleeves, etc., and the relentless pursuit to really help solving the problems that are at hand today. So I think the real world problems are the ones that we really need to solve. At Wadhwani Foundation, we've actually worked with the NGIS startups for almost the last 2 years. We've really seen your challenges and how you overcome them by getting the breakthroughs that you got, and you've continued to build and grow all these different startups. So really the room that is filled over here today, I think we must truly celebrate you for the amazing work that you have done, and I'm sure that we have a lot of promising and impactful startups that are sitting right here, so big hand to all of them. But I think we all know that the journey doesn't really end over here. I think there's a lot more to this journey. Scaling a startup is not an easy thing to do. And I think when you grow from your pilot customers to really your early customers, and from early traction to going off and doing market expansion, there's lots and lots of huge leaps that you need to take for making all of that to happen. And basically, it's all about getting access to the right resources. Now, when I say access to the right resources, I mean access to new markets, access to funding, access to being able to get great talent, and of course, access to ultimately being able to get strategic guidance and help from mentors, experts, and service providers. So, and that is why I would say that I'm really super excited today over here, because Wadhwani Foundation also, we are launching a program, and we will work very closely with STPI as we've always done in the past. It's called Wadhwani Accelerate. And this is a program that, like you all know, NGIS startups, a majority of them, and I was just checking in the morning today, 70% of them are from Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. And these are the cities that require the maximum amount of help because they're underserved cities. Most startups end up, the little scale that they make, they'll end up graduating and moving and relocating to cities like Bangalore, NCR region, and Mumbai. But the idea is to keep them where they started their journey. And that's why what we are doing right now is we are actually creating a set of 5 hubs this year, Ahmedabad, Jaipur, Pune, Chennai, and Hyderabad, where we are actually setting up mini ecosystems where we'll have our field staff over there, and we want to help the startups over there to actually scale and do better, and really change that narrative of everyone going outside of the cities that they start with and actually stay in those cities and achieve success from those cities. And we were talking about it today in the speaker conclave also, that most of the world-class startups that have actually started in either Jaipur or Surat or Ahmedabad have actually moved out to Bangalore, Mumbai, and they leave all the advantages of that small city behind and then move off to the larger cities. So Wadhwani Accelerator is a program that is not like your typical accelerator. We actually want to choose the best, those that are in traction stage, and we want to take them to the next level of growth and funding. So our intention is to actually help to create and help you with the initial goal setting and gap analysis exercise so that you identify where exactly you stand today. And then we actually want to allocate a dedicated venture partner, very, very much akin to what venture partners do in a regular VC firm, where we want to actually help the startup really figure out their gaps and get the solutions and access to the various resources that are available out there. So we will do that. Right now in the Startup India, you would see that there are 157,000 startups that are there. But in reality, how many of them are active? Perhaps about 65 to 68,000 startups that are active. And the plight of India today, and I think we need to change this, is that we have a whole bunch of incubators. We've got 1,200 incubators that are there in India. But only 10% of those incubators are producing 90% of the startups. So I think we need to change that narrative also. We need to empower these incubators to perform better. We need to build capacity for them. We need to teach them how to sort of create effective programs so that startups can actually benefit. And all this needs to happen at the Tier 2, Tier 3 city level because that's where the void is. So with that, I think let's all work together on this. Really excited by what's going to happen through the rest of the day over here. And congratulations once again to all of you startups over here. And I really hope to see some of you at the Wadhwani Accelerate program. Thank you very much.
Like you mentioned, sir, the journey hasn't started. The journey doesn't begin at the beginning, it begins at the end. So it's just started. Thank you for that. Let me now invite Dr. Apurv Ranjan Sharma, co-founder Venture Catalysts, to the stage to share the thoughts on this very pertinent topic. Venture Catalysts is a powerhouse of innovation, fueling the dreams of entrepreneurs by providing not just capital, but also mentorship, industry connections, and a thriving startup ecosystem. Over to you, sir.
First of all, I'm very impressed with 1,400 startups incubated by STPI. A big round of applause for them. And not just numbers, they deliver some of the best startups. My encounter to them was Nayan, one of the startup. I think Rati is sitting here somewhere. Right, so we invested in a company called Nayan from STPI. We work as venture catalysts on different hacks and problems. To my team, I give them a challenge. How many of you are entrepreneurs here? Just raise your hand, gentlemen. Oh, many of you. So, can the problem of congestion, traffic, potholes, can it be solved? How many say yes or no? Okay. So, we found it, very difficult. I said, who will solve this? Of course, not the government. We expected this from startups. Yeah, so one startup came to us. They said, we're going to solve this. And like Pradeep ji was saying, billion eyes. This startup is Nayan. He said, Dr. Purva, we are putting camera in 50,000 mobile, scooters and, buses, etc. We are capturing the data of billions of data of this traffic, potholes, etc. And we're working with municipal corporations to solve this problem. And I was surprised to know that municipal corporations were paying them to get this data. So not only solve a data science company, but also got a very good business model in place. We invested $1 million in them, and that's a company called Nayan. I'm also told to give some inspirational inputs. So like I said, we work, how many of you use Geo here? Geo Internet? Okay, most of you. Can this business be disrupted? Say yes or no. Say yes or no. Okay. We gave this hack to our team, said find a startup who can disrupt this business. Guys from Stanford, Howard came to us. We said, guys, we got a company. They said, Dr. Purva, in Mumbai and Delhi, Mumbai especially, there are more high-rise, less number of high-rises than slums. But 14,000 rupees annually for a high-speed internet bandwidth, not everybody can afford in slums. But they also need internet. High speed. Why? They want to see IPL. Their kids want to study. We will give them affordable internet, high speed. It's very difficult to do it. There's a company called Viom. We invested in the idea stage. Today in Delhi NCR, their concentration of internet bandwidth in smaller slums is much more than Airtel and Jio combined. And they all just launched in Mumbai. There are 3 rounds of funding after us. After us, 30 million from STPI Global, RTP Global, 30 million from Excel. And that company is working under the WANI protocol of Government of India, which they created, basically to promote education and also provide affordable internet to the small slums area. I give you a third example. All of you use Haldiram products? Say yes. Okay. Can this business be disrupted? Oh. Yes, every business, that's the spirit you want. That's the spirit I want to hear from my entrepreneurs. So this guy from Ghaziabad came to us. He said, you know, Dr. Pur, have you seen how the pani puri is made? I said, no. I saw the video after I decided not to eat it. And then I said, what do you do? He said, we use the right oil, right edible oil. That's the change. But I don't want to promote it like a health company. Just taste the product, cookies and etc. Change in the taste, quality of the product, just by the change of the oil. That company is growing almost 50% every year. In just 15 months, they have grown to 500 crore valuation. That company is called Let's Try. Try it in Jepto, it's number 2 after Haldiram there. So I stop here. I just gave some inputs, some stories for you because you are an entrepreneur. How to look at the problems which you are solving. Solve the biggest problem. Go head on the biggest of the company in the world. Try to see if you can create a company on the gaps. And that will make you big. And thank you all of you for inviting us here. Venture Catalyst is all here. We all invest around 8 to 10 companies every month, sorry. So all those who are solving large problems, we are here to look at you. You can reach out our teams. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that very pragmatic address. May I now invite Shri K.K. Singh, Joint Secretary, MIT. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. His leadership has been exemplary in taking India to where it is in its startup journey.
Namaste. Good morning. In this STPI Sangam, Mahakumbh of innovators, mentors, and investors, I could not attend, was not able to attend the Mahakumbh at Prayagraj Sangam, but yes, today I am honored to be a participant in this Mahakumbh of innovators, mentors, and investors. Secretary Mathi, Sri S. Krishnan, Madam Farjana Haq, investor, board member, other dignitaries on the dais, and of course, beneficiaries of NGIS, mentors, investors present here. I welcome you all here. And especially I would like to congratulate STPI for supporting around 700 startups under NGIS scheme through structured mentoring. And yes, it has been reported that more than 500 startups have reported generating revenues, and they have supported, STPI has supported with seed funding of about 135 startups and with stipend around 360 startups. So yes, my heartily congratulations to those entrepreneurs, startups who are graduating from NGIS. I think already expert has explained about venture capitalist and nuances of startups. I can just share 2-3 points as of what I have observed during my visit to these incubation centers. First, especially for those entrepreneurs who have started revenue generations, that is regarding focusing on engaging the talent effectively. I'm just sharing because I have seen most of the startups, I have seen that yes, founder with co-founder with taking help, though they have started revenue generation, for the last 3-4 years, they are continuing. I don't know the reason, experts can better tell, but this is what my suggestion, that yes, as engaging a right talent is a critical for the success of the startup. We know that unlike the large corporations, startups operates in a very fast-paced and resource-constrained environment. So yes, for their survival and for their growth, contribution of an employee has a direct impact. So my suggestion, I'm just sharing this because recently we are engaged in interaction with certain companies who are providing services for setting up GCCs in India. So after interaction, what we gathered, that the concern for those companies who are going to set up GCCs in India is the talent, talent, talent. All of them are behind talent. Even those state governments offering incentives, they are not changing their priority. So my suggestion for the entrepreneurs, they are better just for their organization to improve their efficiency, boost their, productivity. They have to think of the talent. It is a trade-off between, risk. It is basically taking a risk, because ultimately, if you need to survive, you need to have a talent. Because in GCCs, it may be a different organization, but in GCCs, around 70% cost is for talent. Roughly 20 is for their operations and 10% for their rentals. So priority has to be decided. So now you are the better just for your organization. And now I'll come to the second point. For those who are having their innovative products, IPR, intellectual property right. I have seen, yes, startups, they do. In this NGIS, I have been told that around they have filed around 231 patent filings are there. But what I have seen after visiting to these incubators, that yes, priority is there, but not top priority. हाँ sir कर रहे हैं, but my suggestion is that ultimately it's your innovation. It's your right to get benefit of that innovation. And yes, apart from that right, which basically in IPR ensures that no other can exploit that your innovation, you get other benefits, like it attracts investment. I think investors are sitting here. Investors value business with, isn't it, Apurva ji? Investors value business with strong IP production. So I think, yes, we need to focus on that aspect also. And the third point I would like to share is the resources of our ministry. Recently, we have launched Next Generation for Innovative Startups, Genesis, Generation Next Support for Innovative Startups. So it's a scheme with 490 crore budgets. And yes, here those startups who are in early stage got incubated through NGIS. They have got mentorship. But yes, we have paid pilot support up to 50 lakhs. We have provision of matching investment up to 50 lakhs. And yes, for deep tech, up to 1 crore provision is there. So yeah, these facilities are there. I hope it will be helpful. Apart from that, we have Mathi Startup Hub. So it's a kind of repository. So there you can find it out for the mentors also. It's my suggestion. From there, you can get the resources like accelerator details, labs, equipments. We have a lot of resources provided by the government, but yes, optimum utilization is not there. So MSH is basically engaged providing as a repository. These services can be obtained at a minimal cost. So this is what my suggestion to the mentor. And at the last, my question to our incubatees of NGIs, that you avail the services of incubators, accelerators. How startup to take a conscious decision to select a startup or an accelerators? We have around 1,200 startups and accelerators. So is it, being a startup, we need to take an informed decision. So should we have a kind of a rating or ranking for these accelerators and incubators? This is food for thought for you. Would like to have a suggestion, because being a starter, you forget about the government supported schemes. If I want to join certain startup, as a startup, I should take an informed decision, isn't it? This is better. So there should be some kind of a ranking or rating system. That is for you. So again, I wish to my all incubatees of NGIS a very best wishes for their future endeavors. Thank you so much.
Many thanks for that very thought-provoking address, sir. Next, we are honored to hear from Shri Arvind Kumar, Director General STPI, a visionary leader who has been leading the change from the front and inspiring an entire ecosystem of innovators to deliver a special address. Let's give him a warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning. On behalf of Software Technology Parks of India, I again heartily welcome Secretary to Government of India, Sri S. Krishnanji. I also again welcome Mohtarma Farjana Haque, Sanjay ji, Pradeep ji, Apurv ji, and other delegates. Secretary sir, leadership is amazing, I must say. This is his guidance, this is his vision, this is his decision-making capability, this is rich experience coming from Tamil Nadu, which has highest number of manufacturing unit. Help lot of us, lot of STPI to implement any of the scheme which is formulated by MITI. He has a deep, very deep understanding of development economics, welfare economics. Any policy which comes from the MITI, it always have inclusiveness for the country, inclusiveness in terms of rich and poor, inclusiveness in terms of various states. This is his experience which always make good policy for the MITI and the government of India. Madam Mohtarama Farjana Haque, she was very kind. When I asked her, I said, you must come and motivate, especially women entrepreneurship, which is around 44% of our portfolio. That is important because this 44%, again with the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. I requested her to at least motivate her. She has been immediately agreed. Badwani Foundation, it's very difficult to think that somebody is working selflessly, but Badwani Foundation is one of the foundations which I found in the last 3 years. They are basically selflessly working in this domain, in the startup domain, where they are motivating, they are mentoring, they are financing, everything they are doing, and that is without any their own interest. It is really great. I must like to congratulate him for this. Pradeep ji, always available for STPI. Whenever we need him, he is there. Thank you, Pradeep sir. Finally, KK Singh sir, whenever I go for some extension, he always agrees, as long as you can produce some good numbers. And I would also like to welcome all the startups who is here. They have done wonderful job. But here, this is celebration of technology, celebration of their success. But for me, it is more report card. What we have done in the last 3 years, the scheme has been started 5 years back, but 2 years actually, nothing had happened except finding some fund manager or something. Maybe 2.5 years was more working, I can say. In these 2.5 years, we were able to support around 685 startups. 136 we were able to give seed fund. When I say seed fund, it does not mean grant in ad. We have got equity from all those 136 startups. And we have disbursed 31 crore in the seed fund itself, which is varying from, equity varying from 1 to 3%. And I am the firm belief that it's better not to give free money. You should take some equity. It creates interest. It creates interest in the startup and the STPI as well. This has created more than 7,000 jobs. 928 product has been created by these startups. They have generated revenue of 335 CR. They have got, the important part is that they have got external funding of 286 crore, which is more important for me than 35 crore, which has been disbursed from NGIS. Objective is how much money you are able to, if you are really good startup, then you are able to fetch more money from the venture capitalists. They don't give money like this. It seems that they give money like this. Every month they are supporting 8 and 9 startup, but you know how they give the money. So this is, we have got 286 crore external funding for these 136 startups. But this is, if I have to write my own KRA, if I have to write my or confidential report, I have to write my performance report, I think we are not able to do what we could have done. We have target of 300, we achieve only 100. It's just 33 passing mark, which we used to get it. I mean, we have to see where we failed actually. Where we are not able to give, where was the lacuna in the scheme or in our mentoring, in our funding scheme, or fund manager, or our officers, or reaching outreach to the colleges. I don't know, but this has to be, this forum for full day is not just for celebration, it is for analyzing, taking honest look at ourselves, where we are not able to achieve 300 target, which has been fixed by Government of India in the beginning of the scheme. So this is a Manthan platform. We have to do Manthan a little, that yes, we can have full day sessions wherein we will have sessions on different technology. It could be health tech, it is in fintech, it is in clean tech. This is where we get mentors, fund investors and startups. But more than that, we have to find out how to go at, if you have to have another NGIS kind of the scheme, what should be the contour of that scheme so that can achieve target of 100%, which is actually be desirable. Within the scheme, we have created, carve out one scheme is called Leap Ahead, which was basically co-investment model, where we used to support the similar amount which came from any investor, whether angel investor or VC. We used to support acceleration around 1 CR to startups. We have also taken them to outside the country in Silicon Valley, Thai Silicon Valley events for their global reach. And apart from this NGI scheme, we are also running 24 Center of Entrepreneurship across the country, doing the similar job, little more focused on the domain, like we have domain-specific Center of Entrepreneurship. For blockchain, we have at Gurgaon. For fintech, we have at Chennai. For AI, we have at Mohali. For IoT, we have Bangalore. Similar, we have 24 Center of Entrepreneurship. Agri-tech, we have in Northeast and in Maharashtra. So these all Center of Entrepreneurship, along with the NGIS scheme, we are working to boost the startups for this country. We have also, day for a study, launched a scheme with CDOT, which is called Samarth, wherein those startups which is working with the telecom sectors, they can participate into that. We are implementing agency for that. You can participate in that scheme and take the benefit of that very scheme also. With this, I would again thank all the startups for coming here, and I'm sure this full day session will deliver the output which will help us, which help MITI to formulate better policy for the startups. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Your speech actually defines and redefines what impact means and how you have helped businesses not just attain valuation, but also value creation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a very special moment as we shall now exchange MOUs with key partners in order to further strengthen the startup ecosystem. I would like to invite the STPI team, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, Managing Director, AIC, STPI Next Initiatives, Shri Subodh Sachin, Director and Chief Innovation Officer, STPI Next, and Shri Rakesh Dubey, Director, STPI Next on the dais to exchange the MOU in front of Shri S. Krishnanji. Now, to exchange the MOU with Center for Medical Innovations and Entrepreneurship, I would request Professor Alok Thakkar, Project Head CMIE and HOD ENT, and Dr. Madhusudan to come on stage for the exchange, please. This MOU represents a significant step towards fostering innovation and entrepreneurship in medical technologies and digital health. It will enable knowledge sharing, mentorship, and support for startups in the healthcare ecosystem. We request our distinguished guests to proceed with the exchange ceremony, marking the beginning of this transformative collaboration. Many thanks. I would request STPI Next team to stay on the dais, please. Now to exchange the second Memorandum of Understanding between AIC, STPI Next Initiatives and KR Mangalam Entrepreneurship and Incubation Center, I would like to invite Professor Raghuveer Singh and Dr. Rahul Sharma, Registrar from KR Mangalam University, to come on the stage for exchange of the Memorandum of Understanding. This MOU marks a significant collaboration to foster innovation, entrepreneurship, and technological advancements. Let's give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let us seal the moment with a memorable photograph. Many thanks. Now, to exchange the third Memorandum of Understanding between AIC STPI Next Initiatives and Netlink Software Private Limited, I would like to invite Netlink team, Shri Anupam Srivastav, Senior Strategic Advisor, Netlink Software, and Shri Rahul Soni, ex-VP, to come on the stage for the exchange of this MOU. In order to leverage each other's strengths in promotion of innovation and technology, STPI Next and Netlink are coming together through an MOU which holds significant potential to benefit the innovators, startups, as well as the overall technology industry. As part of this MOU, Netlink shall offer its flagship Luminor AI product site to select members of Sayuj community and STPI free of cost for a limited time. Netlink has expertise in data protection and privacy and shall conduct knowledge sessions on the same as well and provide consulting services for developing digital transformation strategies. What an initiative. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed guests, innovators, and budding entrepreneurs, it gives me immense pleasure to announce a groundbreaking opportunity for startups in the health tech sector. MedTech COE at SGPGIMS Lucknow, in collaboration with STPI, Government of UP, AMED, and AMTZ is launching the much-awaited Open Challenge Program 6.0. Let's watch the overview of MedTech COE through a video. Requesting the AV team to play. Now, I would like to invite our chief guest, Shri S. Krishnan, Secretary Mighty, and our dignitaries on the dais to come forward to launch Open Challenge Program 6.0 of MedTech COE. OCP 6.0 is designed to empower health tech startups by helping them solve real-world challenges. Real-world challenges in medical equipment, electronics, and health informatics. This initiative fosters innovation, indigenous product development, and cost-effective healthcare solutions. If you are an innovator in the med-tech domain, this is your chance to make an impact. The application submission starts today itself, and the last date to apply is 20th April. We encourage all passionate entrepreneurs and startups to seize this opportunity and be a part of the revolutionary healthcare transformation. Let's innovate for a healthier future. Thank you for doing the honors. capturing the moment with a picture. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to invite our esteemed chief guest, Shri S. Krishnan Ji, Secretary Mighty, to deliver the keynote address and share his pearls of wisdom with us. Shri Krishnan is a visionary leader guiding the technological advancements and policy frameworks that foster innovation and growth in our country. We are honored and privileged to have him with us today. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for the generous introduction. Dignitaries present here today, Shri Arvind Kumar, the Director General of STPI, Ms. Farzana Haq, who is our guest of honor today and an investor and board member and philanthropist, my colleague in the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Shri K.K. Singh, Dr. Apurv Ranjan Sharma, co-founder of Venture Catalysts, Shri Sanjay Shah, Chief Operating Officer for Vadhvani Foundation, Shri Pradeep Gupta, Chairman and MD of Cyber Media, representatives of the Center for Medical Innovation and Entrepreneurship at AIIMS, the K.R. Mangalam Entrepreneurship and Incubation Center, Gurugram, Netlink Software Private Limited, and large number of startups and entrepreneurs present here this morning. I think this is an important event. And the reason why it's important is that it draws attention to an important area of activity relating to promoting innovation and startups in the country. It has already been pointed out what the importance of innovation and startups is, why they are important. They are important fundamentally because they can be disruptive and they can change what can happen in a particular sector. They can bring in innovation into the sector. They can actually fuel growth, and this is particularly so in areas of advanced technology. If you look at the story of artificial intelligence in the recent past, practically every serious innovation has come from a startup or an innovator, and only thereafter it has been adopted by one of the big tech companies and taken forward. Therefore, if we are looking at technological advancement in this country, it's extremely important that we fuel the startup boom. Part of the issue starts from a problem that we are trying to solve and addressing it through technology, use of technology. Part of it also stems from the kind of research and innovation that is going on and how to apply it to the real world situation, although you may not immediately see a problem. That is the reason why encouragement to innovation is so important and critical. And it worries me and concerns me sometimes that we are not able to find enough new startups to actually populate the various centers, incubation centers and accelerators that we establish. It is a struggle. The incubators and accelerators are constantly attempting to find newer startups that they can actually incubate and bring in there. Now, the problem could be due to two reasons. One problem could be that there aren't enough people taking to this risk-taking at the university or college level. It's a simple calculation. On an average, we put through more than 1 million students through various engineering and technical institutions across the country. The average cohort every year is in excess of 1 million. If we have more than 1 million students, even if you get 1% of them, we are talking about 10,000 new startups, quite comfortably. And that is only amongst the student community. My colleague Shri Singh talked about GCCs and what they can do. Why is the government encouraging GCCs? The whole idea is that you find better quality jobs within India. You're finding better quality jobs. The need for people to actually migrate physically comes down. All those youngsters who are looking for H-1B visas to travel abroad or to some other country can actually do the same job, get paid almost on the same level within India instead of actually traveling. The one big advantage that leaves us with is the talent stays within the country and there is a spillover effect. After about 10 years or 15 years of working there, he would probably want to innovate and develop and grow something new. So all of this should really mean that the size of the startup ecosystem in India should be growing by leaps and bounds, and we shouldn't find it difficult to do this. So the other part of the problem could be that we have too many people chasing too few startups. And there are many entities in government and state governments, different ministries, and even within a ministry like MeitY, number of agencies which are trying to support and work with startups. STPI is clearly a leader there. And STPI, it's interesting again, STPI in some ways is almost being entrepreneurial. The whole purpose of establishing STPI today, the purpose with which it was established more than 3 decades ago, is no longer relevant today. It's an organization which is not needed in today's time because the private sector has taken over. We don't have to build software technology parks. There are enough coming up in the private sector. We don't need the kind of all that. One important thing that STPI enabled at that point was the fact that they were able to sort of create these enclaves without too much of regulation and without too much of interference from government, and enabled the software industry, fledgling software industry, to really catch on and grow, and it has grown. And that is the sort of catalytic role that they played to begin with. And a similar catalytic role is what now they are reinventing themselves and trying to play with the startups. Since they have the convening power, practically every large IT company in this country, somewhere or the other, owes something to STPI. Practically everyone who's become a venture capitalist today, somewhere or the other, has a relationship back with STPI. That is the convening power that STPI is today able to leverage and bring into a very noble cause, and I compliment them for doing it. That is an entrepreneurial act, and that is an entrepreneurial way of looking at what needs to be done and moving forward. And I think that is something that they need to do a whole lot more. And equally what they need to do is to actually converge efforts with a range of institutions. Today what we see is convergence. I'm very happy to see the All India Institute of Medical Sciences has a center to promote entrepreneurship. And it is based on various technology-related applications. Today the Ministry of Education is setting up a center of excellence in AI, which is related to medical applications, and it's jointly between Indian Institute of Technology Delhi, IIT Delhi, and AIIMS Delhi. So this is the way institutions are converging. I used to be on the board of governors of IIT Madras. They set up actually a medical school, and they have grown the medical school fundamentally because they found that they were working a lot in the medical technology space, and they thought there would be synergy in developing this. That is how synergy and convergence is growing. And I think the same thing needs to happen between various institutions within government which are promoting the cause of startups, which are trying to work with startups and putting them together. And STPI also needs to do it for another very important reason, and especially when we are trying to push into Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. The importance and what is it that distinguishes, say, a Bengaluru from one of the other locations? It is the critical mass in terms of the number of startups who are there, the number of venture capitalists who are there, and venture capitalists will go where more startups are, and the talent that they are able to find. A company wants to come and establish in Bangalore simply because they can quickly find the talent. They can quickly find people who can actually do what is required for them. That is the critical mass that we need to build. and the huge convening power that actually STPI has. You know, I'm amazed. I really am very, very happy to see Thai as a part of this entire venture. They are co-sponsors, I think, even of this event. I think I saw it somewhere. And they are part of a lot of activities with STPI. And Thai typically has been very government shy. Usually they would prefer that they do not have much to do with the government. And it is good to see that STPI has, you know, I mean, shown the entrepreneurial side of a government institution to them enough to see that they would also be interested in collaborating. So in the same way, I think a lot more of institutions need to come together so that you pool resources. Mentors are difficult to come by, especially if you're looking at tier 2, tier 3 cities. Venture capitalists will find it easier if you're able to produce a fairly large cohort of startups who can be presented before them to make their pitch. Likewise, all other resources can be pooled, and we can actually be a lot more successful if we converge our efforts, and that would be my true appeal to STPI, at least in the days to come, in terms of where they need to go. And the last aspect of this, truly, is, as I said, one of the reasons why the government is keen to promote is because of the innovation and disruption that startups can bring. And that innovation and disruption is particularly important in the case of cutting-edge technologies, in the case of advanced technologies. If we take the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, if you're looking at artificial intelligence, if you're looking at blockchain applications, if you're looking at designing new chips and chips which can sort of take us to the next level, those are spaces which we are really interested in. Those are spaces which we would like to push ahead. Equally, government's other objective is inclusion. Government's other objective is to ensure that support is given to those who could otherwise be excluded. So it's a matter of pride, and I think it's wonderful to see that 44% of the startups we have supported through STPI's initiatives are led by women. It should actually be 50%, and I hope they will get there soon. But that is important. Likewise, when we are talking about tier 2, tier 3 cities, these are excluded geographies which are being brought in. So we have to really focus this on groups of people who would otherwise not take to entrepreneurship, and make sure that they are supported and they are helped in taking to this route, because if that is the path to creating prosperity, to creating wealth, and to sort of boosting the economy, then everyone in this country needs to have a legitimate chance of participating in that effort. And it can't be, I mean, the private sector, of course, and rightly so, needs to make its wager on the sturdy and the strong, and they have to find the right people who can do it. But government needs to make sure that everyone is included. And I think that is an effort where again, I think STPI is making a significant contribution, and we need to group our efforts to make sure that we are there. Having said this, I would only say that today is an important day. We've had a significant event, and events of this nature actually send the message out that there is support available for startups. It is a risk which is worth taking. India is today a country where students can afford to take those 3 or 4 years off and pursue a passion, pursue an area where they think they can succeed. We are all aware. I mean, the one thing with startups, and I think that is the key point again that Mr. Arvind Kumar made, we are aware that not every startup will work. I mean, that is in the nature of what happens. Out of the 10 that start, maybe 3 will make it, 7 may not. But that is all right. I mean, I don't think that should stop anybody from trying. And, you can be part of the next 10, and you can be part of the next 10 and make it. I mean, that is the way that we need to sort of keep pushing it in waves as something that the country can do. And which is why I think the judgment on what would work and what would not work is a judgment that is best made by industry experts and market specialists. So we really need to ride on the coattails of the industry experts and market specialists, rather than just handing out grants. Because remember, we are inclusionary. We'll give grants to everybody. And that may not be the most efficient way of doing it. So probably the thing to do is to thereafter, I mean, keep the avenues open, keep the gates open, take in all comers, but further support is something which is going to be available for those that the industry backs, that the market backs, that the experts believe will succeed, and we'll support them all the way that we can. And I think that is a strong message we need to take back. This is something which the government will continue to support through the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, through our multiple initiatives, some of them through STPI, some of them through the MeitY Startup Hub, others through the India AI Mission, and also through the Design-Linked Incentive Scheme and the Chips to Startup Scheme as part of the overall India Semiconductor Mission. We continue to support this area, continue to push startups, and on a number of these areas, especially I forgot to mention cybersecurity, which again is a critical area where I think there is no option but to have homegrown startups and innovators. There's nobody else in the world that you can trust with cybersecurity except yourselves. So that is a space again where I think significantly greater work needs to happen. So let me once again congratulate all the startup entrepreneurs who are here, who are likely at the end of this day, some of you will be selected for awards, and I wish you all well. Let's just hope that it is not 3 out of 10, but it moves to 7 out of 10, and it sort of is something that moves all the way up. I congratulate STPI for having organized this event. I thank all the mentors and the VCs and others who are present here today. I think your support for this, your participation in these events is extremely significant and important for all the innovators who are joining us today. And I'd request you to continue your support, continue to do this for us, because I think we are in this mission together, and all of us together will lift. As a rising tide, we will lift all boats. Thank you very much.
Many thanks for the all-encompassing address and your support, sir. We really appreciate your time and presence. Let me request Sri Arvind Kumar ji to felicitate, sir, please. A tree symbolic of our growing ecosystem. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A remarkable moment to capture. Thank you for doing the honors, sir. May I also request Shri Subodh Sachan, Director, Startups and Innovation STPI, to felicitate our distinguished panel. Ms. Farzana Haq, Shri K.K. Singh.
Can I say something now, please? I must say this, and I've been wanting to since the start. So when I know I'm a graduate from ISRO, I'm an astrophysicist by education. So I'm one of the top 1% of Mensa. Not a show, but I have to say this. हमारे घर में सबको था कि बच्ची तो IAS ही बनेगी. So anything less than an IAS was such a letdown for my family. So this morning when I called them up, my grandparents were the happiest. Government of India, you'll meet IAS officers. I said, I couldn't say. I said, Ammi, you really, this is the height of this. So I was just telling Krishnan that, and I told that, the government is now encouraging children to be entrepreneurs. And she's like, oh, I think that's a very important move the government is doing. I think all IAS officers should also be entrepreneurs. I said, I will definitely say this. I will definitely say this. When I was hearing him talk, I come from a freedom fighter family, and all of you will hear in my interviews. My grandmother is one of the women who wrote the constitution of this country. So I think in my DNA, for me, the way to pay forward, and I was telling him in Bombay this, is if I could do anything for this country. I think it is so important, and I almost missed being an IAS officer. So this is the closest I will get to contributing back to my mother country. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sharing your story, ma'am, and I can relate so much. By profession, I am into financial due diligence. When I took up this as a hobby, people were like, "Tum hosting karoge, apni job chhod ke?" But I tell, I am going to meet officers. May I request sir to felicitate Shri K.K. Singh ji? Thank you once again for joining us, Shri S. Krishnan ji. Shri Pradeep Gupta ji. Dr. Apurva Ranjan Sharma. Shri Sanjay Shah. Thank you for doing the honors, sir. May I also request you to deliver the vote of thanks and express our gratitude to our esteemed dignitaries, dedicated partners, and all attendees for their invaluable contributions and participation.
Thank you. Very good afternoon to everyone. Esteemed guests on the dais, off the dais, dignitaries, mentors, investors, and innovative startups, especially the founders who have gathered here for this momentous occasion. On behalf of STPI, I extend my sincerest gratitude to each one of you for joining us in this SANGAM conclave, a pivotal gathering of innovators, mentors, investors, all which are propelling the startups, primarily accelerated by the NGIS toward growth and market leadership. This enriching inaugural session has been a testament to the power of collaboration, and we are truly honored by all of your presence. Firstly, I would like to thank and express my deepest appreciation to our chief guest who had to leave because of his earlier commitments, Sri S. Krishnanji, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, for gracing us with his presence and delivering the very, very informative, thoughtful, and also inspiring note to the STPI itself, right? So your visionary leadership continues to inspire us, and your unwavering support for the startup ecosystem is highly, highly invaluable. Within STPI, we'll take forward the guidance which you have given today. We are also really grateful to Ms. Farzana Haq, board member of TCS, for being our guest of honor today. Your vast experience, ma'am, as an investor, philanthropist, and business leader is a beacon of inspiration, and your empathy and passion for empowering startups is truly commendable, and your commitment to the country is truly, truly commendable. We thank you, ma'am, for your enlightening address. A special thank to our distinguished speaker, Sri K.K. Singh ji, Joint Secretary of MIT, whose guidance has been instrumental in our journey this far. I don't think so we would have reached where we are today within the NGIS scheme and other schemes without your support, sir. I would also like to extend my deepest gratitude to Dr. Apurva Ranjan Sharma. With his busy schedule, he could take time, flew in the morning itself, directly came to the event, who's the co-founder, venture capitalist, Pradeep Gupta ji, who's always available, to each one of us and each one of the founders who is sitting in front, sir. And also to Sanjay Shah, who's been the real support in terms of, mentorship program, which within NGIS we have been able to work together with him. Last but not the least, the heartfelt thanks to Sri Arvind Kumar, Director General STPI, for his insightful guidance to STPI, to his leadership, his commitment to nurturing the startup ecosystem. And as Secretary has said, STPI has to continuously reinvent itself, and I think under his leadership, we have been doing the same. Your guidance has been instrumental in shaping the trajectory of this ecosystem, and your expertise is crucial for all our whatever we do within STPI. To our partners, mentors, and investors, including the partners who are probably available in the audience, TAI, IIM Calcutta Innovation Park, investors such as Venture Catalyst, 100x VC, BioRx, and so many more, right, for your unwavering support for building the ecosystem, what we wanted to really look forward in building within STPI. Heartfelt congratulations to all the beneficiary startups who have come here. Your innovative ideas, your perseverance and dedication is embodied the quintessential support of the entrepreneurship. Today's event is just the celebration, not just a celebration, just the beginning of all your achievements, and I really wish each one of you. As we conclude this inaugural session,
we depart with a sense of optimism, knowing that the future of India's startup ecosystem is exceedingly bright. Together, we will continue to grow, to innovate, collaborate, and inspire the entrepreneurial spirit of this great nation. Thank you all. Thank you once again, and looking forward for having a very, very enriching day throughout this session, throughout the day. We are going to have multiple sessions and looking forward to support. So once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sachan, for that optimistic note. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now break for tea and reconvene shortly and begin with the innovation showcase sessions post our tea break. See you all on the other side of the break. Everyone, may I have your kind attention? We'll be resuming at 12:30. In 15 minutes, we'll be resuming. Kindly return here at 12:30. You can join us for tea at level 1. Looking forward to your presence there.
There are a lot of exciting sessions there. So we request all of you to have a quick tea. We'll resume back at 12:30. I know we are running a bit late, but let's ensure that we are back here at 12:30 sharp. Thank you, all of you.
पेपर मागवले मॅम.
हेलो चेक चेक.
Welcome back. We'll be beginning with our first innovation showcase, Deep Tech Transformation Integrating AI, ML and Cybersecurity for the Future in 2 minutes. Who is not coming? Okay, ठीक है. राधिका गई है?
इनका नाम ही मत लेना
ठीक है. हाँ जी.
और ये जो है सुभाष ये सहवाग
हाँ जी. He is coming late. Okay. तो अभी के लिए दो लोग का कुछ चेंज है तो Welcome back to this very pertinent discussion, ladies and gentlemen. In today's digital first world, the convergence of AI, ML, and cybersecurity is essential. We spoke in the previous session how we need to be self-reliant when it comes to cybersecurity. These technologies are reshaping industries and fortifying our defenses against evolving threats. Let me invite our distinguished speakers for this session, requesting everyone to kindly be seated for the same. Let me invite our distinguished speakers, Shri Girish Shivani, Executive Director and Fund Manager, Your Nest. A huge round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir. Commander Subhash Datta, Chief Operating Officer, Sequitech IT Solutions Private Limited. Welcome, sir. Ms. Sakshi Chapolia, Founder, Sankshit Private Limited. Let's give her a warm welcome. Shri Himanshu Sharma, Founder and CEO, Devanagari AI Private Limited. Shri Jayant Rakti, founder, Nayan India Science and Technologies Private Limited. Welcome. We also have Shri Shahbaz Ahmed Siddiqui, founder, Artisan AI Private Limited, who is going to join us shortly and is stuck in the way. Looking forward to this very exciting session. The stage is all yours.
So, good afternoon, everybody. I understand that we are between this panel and lunch, so we will try and keep it nice and crisp and short. Just to give you an introduction, and I would want everybody to kind of please, spend 60-90 seconds to introduce yourselves. My name is Girish Shivani. I am Executive Director and Managing Partner at YourNest. We are an early stage deep tech fund. We've been investing in deep tech startups since 2012 now, currently deploying from our third fund. Since the topic is around AI and deep tech, I was just reminiscing that the first AI investment we did was way back in 2014 when AI was still not the buzzword. And we've had a ringside view of how that entire ecosystem has evolved across multiple domains, multiple verticals, and it's been a very, very interesting journey. Some of the companies that we have invested in the AI domain, you would be familiar with the likes of Unifor, Amico, we were first check-in uptime, and so on and so forth. The entire ecosystem, I think the credit of building out goes to the government to a very, very large extent, if I may say so. After the new government was sworn in 2014, there was a clear push around Make in India, Startup India, Digital India. And there was a clear, mandate from the government to ensure that the startup ecosystem starts to thrive in this country as it was thriving in other parts of the world. The entire, growth that the Prime Minister was looking at, from taking India to a $2 trillion economy to a 5 and 10, I think a lot of that will come from what happens in the deep tech domain in India at a ground level. And the government is doing its best to support that, through fund-of-fund structures, through grants, through, last time we were looking at some data, there were some 39 schemes of the Government of India that run concurrently today and give grants between 5 lakhs to 50 crores, depending on the ministry, etc. So there's clear push from the government to make sure that this entire ecosystem, and some panelists in the earlier panel also talked about how the demographic dividend, we have with respect to the kind of young working population that we have, and the government realizes that there is a clear need to make meaningful use of that demographic dividend for the ecosystem to grow and for India to grow. So with that, I would hand over to Jayant. Why don't you start with your introduction and then we can go around the...
Thank you so much, sir.
So great. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the lovely introduction. I think a lot of grants that we've received also is thanks to all your efforts. So kudos to the department and your effort behind this. My name is Jayant Rathi. I'm the CEO and founder for Nayan Technologies, one of the many incubatees of the Government of India, MIT, STPI, and many others. So it's a distinguished pleasure to be here. It's first and foremost, I see a lot of familiar faces. So thank you everyone for being patient and inviting us. So with that, a brief background about myself. I graduated with my PhD and master's at Georgia Tech in the US, and then before that in University of Delhi, Delhi College of Engineering. Background has always been to fix something in the country. That's how startups begin. So we started fixing roadways and issues on traffic, municipality, safety, and many others. So if you even look at some of the work we've done in many cities now, about 23, we are heavily focused on automating all the municipal governance, all the traffic governance, all the mapping, GIS mapping, all the transport departments of all different cities to revamp them into the new age of AI. So with the help from Mighty, STPI and others, we've gotten our cameras deployed to multiple buses, vehicles, and they're fully automating the governance of a city. So if you're facing problems driving in any city that you are coming from, Delhi and others, if you feel gandagi hai, a lot of roads are dangerous, people are driving crazy, pollution hai, all of those things are problem statements that we want to automate and resolve. So I'm very happy. I think once I present today, it'll make it more clear how we are doing it. So thank you again, everyone, and all the best, yes.
Thank you for sharing that. May I now request Commander Subhash Datta to share his thoughts?
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I am Commander Subhash Datta. I come from a defense background from the Indian Navy, where I served for close to 25 years. One of the positions that I held just before departing for greener pastures was as the head of the Information Warfare Wing of Indian Navy. Thereafter, since 2008, I have been working with corporates, startups primarily, in the field, in the domain of cybersecurity. I joined SecureTech around 11 years back, and we've been together on this journey from the inception. Started off on the security services side, then went on to setting up the Security Operations Center, which now runs 24/7, services around 150 plus customers. And now I am heading the SecureTech Lab, which is the focus of threat intelligence, malware analysis, and vulnerability intelligence. So that, in short, is about me. I will have a presentation which will be equally shorter. Thank you so much.
May I now request Ms. Sakshi to share her thoughts? Also, team. Yes, we can start off with the presentations. Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, so good afternoon again. And taking the cue from Secretary IT in the morning session, we started off this journey of developing cybersecurity products in India for India. And that is what our journey has been focused on so far in the last 11 plus years. This is our 12th year of existence. The two gentlemen that you see on the screen, Anand Naik, Pankaj Desai, they are the co-founders of this company. And that was their mantra then when we started off this project of cybersecurity. We are now 500 plus people strong organization in this last 12 years of existence. Headquartered in Mumbai, we have presence all over India, and we have global presence, for which I would like to again thank STPI and TAI for taking us across the pond to Silicon Valley, where we nurtured those initial interactions, and now we have got a firm presence in the US as well. Our vision remains for us is to that we need to consolidate the cybersecurity landscape, because it's a fairly complicated business, and we do not want to complicate the lives of the professionals who are using the IT for their core business operations. So therefore, easing that by consolidating the technology landscape, that has been our focus so far. And we then promise that we will empower your growth. You don't need to worry about the cybersecurity risk. We are your trusted partner. During this journey of 12 odd years, we have had multiple recognitions from industry standards, industry leaders, groups which are in the business of carrying out assessments of the technology components specifically, including Government of India. Since this, the focus of this session is on artificial intelligence and deep technologies and how they are used, our focus remains on the use of generative AI, because that is what we see as the game changer as we go ahead. The artificial intelligence models, the mathematical models, or the models that we were using to train them have now transitioned into this generative AI field. And the focus now, or rather the benefits that are available to us from this, almost magical technology are very manifold. Cybersecurity professionals and we specifically take great advantage of this to simplify the security output that we give to an organization. Quite often, we tend to speak in a very technical language and a very complicated language, which may or may not be understood by the people who are directly affected by our outputs. So therefore, to put it out in a very simplistic manner, to put it out in a very understandable manner, that is one of the fields that generative AI provides us. The other ability and the other key ability that it provides us is the ability to drill down to the last system or to the last user to figure out what are the trends of activities that this entity is doing or this user is doing, and so therefore take preventive action before something drastic happens to an organization. Response and the ability to connect to diverse systems, that again is enabled through generative AI models. The platform that we have is the Percept Continuous Threat Exposure Management Platform, through which we focus on 4 key areas of concern to any enterprise cybersecurity manager. The first concern that all managers have got is, what is my IT doing? Where is my IT to begin with? What are the status of these systems? If the applications are installed over there, are these applications authorized? Are these applications updated to the latest patches? Have all the vulnerabilities been taken care of? The second major concern of an organization is, who are my users? And it could be anybody. It could be your ecosystem, it could be your vendors, it could be your partners, and of course your full-time employees who are creating the data, accessing the data, and processing the data. What level of access do these users have of my data? And what is the control that I can exercise over there? The third biggest concern is, do I have a holistic picture of the complete interaction of my environment? So therefore, these 3 classes of product on Percept Identity, Percept XDR, which provides a complete holistic view of an organization, and the Percept EDR, which provides us an ability to control the endpoint. The endpoint could be anything. It could be this laptop, it could be a server, it could be the mobile phones that you hold in your pockets. So anywhere where you are accessing data, that is the endpoint for us. The fourth product, which is right now under extensive internal testing and would be available in GA in the near future, in the matter of a couple of months, is on the compliance side. There is a large thrust, and very rightly so, from a large number of organizations to ensure compliance to certain standards, to certain regulations that all of us follow. So therefore, the compliance manager will enable you to do that. The first 3 classes of products, they are already available and they are deployed in large organizations. As I said in the beginning, we have a security operations center, peopled by about 120 plus very qualified analysts, and we carry out 24/7 monitoring of our environment of 150 plus customers. And this is the flagship product that we use. All of these 3 products are driven by a very robust threat intelligence. We cannot afford to call ourselves a cybersecurity organization or a cybersecurity company if we do not know what are the threats outside. We have invested very heavily in creating this infrastructure and creating this capability in ourselves. Threat intelligence is the core of what we do. Dark web visibility, who are the attackers talking about? Are they talking about, is somebody talking about gaining access to an organization, or somebody has got credentials for an organization, they are trying to sell it? These are the access brokers. So initial access providers. What are the precursors of activity that these attackers on the dark web they are talking about? We have visibility over them. We also have visibility over what is the malware doing. So not just the indicators of compromise, we also have visibility over the indicators of attack. So if there is some, not a very malicious binary, if there is something, a system utility, which is already within your system, and it is trying to act and trying to take out certain data or doing some activities which are not beneficial for that organization. We have the ability to do that. And then, of course, we do also have vulnerability intelligence. What are the vulnerabilities? Are they exploitable? what is the likely impact going to be of that vulnerability when it is combined with other products that you are using. With that short, crisp introduction to SecureTech, thank you so much for your patience. We are here for the rest of the day, so in case there are any questions, we are open to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the walkthrough, sir. May I now request Ms. Sakshi to come forward for the showcase? Ms. Sakshi Chapolia, founder, Sankshit Private Limited.
A very good afternoon to everyone. Me, Sakshi Chapolia. I am the founder and CEO of Sankshit Private Limited. Firstly, I would like to thank you, STPI, and everyone for giving us an opportunity to showcase our Gen AI platform, which is helping in transformation of the retail, the fashion, the apparel, which one of the most important aspect of our day-to-day life, and which is now the trendsetter of the coming generation, that it's an opportunity that we are trying to solve the basic problem which we are facing day by day at every moment, and this is an opportunity where we can solve it. Yes, to begin with, everybody is seeing this picture in the photo. Well, I recently experienced this. When I actually experienced this photo, I was thinking that thankfully actually that yes, we are trying this problem. In the world, in the era of AI, where the 10 minutes delivery is possible right now, for the groceries, for the medicines, and everyone needs, clothes is also very much important right now. Right now, as we always know that time is money, then standing in this queue, or whether you are purchasing online, then the return issues, the waiting time, the not having the perfect size, these are all the basic issues which we actually experience day-to-day life as an individual user. But from the brand side also, these brands are also facing the losses, which is on a day-to-day basis. If we'll see that, you can see the numbers, the day-to-day 10 to 15% sales drop, the environmental impact, and also because of all these issues which we faces as an users, brand face this problem every way in the terms of economic profitability and the marketing losses. So this is the basic problem which we are actually trying to solve through Aina. Aina is a mirror. What we do when we wake up in the first morning, we see ourselves. Why we see ourselves? If you'll see the deep impact, why we call it as a deep tech? Because the technology which we are trying to solve, that we want to be confident. And how the first important aspect of being confident is to look good. And how we look good? We really look good when we look really nice in the clothes, when we are confident. This is the first step which we really don't notice. And right now, because of these problems, we are trying to solve this problem so that no more waiting in the trial room. The users could get virtually trial on and every apparel in their perfect size. Now here is also a catch. If we'll say the perfect size, we know that women and men have a different physiology, especially women have a different fat deposition, and there's a size issues and all, because of the multiple body type. So we want that. We are trying to solve, we are trying to create that technology that doesn't matter. Whatever the fats you are, whatever the size you have, you are going to look confident. You have to be confident because the apparel which you will wear, that should be in the perfect size. And also with all these things, the entire supply logistic chains will be, we can also reduce the waste which is hampering the environment. Now, as a technology, I am saying Aina, I am telling you a situation what we are trying to solve and how we are trying to solve it. And currently, since from the last 4 years, we have been market and we are just an MVP right now. It's a minimal viable product which is launched in the market, worked with the multiple Indian brands, along with the multiple MSME brands also. Because when it comes to, because there are many companies who are trying to this kind of solution. But always, it doesn't matter what you create. It always matter how much the technology is adopted by the user. Then you can see that for this, we have currently made that 2 million plus trials with the users with an accuracy of 90 to 95%, where we use the Gen AI deep tech technology with the NLP engines and multiple things, and then we are trying to achieve. So that the vision which we are looking right now, whenever we are going to any kind of a showroom or a store, we don't need to wait. An AI avatar will come and that greets you, because it's feel good when greeted by somebody. Hi, what you like, based on you. The AI will definitely, the AI will scan you and recommend you your favorite clothes. And for that, you also do not need to wait on the trial room. There will be a queue management where you will get to know that by 5 minutes or 10 minutes, your trial number will become. If you want to try physically, or if you don't want to, you are in a rush, then the virtual trial mirror will be there. It will exactly tell you, just like when you go to the tailor, what's your body measurement, and based on the product which you choose, because we know that every brand has a different size and a different product measurement, and even in the same brand, the categories measurements are different. We know that upper wear sizes are different and the lower wear sizes are different with any particular brand. So this all basic problem that can be solved by our technology. And not just that, if you really wanted to take this thing, take that apparel, while trying this, while seeing this garment in your avatar, in a metaverse environment, then you can instant see and make the decision, and you can purchase it then and there only, or you can take as a takeaway delivery. Just like right now we can see that foods are coming from the vending machine, then why not apparel? So this is the vision which we are going to solve, and we are going to create the INA digital showroom, which can transform the retail. And so far as all, these are the numbers with the accuracy which we have done it, and currently we have benefited the brands with the more than 30+% growth in the form of their marketing strategies, their decision making of the production, and also with the user traction. And since we know that this is not, during my journey, our journey, we have figured it out, this is not the Indian problem. This apparel problem is the global problem. And how we would know that? We are getting requests from the multiple global brands also, because they are facing the issues and all. And for that, also, we have also expanded our global footprint and made our as a client, and very proud I'm saying as a partners, Microsoft, and along with the Spectrum uniforms also, so that they given us an opportunity. But to conduct everything, I would say, firstly, a very big thank you to STPI. The reason being, I'll tell you about my profile. I am an ex-MBA, and I was an ex-Pol Science graduation. While my graduation, I was actually known, I was preparing for an UPSC. That was my first attempt. Why I'm mentioning the UPSC, I'll tell you, because that's an interesting story. In the UPSC, the first time I got to know about this word entrepreneur in a serious way. Then I figured it out, and that day I realized that this is me. I like this thing to innovate something, to take challenges, something. And from there only, I dropped everything, my UPSC, and completed my graduation, and I started my journey as an entrepreneur. And the first thing, I have found this basic problem of this trial room, because I was a lazy shopper. And everyone told me the Myntra is doing, and anyone is doing, because they have a lot of funding and everything, the resources. Then what you are doing, and you are also from not technical background. So me and my partner thought, we did the research, because in my early childhood, I was a national child scientist also, awarded by APJ Abdul Kalam, because I made the plastic roads, which was selected by Indian Science Congress. So I thought, no, this is me. I just forgot that what I really wanted to do. So while I always appreciate my UPSC career as a journey, who literally made me think that you can do. It's all matters to take risk, to dedicate, and to work on it. So, and for all these things, when STPI is there, I would really thankful, because they have supported me in each and every journey. Not for the only funding. Yes, funding is very much important. And thankfully, Thank you that they have supported Pontec and all who supported, but for the operations also, with the multiple credits, setting up the infrastructure, guidance. For us and a young entrepreneur, we need guidance, and for the networking. So I would really thankful that I think without Government of India support and the STPI, we would not be standing here and having a privilege to tell our story and showcasing our innovation. And this, thank you so much.
A very inspiring journey, Ms. Sakshi. I could see our female attendees smiling and being attentive all the more, since you are talking about looking good while doing good. Thank you.
Thank you. As a woman, it's a compliment.
Let me now invite Mr. Himanshu Sharma, the co-founder and CEO of Devanagari, an AI-powered translation platform focused on making digital content accessible across India's diverse languages. Over to you, sir.
नमस्ते। मैं 2-3 सेकंड थोड़ा टाइम लेता हूँ क्योंकि मेरे थोड़े पैर कांपते हैं जब भी मैं स्टेज पे जाता हूँ तो 2-3 सेकंड बाद फिर नॉर्मल हो जाता है एंड देन इट्स वर्क वेरी वेल। तो मुझे अभी मैं जो बोलने वाला हूँ उसके लिए पैसे नहीं मिले बट ये मेरे खुद के थॉट्स है। तो STPI हैव डन अ वंडरफुल जॉब here and supporting startups. They treat startups like stars. Actually, they treat us like stars in their kitty. And they're so helpful in every sense, where whenever we ask something, it is there. मतलब मेरे से ज़्यादा follow-up वो लोग करते हैं कि तुम आ रहे हो कि नहीं आ रहे हो. I received almost about 20 calls from them to confirm. Nobody else does this. We do it, 25 calls to an investor to invest. But this is a different way altogether. So thank you STPI for giving us a chance and treating us like a star. मुझे पार्किंग की स्लिप भी मिली है तो थैंक यू वेरी मच एंड जैसे ही मैं पार्किंग पे पहुंचा है उसने बोला सर आप तो गवर्नमेंट से हो आपसे पैसे नहीं लेंगे तो बहुत छोटी छोटी चीज़ें हम लोगों को नहीं मिल पाती है एज अ स्टार्टअप द एवरी डे वी डू लॉट ऑफ फाइट्स बट दिस ट्रीटमेंट लेफ्ट अस स्पीचलेस थैंक यू वेरी मच एंड थैंक यू फॉर दिस. So I'm Himanshu Sharma. I'm co-founder at Devanagari. I just have one question. Do you think something is not right here? Yeah, it's upside right. Right. So internet feels for billion of people like this because everything is there, but does not making sense because it's not in their language. So Devanagari helps businesses to localize at scale. We revolutionizing the multilingual communication with AI, and we are helping businesses to go local at scale. So language is not an Indian problem. It's a global problem. 80% of people in the world don't speak English. 80% means almost about 6 billion people we are talking here. They prefer content in their local languages. But unfortunately, almost major of the data online is in English. So what happened with this? So what happened is like people are not able to use internet in their own way. Let's say if I want to research on some research paper and it's in Chinese, I cannot understand it at all. Or even if I'm finding some medicine and it's written in some other languages I don't understand, I cannot get it. So there are lots of missed opportunities from businesses side where organizations actually lose out on connecting with billions of potential customers across country. So why this matters now, right? We have to unlock a system, an ecosystem where billions of people can access internet in their language. We really want that someone from third tier or fourth tier or second tier want to understand what Trump is saying and need to understand what are the policies he is implementing. Do they able to understand it today in their own language? That is which matters right now for Devanagari to solve. We actually want to unlock global markets where convert the language segment and make people as a valuable customers. Language actually build long-lasting trust. We need if if we give them things in their own language, they will more credible for that particular brand. So what Devanagari rules in AI is, we are made in India, we are making our own Indian language models. Right now we are having 4 kind of products. We have an agentic platform which learns and adapt automatically and give personalized multilingual communication to businesses at scale. We have software called Dota. It's a no-code solution which can translate your website and application in multiple languages in 10 minutes. We have a AI-powered document translation engine for legal, businesses, healthcare, and government documents, which can be real-time translated with more of the context and industry-specific content. We recently launched our AI bot, which can speak the language of a customer and can solve queries. I would like to demo it next. Oh, can you hear it? No. Can somebody help me here? It's a video. Yes. No. You will miss the fun. Yes, I guess. But it is there in the HDMI, I think. Okay, so my POCs always fail like this. Sometimes I fail and sometimes tech. So just give you a brief background about this video. अच्छा, हम लोग देख तो सकते हैं what is written. But मैं आपको background बता देता हूँ that this is a call which we are making to a customer, and it is telling a customer that you have ordered a mattress and it would like to share important usage. That's a good time or not? And then user says, yeah, it's a good time, and then it started saying in your language that मैंने Ortho Plus mattress order किया है, and अब क्या कर सकते हैं? तो वो आगे की चीज़ बताता है, and then यूज़र ने बीच में बोल दिया मेरी तो कमर में दर्द हो रहा है आपकी मैट्रेस यूज़ करके, तो what should we do? तो उसने बताया कि यार इस मैट्रेस को एडजस्ट होने में 25 days का break-in period लगता है, and then you will get to know. So for this we have seen that this is live with one of our customers, and we have seen about 70% of the calls which they are receiving on their call centers has been automated and can be answered by a bot, and in 8 Indian languages. It's a volume of about 10,000 calls a day, which we are right now handling for a customer. And it can speak 8 languages. It can resolve solution. It can give SMSs. It can give change addresses. It can send you a WhatsApp message, and all those stuff can happen real time. And latency is almost about 400 ms. That is it is a background that how we did it. It's a bit a technical bit. But we have done a lot of hard work showing that 2-minute use case there. And this was the behind the scenes, and when I was conceptualizing the program, and then I thought, why not I should do this. And this is it from our side. We want to be a enterprise brain so that it can communicate flawlessly in multiple languages. Thank you very much. And sorry for the bad demo.
Many thanks for that very interesting walkthrough. Let me now invite Dr. Jayant Ratty, founder and CEO of Nayan India Science and Technologies Private Limited, operating under the brand Nayan Technologies. Nayan Technologies leverages artificial intelligence, crowdsourced data, and IoT devices for real-time monitoring and management of urban infrastructure. Their technology aims to enhance road safety, reduce traffic violations, and contribute to the overall efficiency of urban transportation. Over to you.
Great. Thank you very much. So the name Nayan, I'll start with the name Nayan. Nayan is eyes in Sanskrit, Hindi, and many other languages. The symbol of our logo is also an eye and is also the words Nayan. If you can read Hindi, you'll know it's a na, ya, and a matra on the top, Nayan. So we are fully focused on the vision of the country. Our goal is see everything, report everything, and then solve everything. So that is literally, essentially the mantra that we follow every single day. Since I am the CEO, I am also putting the fundraise that we are doing. So we are raising 5 million for a Series A. If anyone interested or have connects, please let us know. Briefly, there are 3 models we solve. These are the same things which we face every single day. If any one of you dissociates with this, please let me know, like it's a miracle. On the left, we have the traffic. On the far left, you'll see all the traffic issues. This is actually New York. One of our demos in Chicago. In the middle is potholes, road issues, problem statements of every kind that you see driving a car or in an auto in a car. On the right side is your own safety, your own driver safety, jhatki lagna, accident, acceleration, everything, school buses, your children, your parents, everything. Everything you are concerned about is on the right side. So 3 models that we solve. I mentioned I have a PhD in robotics and AI, but I literally took up driving an Uber on the bottom right side. The problems, while I was in the US, the problems I was seeing in India put a very hypocritical mind in my existence. I just did not see the reason of why I should be working with organizations like DARPA, US Air Force, military, big organizations, Google X, when thousands of accidents and lives are being lost almost on a daily basis, either in farmlands, roads, pollution, medical, health. It was just a very hypocritical existence for me. So I parked all my credit cards, my bank, my apartment. I had a car. I took to the roads to figure out what is the element that's solving this issue. So that's me with my Uber. That's the only thing I possessed at the end. And took hand to mouth, lived that way for 3 months. It was the most painful and the most rewarding experience for myself. Figured out that the 3 issues that are plaguing the whole world are 1, driver safety, because I myself was falling asleep driving 8 hours a day. So I knew I saved accidents so many times. On the right side are people blocking me, cutting me off, road issues that I'm solving, I'm getting hit by. My brand new car was entering a pothole so many times. So it was a dangerous mess. If you live on the roads, it's not easy. But roads are the bloodline of our entire country. And the reason why there's such a massive market to be solved, but this is also the reason why we are losing so much money as a country globally. We are not efficient as a country as a deployment platform. There's nothing to be said about it. It is a fact. The roads are slow, dangers, traffic movement. It's a chaos, literal mayhem, noise, pollution, there's so many things. So let's figure it out. So broke down the market into what is the capital of the market that we are blowing away every day. What is the efficiency of the market? So we did all that metrics. And then we started devising technology. So one after the other, we filed patents in the United States, which was 4 years before the closest company filed their patents in the US. Then we moved to India, Middle East, saw the same issues. You won't believe that the issues we face are in some quantity or the other in different facets. यहाँ पे helmet violation, तो वहाँ पे lane change violation. कुछ ना कुछ तो है. There is nothing that no country escapes. So we decided to make cameras, and we also started making Android applications. So if you have your Android phone, go to Play Store, type in the word Nayan, you will see our app. Use it while you're driving, and we will focus on resolving issues by collecting your information that you send of every pothole, garbage, dump, broken line, and so on and so forth. And it'll get reported directly to the local authorities in whichever city you're in. We are in 23 cities, so chances are that we'll report something. So we decided to make these cameras, and then we decided that let's get these cameras to people, drivers. Thankfully, Devanagari guy, I don't have audio. It's thankfully. So I'm very, very happy. By the way, the 23 cities we are doing, we'll love to connect with you, because all of them speak local languages, and my guys are banana ko apple and so on and so forth, mix karte rehte hain. It's all the time. So we'd love to get your help solving. So what you just saw are drivers. This is also the buses of the country. Has anyone ridden a DTC in your life? Great. And do you still ride it today? So that's the state of affairs we are dealing with. We don't enjoy the public transport we have, but all the things that make it not so recognizable are the things we are wanting to solve. Let's make it more reliable, more commutable, faster and better than the other traffic. So we are more publicly transporting than taking our own cars and driving, creating a lot more population on the roadways. So all these vehicles, any make and kind, automate them, solve road issues, detect them, and this is an example of things we solve. So on the top left, you'll see the road issues. As you drive, the cameras automatically report every single road that you drive in. We have now more than 100 million kilometers under our belt. All the issues that you're collecting, whether it may be a homeless guy sleeping in the thund on the side of a road, has been a problem statement by few cities, including Kanpur. You find this guy a blanket, report it to us, so we give him something. Anything from that standpoint and the driver safety standpoint, these are all the drivers which cut you off and drive and make our lives difficult. So detect them, put them on a map, detect traffic issues, put them on a map, solve all the cities, and you won't believe that we do it at 1/100th the cost in many cities. In many cities, it's 1/10th the cost. We have not seen a city where we are equal to the cost being spent by a city at the moment, a whole city. It is unbelievable, but it is also the power of AI that we have to shape in. So we've designed this market to be a full tech integrated system from collection to detection to supervised learning, also done through crowds, and then retraining and deploying the pipelines again. So they're all visual LLMs, visual agents that are always solving everything on a camera. And multiple states, how this works: police on the left, transport in the middle, urban development on the right. So each one has their own problem statement, but agentic AI is sort of like is a miracle, because each agent solves for its own self. And you can deploy any agents you like to solve whatever you want in any location you want, GIS locked. So we started in India, Middle East, and so on. I'll skip past this. We've also amassed a team of around 25 at this stage. I have seen that it's better to have lean, crisp, sharp guys than have a lot of people, but solve for a lot of people. I think it's some of our tricks we have done. So Apurji was here. He's been one of the catalysts for our work, STPI funding from them. We've also done a lot of award cases. We've done decorated by President Ma'am also, as well as Shri Narendra Modi ji. So a lot of demos to high-ranking officials globally, including DOT, STPI. All of it has given us one simple requirement, that every one of us wants to solve for our own country. We want to see it like the Shalimar of the world. We want to see it like the best in the world. We want to invite people to our home, and we love to cater to people. The hospitality is known in Indian custom. So we can invite people on board and they say, it was a lovely country to visit, we'll come again. It's the best thing that everyone has said. I want to help solve this. I will need your help, everyone's help, and we all want the same resolution. So let's watch, report, and fix. Let's take no for an answer. Let's never take no for an answer. Thank you so much, and happy to take any questions.
Quite literally and figuratively, you are using roads for the road to development. So very interesting, very unique. Thank you. May I now once again invite Shri Girish Shivani, G, Executive Director and Fund Manager, Your Nest, to give his concluding remarks.
I think it was very, very exciting to be here today on the stage with these four founders. The kind of work they are doing, across multiple domains using Gen AI, deep tech, etc., is truly, truly commendable. I think we are at a cusp of change in how the entire Indian ecosystem is going to move away from pure services that we built over the last 20, 25 years to now building out products and using technology and using intellectual property that we create here in India and create differentiation and value from there. It's truly remarkable to see, for example, even anecdotally, the number of patents that we have filed, for example, in the last 10 years, has exceeded all the patents that we have filed in the last 50 years before that. So there's a fundamental shift that is happening in the ecosystem from this entire services mindset to a product mindset. And I think that's a great, great way for the country to kind of create value for ourselves and globally. And each of these 4 founders and the presentations that you saw clearly have global ambition and global footprint potentially to take this to other parts of the world. And that's how value gets created within the ecosystem. No country grew by growing within the country. People had to step out of their shores and out of their comfort zones to do work in geographies which were new to them. And I'm sure each one of you will get there and scale up beautifully. And thank you so much for being such a lovely audience and being patient. I understand we are between lunch and you guys, so we will just wrap this up quickly and move on. Thank you.
Thank you for summing that up, sir. I also have a common question for everybody on the panel. If you could please share your views on what are the key skills that individuals and organizations need to develop to stay ahead in the rapidly evolving deep tech landspace. In whichever order you would like to take it, I would really like to hear everyone's thoughts.
So many people say they don't understand coding and they are not technical. This is the time to become tech, because on the voice you can now you can do coding. So when we talk about technology, it's always about code. And maybe in future we don't need to write code at all. But right now, if you are a founder and you want to become something, or you want to do a tech business, coding is necessary for anyone to learn. And these days are very, very easy to learn coding and logics. So my recommendation would be that please, if you are in the business, be on the business as well. So you should learn whatever business is required, and one skill you need to have to grow. Thank you.
Yeah, if I can, sorry. Okay. So one of the things which most startups focus on is grow as fast as possible. And what gets left behind is the growth of the people that you are working with. Not working for, rather working with. So the people who have invested their time and their efforts and their energies to enable you to grow. Somehow, I'm not very sure that this would be applicable across the board, but there are instances where people do not professionally grow themselves. So therefore, it is very important to not just grow your own organization, but to grow the people that you are working with. And what he rightly said, coding is one of the skills that absolutely everybody in the tech world needs. My own, experience says that I come from a defense background. My specialization was surface warfare in the Navy, which deals with guns and missiles. And Navy was in the forefront of using technology at that point of time. We were using 486-based computers to calculate the missile trajectories and so on and so forth. So therefore, it is very important for you as the owner of that small ecosystem that you have got, that small unit that you have got, and very focused and very impassioned about developing whatever it is that you're doing, that you also focus on your own people, because that is what will also give you very great dividends. Thank you.
Well, correctly said, sir. Adding on this, I would like to say one skill set that really requires as a founder, whatever the nature of the business is, that when business grows or starting to grow, to scale, we have a tendency to feel that now the work overload is over, so let's delegate the task. It's very good, but you should know always the thing, this is your business, you have started. So in spite of having every trust and all, you should also have that sense of responsibility to know the overall structure of the business. Doesn't matter what the scale of the business, whatever the skill set is. You are the owner of your business, you have started it. So whether it would be 3 million or $4 billion ecosystem of yours, you should know each and every aspect by anyhow. Prepare a structure and start working on that structure since the beginning. So I think this is also very much important. Yeah, thank you.
So So from the defense side, I think whatever you said to build your own team is the most important part of our journey as well. So highly appreciate that comment. It is, I have seen in our teams with the advent of AI, Gemini, ChatGPT and so on, my team has suddenly, quote unquote, become smarter in their words. Because now they can do coding and they can write big letters and big emails very quickly. So I tested, technically, I asked them to draft something and give something back. And I asked the other people, I did half enough. So other half to not do exactly what the other half did by going to ChatGPT and writing code. It was a miracle that I found the guys who did not do that path and followed the traditional way to do it, slow, step by step, but do it right, actually got it done. The other guys did come up with something, not to say that the attempt was wrong, but it was not done. It did not finish. So the learning lessons I organize with my team is, while there is a shortcut to a lot of answers by ChatGPT, it is not an answer to everything. Given an AI background myself, I've tested this several times. So while agentic AIs are there, use them in their strength, but audit everything they do, is my recommendation. And trust your gut feeling and do it in steps. Step by step, it takes time. It has taken 8 years for Nayan to become where it is. And we took our time. Like, there was no rush. And once you get investors, revenue, profit, top line, bottom line, we did not. We kept developing it, patenting it, get grounded in it, and enjoyed the journey. It's only one life. So enjoy the journey, do it in steps. Shortcuts are not for the people who want to stay longer. So yeah, thanks.
I think, let me just add, I think as entrepreneurs, as founders, it is imperative that you build a curious organization. You hire people who have curiosity. You hire people who have the ability to ask the right questions. You also should understand that what will take you from 0 to 1 will probably not take you from 1 to 10 and 10 to 100. So be open to hire new talent which is smarter than yourself. Don't be compromised by the fact that you don't have salaries to pay them. Today, equity is fungible, so you can easily give them ESOP pools. You can easily allocate, a part of the company into an ESOP pool and start using that as a compensatory pool. But ensure that do not let yourself be the bottleneck as you grow. I think a lot of founders make that mistake, and that's like disaster waiting to happen. So be cognizant of what your skill sets are and how do you complement those skill sets by hiring the right set of people.
Thank you. A very eclectic mix of domains and perspectives. A very interesting discussion we had. Thank you once again. Let me invite Ms. Kishori Kumari, Additional Director, STPI, to felicitate our panel. Shri Girish Shivani. Let's give a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Commander Subhash Datta. Miss Sakshi Chapolia. Shri Himanshu Sharma. Dr. Jayant Ratti. Thank you for doing the honors, ma'am. We shall now break for lunch and reconvene at 2:15. Request everyone to kindly assemble back by 2:15 p.m. Lunch is being served at the same place where we had our morning tea. See you on the other side of the break for the next set of showcases. Thank you.
सर आइए.
पानी दोबारा निर्माण जो कि हम
Number 7. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on to our next innovation showcase, health tech is revolutionizing the healthcare sector, making it smarter, more accessible, and more patient-focused. These startups are at the forefront of this transformation, which brings us to our showcase titled Health Tech Horizons, Charting the Course for Future Care. Let me invite on stage our distinguished speakers for this session. Shri Vishal Gandhi, founder and CEO, Biorex Venture Advisors. Let's give him a warm welcome. Shri Rajat Garg, founder and CEO, myupchar.com. Shri Gaurav Kumar, founder, Big O Health Private Limited. Miss M. Gayatri, founder, Fides MedTech Private Limited. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, ma'am. Shri Rushikesh R. Vadekar, COO and co-founder, Sparshmind Innovations Private Limited. Welcome, sir. Shri Praveen Kota, founder, Swab Dietetics Private Limited. Next, we have Ms. Ekta Sharma, Business Development Manager, Primary Health Tech Private Limited. To get the session started, let me invite Dr. Vishal Gandhi, who is the founder and CEO of BioRx Venture Advisors Private Limited, a firm specializing in strategic advisory services within the healthcare and life sciences sectors. Looking forward to hear your views, sir, and your journey.
So a very good afternoon to all of you. I hope we are all awake after such a wonderful lunch provided by STPI. It's always a pleasure to be back to STPI because the more I dig deeper about STPI, I feel that I should have known about STPI long ago. Because for me, I felt STPI is known to me only for 2 years, and the kind of work STPI is doing is amazing. And we feel that every aspect of healthcare, there is anything in healthcare, we all are practicing of healthcare, whether it's a med tech or AI, drug discovery, you have a center of excellence. And for us to be able to see a value and a scale without technology, it's very, very difficult to see the scale. And I think this is where we feel that STPI has been sort of mandated and envisioned and also in the right direction to be able to help you catalyze your growth. And the life sciences ecosystem, 20 years back, when I was a student of biotech, I started my career as a research scientist with Dabur Research Foundation, floated a company called OnQuest. That time, because there was corporate backing us, it was very easy to start. But there was nothing called startup. And then later, I went to sort of Ranbaxy, did genomics venture. There was nothing, I could relate to genomics with IT. But yet, we framed a company, in genomics venture, which probably under even Ranbaxy didn't do well. Then, of course, I felt that the way today the healthcare is delivered for 1.4 billion people in the country, I think it just cannot be delivered without technology. And I feel that this particular session should really talk about how to solve a problem for accessibility, affordability, and the impact that we need to create together to deliver healthcare for 1.4 billion people in the country. And I feel that what STPI is doing along with many other institutions is trailblazing, and we really feel fortunate to be part of this journey. And we feel that, they are only strengthening and strengthening and strengthening. There is hardly any theme of healthcare within whether therapeutic area wise, which is, let's say, oncology, they're contributing, so we are contributing. Cardiology, right? Remote patient monitoring. I don't know how many of you know a company called Dozy, which is actually 300 crore revenue startup today, and it just took a birth 4 years ago. But today, the aim of that company is Har Bed Dozy. Right? So the way Dozy is solving the problem of patient monitoring is not physical nurses to be there or a doctors to be there, but they can all be doing remote monitoring. Very, very proud to have even Sparshmind, sharing dais with me. And that's also happens to be a combined portfolio company of STPI and us. And the kind of problem they are solving, imagine physiotherapist had no way and no feedback mechanism to know that how the quality of life and how the quantification of improvement is happening in the recovery for a process like stroke. And India is today, maybe a youthful population, but today we got to think what are we going to do after 20 years, because we will become like Japan, right? And if we don't think of solving a problem for the future from a perspective of technology, I think, guys, we are missing something. So the bottom line is I want to communicate to you the kind of way that we used to deal with chemist shops. We have seen how Tata 1mg has grown, the way we have seen neurophysiological changes that are being monitored. Devices like Sparshmind are really a breakthrough innovations reaching the market. Of course, any technology will take its time to adopt, right? But with the consistent ecosystem development, which we think that STPI is trailblazing, will certainly help innovations to reach marketplace. I don't think I can speak anything beyond healthcare, but there is so much of excitement within healthcare that I am really eager to learn and I'm eager to share with you. Day before yesterday, I don't know how many of you know that India discovered wonderful drugs, but they were never available in the market because they never could get the clearance. But day before yesterday, AI-based drug discovery technology got licensed to the US company. And the AI-based drug discovery is just 2 years phenomena, right? And I'm sure all of you are aware about the science of computational biology. Now, how computational biology is helping us to solve the problems that we could never solve, right? In this country, we are talking about the drugs of neglected disorders like, for example, malaria, TB, typhoid. We are talking of drugs for cancer, but you must know that there are not many solutions around malaria. There are no many solutions around typhoid. Even detecting typhoid much easier. It's not happening. It takes 4 days to detect typhoid, even after 75 years of independence. Sorry, I'm maybe here and there in numbers of independence, but I'm just saying that these are the problems that only Indian scientists can solve, but we've not been able to solve the way we should have solved, even after putting 10% of R&D budget into the companies. But I think this is where we are very hopeful that computational biology like AI will solve the problem. Now, the other problem statement is that how do you do screening of 1.4 billion people, in a normal situation or in a pandemic situation? Now, it can only be done through affordable solutions like AI. So we've got a portfolio company which is called SevaMob, which does primary screening at such places that we can't even think of, whether it's Ladakh or whether it's Guwahati. They have been able to do at least 2 crore screening in just 1 year with the power of AI. And you can exactly know what the infection, skin infection that you're carrying on. You don't have to go to the, you don't have to go to the pathologist. Then pathologist interpretation could vary. But the AI model, which is trained to be able to give you an ointment that will work effectively from day one. This is the power of AI in drug discovery and development. Let's talk about diagnostics. We have already spoken about how diagnostics are now changing. You would not see CT scans, MRI in the future. How many of you agree with me that maybe after 30 years, you will not see CT scans? Today, healthcare ecosystem, if you go to any hospital, the 30% of capital expenditure happens on buying equipments. You will see that everything will happen through the smartphone. Maybe the smartphone after 20, 47, when we become Viksit Bharat, I think the smartphone also will undergo a lot of transformation. But there will be a power to capture CT scan image and interpret that. There will be a power of MRI to interpret that, and it is not going to be dependent upon doctor. It's going to be dependent upon the AI that has been modeled around, and that is where those disclosures today come. You go to any MRI center, CT scan, they always say that please correlate clinically, right? All these things will really see a change, and the good part is that at least as far as I am aware, and the way STPI is funding and co-investing in companies, most of these ideas are breakthrough ideas, and we will definitely take time to bring those ideas to the market. But I think those are the real inventions that deserves to be in place to be able to fund, accelerate, and scale. I think there is a huge requirement just to solve a problem for India. But having said that, healthcare is not an India problem. If you are developing an AI-based diagnostic tool, you are actually building it for 8 billion people in the world. And don't think that your solution is only going to work in Punjab and it may not work in Guwahati. Think about IP strategy from day one, right? Because you are developing a product which is global product. We have seen the challenges of scale up in healthcare, which I would not talk much about today because I want to talk about opportunities that, each one of you sitting in this room, I can tell you whether you are solving a problem of human resource tech, you are solving a problem of agri-tech, you are solving a problem of keen tech, but all of you are actually contributing to the healthcare of this country. Can we imagine a healthcare, like a healthcare which is like today a sick care? India actually model is not healthcare. It should be called sick care because we all spend money only when we get diagnosed with something. There was no focus on preventive healthcare. Now, with insurance penetration happening, with the advent of blockchain, that you can reduce the frauds, and you will know that how India is now moving towards real healthcare. Because we have been so softly using this word healthcare, but we were not really providing healthcare. So I think the technology is going to be playing a very pivotal role. It's already playing, but we will see much more impact coming in every aspect of healthcare and life sciences. And whether it's a telemedicine, all of us have witnessed the power of telemedicine during pandemic times, right? We could reach to anybody we otherwise physically was very, very difficult. Electronic health records is going to be another big thing. Indian government has started National Digital Bharat Ayushman Bharat Mission. Of course, there are challenges there in terms of implementation, but each one of us will have electronic health records for sure, because if we have electronic health record, then only reimbursement mechanism will be effective. So I think the way things are happening in healthcare, it's very, very exciting, and it is very assuring that government is looking at solving a problem for 1.4 billion people. The treatment required for the person who's sitting in the Timbuktu of Leh and Ladakh, it should be the same accessible treatment what is available in AIMS today. I think that is what is the power of technology. I can speak about this because I'm a practitioner of healthcare management for years and hours, but I would like to stop now. And because I have such a wonderful, able co-panelist who have such a wonderful depth of knowledge, and I would let them share. The idea was to just set the tone, and I would hand it over back to the MC. And thank you once again, STPI, for such a wonderful opportunity. I always come with a lot of hope, but I always take back so much energy by seeing youth who are presented here. And thank you, all the leadership team of STPI, particularly Arvind sir. You have been inspiring me particularly. There is hardly any TIE forum that I have attended and I have not seen sir presence. That's the kind of commitment, of a government servant. So we as private entrepreneurs, I think we need to respond much more. So that's the bottom line I want to share with each one of you. And thank you, Arvind sir, for a wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gandhi, for such an interactive and engaging discussion, and for talking about the aspirations of 1.4 billion people. May I now invite Sri Rajat Garg, founder and CEO, myupchar.com. MyUpchar is India's leading digital healthcare platform, providing trusted medical information, doctor consultations, and affordable healthcare solutions, especially for Tier 2 and 3 cities. Over to you, sir.
I think the PPT is not here, but we can get started anyway. So we'll talk about, I can't do the justice what at the same level as Vishal has done. Very passionate and very much, to get you up from sleep after having very nice lunch. But I want to talk more about, the future of healthcare, especially with technology and AI. And briefly, I'll tell you what our company is doing and how we are leveraging these technologies. So we are Mayupchar. We, create healthcare content in 6 Indian languages, started in 2016. We are the largest health content repository in India, serving roughly 45 million visitors every month, doing around 150,000 consultations every month, and then providing treatment in 30 plus different medical issues. We have our own medicines, own entire stack that we take care of. Now coming to, thinking about AI in healthcare space. So, Vishal was talking about number of topics, but I'll just want to focus on 4 different areas. One is patient communication and engagement. What we are seeing now is that first level patient communication can be completely automated using AI. You can collect the patient's data. You can basically ask them intelligent questions based on the answers they provide. And you can have a pretty good diagnosis that you can suggest to a doctor, and doctor can approve that particular diagnosis. So we have implemented that internally. And what we are also seeing is that certain government hospitals in India and a lot of private institutes across the world have started implementing these solutions to do the first level diagnosis. The second, of course, what you will see is that in the hospital setup, what you will see is that first the triage and then the post-op care will get automated. Later on, the whole end-to-end consultation will also get automated through AI with a caveat for doctor supervision. Because what you will realize is that you don't want to get away with the doctor supervision because there will always be false positives in that particular system, right? The second major area is telemedicine versus physical consultation, right? So when we speak to a lot of doctors, doctors are always about touch and feel of the patient, right? But that has been the case with everything we used to buy also, right? I know it's not an apple-to-apple comparison, but my wife used to complain about कि साड़ी कैसे online खरीद लेंगे, to diamond कैसे online खरीद लेंगे, but everything is getting bought online. And same will happen with telehealth as well. So as people get more and more trust in these technologies, they will start to consume these services online. We are seeing 150,000 consultations happening on platform today. Sanjeevani, which is the Government of India initiative, is seeing millions of consultations happening online every month. So clearly people are moving towards it, but it's going to happen at a much, much larger scale over next, 3, 4, 5 years. I don't think, Vishal talked about 30 years, 20 years. I don't think that's the time frame we are looking at. The technology is moving very, very fast. So you will look at another 3 to 5 years before, and we will see majority of teleconsultation will just move online. The third thing, which is diagnostic and prescription writing, right? So I'm just trying to cover the entire consultation sequence. So on the diagnostic side, there are piecemeal attempts happening across the globe. So you can hear the respiration of a person to determine whether the person has pulmonology-related issues. You can scan an eye to figure out multiple issues, diabetes, etc. You can scan the face to figure out the BP and other kind of issues. You can detect pulse and figure out what are the other abnormalities the patient has. So AI is going to, you will see the phones will be very, very powerful, but then there will be devices that will be latched onto phones and that can do a lot of stuff, right? So we're talking about X-ray, but there's a company, if I recall the name correctly, Butterfly, that can do ultrasound, portable ultrasound in India, not in India. India में PCP NDT active से कुछ नहीं हो पाता है. मतलब it's there for a good reason, but there's limitation due to regulatory nature of it. But the technology is getting there, and you will be able to diagnose a lot of that stuff automatically. My wife is a radiologist at Max, and what is happening is that a lot of these instruments, the CT, MR, ultrasound, they're buying these AI softwares that can do the first level reporting automatically. And the doctors just need to validate that reporting. So a lot of that is also happening already in the top hospitals in this country. And this is going to happen across India, across the world. So one can think about, the doctors will lose their jobs, right? So my wife was like, yaar, 4-5 saal mein main kya karungi? I'm like, think of it other way. There are 10 radiologists in Max Arcade. They're probably going to be needing 2 or 3. So what will 7 do? 7 will enable these 7 other hospitals that don't have those facilities today. Because if you go from Delhi to Greater Noida, you don't get a female radiologist there. Or, just drive in any direction 100 kilometers from Delhi. So there is this massive imbalance in terms of resource availability that will get unlocked because of this, right? On the prescription writing side, we have done this internally, where based on the diagnosis that we are able to compute based on the patient-doctor patient interaction with our AI bot, we're able to suggest a diagnosis. And if the doctor says, yes, the diagnosis is correct, then we are also able to automatically do the prescription. Because we have millions of data points now in terms of, if the symptom is this, diagnosis is this, patient age, weight, and gender is this, these are the 3 or 4 medicines that will get prescribed, right? So a lot of that data is already there. It's sitting in different silos. But over next few years, all of those silos will, start talking to each other. And these prescription writing and everything will get automated. Of course, a doctor still needs to supervise it. Without that supervision, nothing is going to be publicly, going to be given to the patients. But that is also happening automatically, happening now. Ultimately, my point, with the healthcare services is that we started in 2016. The focus was healthcare awareness and access. We went to these villages, tried to enable, the healthcare services at the rural level. What we realized after a few years is that private capital cannot really solve for these massive rural level problems. And only the 50% tax that we pay can address these problems, right? That goes into that bottom 800 million people, to serve that bottom 800 million people. But with these technologies, these things coming into play, you are looking at a future where massive capacity will get unlocked, right? Because you'll have doctors where you need 10, you will need 2. So all of these doctors will get free. So as long as we are investing in massive infrastructure building, capacity building, you will be able to service the patient volume that you have in this country in next 3 to 5 years. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you for that very comprehensive walk, sir. Let me now invite Sri Gaurav Kumar, founder, Big O Health Private Limited. Big O Health is a health tech company focused on enhancing healthcare accessibility in rural India. Over to you, please.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Gaurav. I'm co-founder and CEO at Big O Health. I'll start from where Rajat and Vishal mentioned diagnostics and scanning part. But we comes where you have been diagnosed with some serious illness. So this is an early morning scenario of a tier 3 city in Bihar called Motihari. To get a general physician consultation, people have to wake up early morning 2 or 1 a.m. and be outside the clinic with these bricks, are the queue basically. And just imagine to see a general physician. you have to be outside this clinic for these 3 days. Once you have, after so many hurdles, you have the consultation with the doctor, and doctor asks you to visit the highest center for specialty care in, let's say, Patna or Delhi or Lucknow. So at the time, patient left with no clear direction where to go, which hospital to go, and how to navigate this complex, vast journey. Not these patients, but I, you, and all face the same journey when it comes to critical care. We all want to give the best care to our loved ones. So, and what we do at the end, we go to the major hospital in India. Let's say someone is diagnosed with a cancer, we go to the Max, Fortis, Tata Memorial is the last option. But the biggest challenge there is how to identify the right specialist there. Because for the same disease, there are 10 specialists working. But who is good for your disease, there is no platform who can guide you there. So we are building that solution so far. And this already happened with me when my mom grappled with this gallbladder cancer 2 years back, and when all the family and friends are prescribing me to go to the TMC. I went to the TMC, I flew from Delhi, and after in my opinion and in my doctor opinion, I consulted the additional director there, Dr. Srikhande. I have no shame in giving his name. And he concluded the consultation in 30 seconds. Since your mother has a gallbladder cancer, so you have only 3 months, love, care, and family. I said, I am flying from Delhi for a consultation. I paid 2,500 rupees for the same. How you can calculate the consultation? And it's been 2 years. My mom is doing very well. She is cooking for me every day. And she underwent 3 surgeries. So just imagine I am in the healthcare working with 500 doctors. I face this challenge. What about the population who is tier 2 and tier 3 cities? So we have built a curated network of more than 700 doctors and serve more than 70,000 patients. So what we do first we provide teleconsultation, end-to-end teleconsultation with the specialist and physician 24/7. If anyone you having any issues, you can reach out to us anytime, and we can facilitate the consultation 24/7. And our telemedicine is not like a doctor and patient consultation. When you go to the highest, like reputed doctors in India or the biggest doctors in India, so-called, the biggest challenge comes to the time with the doctors. Right, the patient are agreed to wait, but the doctor is not ready to pay the time, just because the consultation is not streamlining. What happens, the patient share the reports. If I have an issue, I'll share from birth to death. If I am a cancer, I have shared all the reports. But doctor has no time to view all the reports. What our system does, when you upload the report on a platform, is synchronize them in chronological order. Okay, let's say this is a PET scan, and patient do not have to do anything. Just they scan the report, and our system detects automatically this is a PET scan or CT scan or the biopsy, and give the summary to the doctor, so that a 30-minute consultation become a 10-minute consult. The doctor more focused on the patient side. Second, we facilitate end-to-end specialty and tertiary care in metro city and tier 1 cities. And what we believe at the healthcare should be accessible for and equal for all. To people like us, we have a smartphone app that is currently in Hindi and English, who has more than 80,000 downloads and 4.8 star rating with more than 1,500 reviews. And for the people like our parents, we have a 24/7 call center where they can call. And the BOP, who cannot operate or navigate the smartphone, we have a physical center in partnership with the pharmacies. We have set up so many 10 centers in 100 centers. And again, to make a specialty care accessible in rural India, we take doctors from Delhi and organize their OPD, regular OPD in Muzaffarpur, that catering the 50 lakh population. And one center, every month we are seeing 500 specialty cases where the 2 or 3 are detecting as a cancer. And now the second center we are opening next month in Darbhanga, Bihar. And this is all from my side. And this is my team, and we have a team of doctors, engineers, and we are very passionate to revolutionize the healthcare. Whenever anyone of you have any issues, please reach out to us. We will be helping you. Thank you.
Many thanks for that. Let me now invite Ms. M. Gayatri, founder, FITS MedTech Private Limited, a healthcare startup based in Telangana. Dr. Gayatri, motivated by her empathy for patients, aimed to provide dignity to laboring women and reduce infection rates in labor rooms, ultimately lowering maternal and fetal mortality. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. I am Dr. Gayatri. I retired as a civil surgeon gynecologist from the government of Andhra Pradesh, undivided state. And I have conducted almost 10,000 deliveries and more than 4,000 cesareans. And my company is Swedish MedTech company and registered in Hyderabad. And my device is Jananya. Jananya means motherhood. So usually when patient comes with the labor pains into the labor room, we will examine her, first of all, to know the progress of the delivery. How much the baby descends, how much the cervical dilatation is there, what is the position of the baby, and all those things we'll do with only invasive, painful distal examination. So this gives a lot of pain, tension, agony, and psychological depression and shame feeling for the would-be mother. So my device is the non-invasive biomedical device. Today, more than 50% of the global population is occupied by the women, and this is a physiological condition. They are not the patients. That is not the disease. Every woman will pass through once or twice in their lifetime, except 1 or 2 persons of the ladies who doesn't want that children. But because of this examination, repeatedly by the medical personnel, this is the pervasive examination, there will be damage of the soft tissue in the vaginal flora. That gives the infection that may go up to the baby also as an ascending infection. So there will be increased morbidity and mortality of the, both mother and child, and there will be increased IMR and MMR. Whatever the country is developing financially and whatever the per capita is increasing in the country, unless there is these 2 indicators, very sensitive health indicators, IMR and MMR are not coming down to a single digit, we cannot say that country is a developed country. This is not my words, this is WHO words. So so pervasive examination means I am showing here, putting the fingers in their private parts. Is it necessary? Today, there is a lot of technology development even in every aspect of the life. Why not this sector was being neglected by the public or by the engineers or by the experts? Are there females? No, that's why. I don't know. It is not moving. Yeah, this is the small device. On this, we have done so much of research. Many times, this shape and size of the device has been changed because the new one, which is the final one, is going to be coming within 2 or 3 weeks. That's why I didn't bring that one. But I will show you the device also, how it works. And it gives maternal heart rate, fetal heart rate, and uterine contractions and the cervical dilatation. Cervical dilatation means, I told you the presence condition we are doing with the fingers. But my device will give non-invasive biomedical device, no? That's why it gives non-invasive information about the cervical dilatation. This is my USP of my device. It's the first time in the world nobody talked about this cervical dilatation. Because of the cervical dilatation measurements, we are doing the pervasive examination repeatedly. Any woman, they will forget about the pains of the first delivery and they will be ready for the second delivery. Because they will be having a child, no? They will be very happy. They will forget about the pain also. But they are not forgetting about the pervasive examination pain. I spoke to so many group of people, right from the labor to the IAS officers. They are telling about their bad experience about this pervasive examination, that is invasive, painful pervasive examination. That we are eliminating that one. That is my motto. This is going to be a ray of hope in giving motherhood life. We are trying to give that one, and almost we are reached that within 2 to 3 weeks. We are going to get the demo, and it is internal success rate was almost 79 to 80%. And this is the first time in the world I am telling. I hope that we should get this in our country. Because I got the patent also for this, and this is the first time as a lady. Usually doctors are very poor innovators. They don't have any time because of their tight schedule. Gents are 1 or 40, only finger count we can. And the ladies, they don't at all do any innovation because they are always busy with the deliveries, operations, surgeries, and looking after their families, in-laws, mothers. Where is the time for them to think about the others? But when I am innovated this one and I got the patent, I am working on that after my retirement. I should get this in the India. We should get this. So I requesting all the people, whenever I need some support, AI or ML, anything, please support me. Because this is the big innovative in the life of the women. This is going to be very important for their lives. Maybe some improvisation may be there afterwards, but this is the first time I'm talking about. Because I am a doctor, I don't know all these electronics, MIAL, nothing. And that too, I did it after my retirement. I'll tell you one thing. I never knew how to use the computer. Nowadays, I'm just scrolling and doing, of course, now I'm a little bit okay. But 10 years back, I asked my son how to send a mail. You press here, you press here, you press here, they're telling. I pressed that. I don't know till now where my message has gone. So these are the commercially, by the time of 2028, it is going to be 8.54% increase. That means there is a growing need for the maternal and fetal devices in the medical field. These are the mentors, I can say. Dr. Balama is a very 50 years experience, our professor. And Dr. Anupama, she's my junior, but she is, she's there in the teaching side. I'm getting information from her also, and Sarita also, colleague. And my husband here only, he's the retina surgeon. He's the full support for me. Otherwise, I'm spending a lot of money. I don't know what will happen unless if they don't support me. Because I never knew about the STPI or startups. What are those things? I never knew. That's why I started my startup with my pension money. I never gave any burden to my children or my husband. That's why I am asking at least technological support from your side. Not moving. Not moving. So the importance of this device, I'll tell you. The most common cause of the maternal death during the delivery or during pregnancy is the bleeding is the first step. Everybody might have read in the papers. It is almost 30-40%. The next more important cause is the infection. As long as the patient is in their house, irrespective of their financial status, she will never have any infection. The baby will be in the sterile amniotic fluid, which is covered by amniotic layer. That means the baby is in the sterile condition. Once the patient comes to the labor room, when we touch, the infection starts. Not that with the intention to produce all these things, but there is no other go. Till today, there is no scale to measure the cervical dilatation, like cameras, scanning machines, X-rays. We have to do the pervasive examination with the digital 2 fingers. To avoid that, I invented this device, which reduces the infection and morbidity, mortality of the both mother and child, and decrease the IMR, MMR. This is a contribution from my side to my country, reducing the IMR and MMR. Thank you.
Beautiful, ma'am. Your address reminds me of a quote. The purpose of life is a life of purpose.
I'll show this. This is going to be the device. This is like a baby. It's like, and it is going to be little change will be there for the final this thing. Without connections, I got it. It's like just like a baby. We can hang anywhere by the side of the patient. We can see fetal heart, middle heart, and uterine contractions and cervical dilatation also. So in this EMG, all sensors, AML, everything has been utilized in that. Don't ask me what are those things, but those are the Thank you.
Your address reminds me of a quote, ma'am. The purpose of life is a life of purpose. So beautiful to see the marriage of purpose and business through your discussion. May I now invite Shri Rushikesh R. Vadekar, COO and co-founder, Sparsh Mind Innovations Private Limited, a company specializing in AI-based virtual reality systems for neurophysiotherapy. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. So, a warm welcome, namaste to everyone, to the esteemed guests and all of the members of STPI and LIPA headquarters members, valued investors, and my fellow innovators and entrepreneurs. Healthcare is the theme here, so you might get some serious numbers where it is to be worried about, but let's start with what we have built and what our journey has been through. So we are Sparsh Mind Innovation. We provide accessible digital therapeutics for neuro and psychiatric disorders and their treatments. So to start with our vision, we wanted to break this barrier between brain and behavioral health for 1 billion global patients through technology and empathetic design. Our journey started in 2021 when me and my two other co-founders, Harikrishnan and Abhijit, were part of prestigious biodesign program of India, which was in collaboration with AIIMS and IIT Delhi. There we went through an intensive clinical immersion in neurosciences. We observed 150 plus needs, clinical unmet needs, and came down to a conclusion where the most pressing need was to provide accessible, clinically evidence-based and scalable treatment for neurological disorder and psychiatric disorders. Further, the foundation was laid by Government of India, MeitY and Facebook. We were one of the companies who were got initial funding by Facebook just because we are into virtual reality, the main technology of ours. This laid a foundation for us to go into this sector, and later on. So every minute passing by, right now also, there are 6 people getting experience of some kind of brain injury. Right now, even every minute, 3 patients in India are getting affected by stroke. Every 4th minute, a death is happening by stroke. It's a hidden epidemic, which, yes, everyone, maybe clinicians might be knowing, but it has to be made aware to all of us. So what's the treatment for them? Right, rehabilitation, but there are some challenges to it. In India itself, there are more than 10 million cases per year. Globally, there are 300 million cases. So the unfortunate part of this is this 85% of this patients don't get adequate treatment. Let's go through the challenges of these patients or survivors of neuro disorders. There is a missing or a true gap in evidence-based treatment in the solutions in the market, or even solutions. There is an accessibility problem where the solutions has to reach home. It has to be an effective home-based solution, and a clear gap for this. The solutions needed to be integrated with multidisciplinary treatment, which is also missing in this. Well, it is possible because comprehensive treatment now is what we are focusing with clinical evidence. Introducing Remind, a digital therapeutics platform. I'd like to play a video. I hope the video is being played. Oh, there is no video. Can I? Yeah, like. Can someone help me in the video? Is it possible? There's no video, it was embedded in this.
Yeah, we have somebody coming from that side.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's important video to exactly know, because I cannot give a VR headset to everyone now and experience the therapy, what exactly it looks like and how the patients should experience. Yeah. Oh, it's connected? Yeah. Everyone can scan or look at the videos. So basically, I'll let them experience all of you. But the core part of this is there is audio video feedback for these patients. The device can provide a customized treatment to the patients by calculating their base score, like their capability is being assessed, and on top of that customized treatment is given. So what does Remind does is enhances the neuroplasticity. Neuroplasticity is basically a phenomenon to an ability of brain to rewire, relearn and heal itself. It seems that everyone of you might have heard this, that brain healing is a issue, but India's top neurologist says that any neurological disorder patients can recover. Their quality of life can be recovered if given right treatment to them. So a comprehensive treatment which provides provides this surety to the patient is Remind. Basically, we have scientifically proven it that Remind has 37% faster recovery rate than other rehabilitation devices. By using VR, what happens in VR is it has a realistic environment which patient is guided to do the therapy. There is audio video guidance and all the therapy protocols which are automized so at on a digital rehabilitation purpose, it gives a comprehensive treatment to this patients. We have two solutions which are already deployed in centers, and we have already started our home-based trials. So basically, hospitals will get our solutions. It will be sent at home. They will be delivered at home through a physiotherapist or a therapist, whoever is there. And not just physiotherapy, we can provide therapies to psychiatric disorders also. That's where I said 1 billion patients what we are targeting. We were asked to share our journey. So for the investors, let's see the tractions. We started sales early, 8 months back, and we are already into market all over 8 cities in India and growing every day. We are not just validated the device, but also making an impact. Sorry, the video has not been played. You would have seen chronic patient, 4 years of patient suffering through stroke getting recovered by that. But anyways, the link would have given you. Thanks STPI and LEAP Ahead cohort, which provided us starting seed funding, the mentor connects and fellow innovators connections. This made us also better and also made us believe in India's startup ecosystem. This is our team and mentors from, one of our advisor and mentor is Dr. Vishal Gandhi also here. So I thank everyone to give this opportunity. I believe collaboration thrives innovation. So if you are an investor, let's bring this technology scalable to the people. If you are a government institute or an institution, let's bring this solution to your patients. And if you are a government officer, let's build a strong policy so that accessible healthcare can be built in India. Thank you.
Many thanks for that very interesting session. Let me now invite Mr. Praveen Kota, founder and CEO of Swap Dietetics Private Limited, a company dedicated to revolutionizing healthy eating by integrating technology and cloud kitchens to build India's largest health food chain. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. If I sound a little slow or sleepy, blame the food, it's not me. But have you ever thought what happens if we consume food that is, equipped with a lot of sugars, trans fats, and flavor enhancers? Our, our bodies spike insulin levels to process all that excess sugar. That spike is followed by a steep blood sugar crash, leaving us tired, foggy, or sleepy. So next time when someone is yawning in your meeting, blame the biryani. So we've all told ourselves, kal se pakka diet shuru. But tomorrow rarely comes, right? Because healthy eating is majorly inconvenient and healthy food is bland, it's not tasty at all. And honestly, it's very expensive, expensive than a regular thali meal that we can grab for 179 or 189 price point. Meanwhile, we are dealing with a serious health crisis. India has earned the unfortunate title of, sorry, I'm unable to skip the screen. Sorry. India has earned the unfortunate title of, the diabetes capital and blood pressure capital of the world. And poor food habits are killing us, literally. But something slowly shifted post-COVID. We are slowly moving towards a healthy lifestyle, eating something healthy. According to the recent study, 75% of the Indians above the age of 21 are engaged in any of the physical activity, like going to the gym or taking a walk around the society, or whether it's a badminton session, etc. The intent is there, but the food problem is still hasn't caught up. Walk into any gym today. Sorry, I'm unable to forward the slide. Okay. Oh, sorry, got it. Yep. So walk into any gym today and you'll find people walking out after a great workout only to eat something that completely undoes their effort, their 1.5 hour or 2 hour workout. Why? Because the nearest option is either junk food or an overpriced salad that takes 30 minutes to arrive. That's the problem we are solving. We have built FitBar, a compact tech-enabled 6x3 square foot food kiosk placed right inside the gym or a sports facility, where you can quickly go there, grab your diet. There will be a recommendation model through which you can enter your basic data like health, height, weight, and your goal, whether it might be weight loss or high protein, etc. And it will basically suggest you a meal, and you can quickly grab your healthy food under a minute. We have curated a menu of around 110 items, spanning across 4 cuisines, and starting from as low as 149. Whether you're trying to bulk up or burn fat, the FitBar gives you a complete meal, not just some random protein snacks or protein shakes, etc. We've already deployed in Cult, Hyderabad, and WeWork campuses in Hyderabad and Bangalore, and we are rolling it out across another 185 gyms, 2P gyms of Cult in Hyderabad and Bangalore. And on top of it, we got a collab with WeWork in Hyderabad and Bangalore in 12 more locations. And there are 54 in the pipeline where we are talking with all of the Cult 2P gyms, ready to be rolled out in the next 6 to 8 months. So we operate this in a hub and spoke model. Hubs are usually central kitchens where everything is prepared and we'll dispatch it to the spoke FitBars twice per day. Or we have deployed. So right now we have raised a pre-seed round of 65 lakhs from Pontac and Pontac through STPI and 2 other angel investors. We have built our V1 version of the FitBar with BMI-based recommendation and deployed it in Cult, WeWork, and all of the rest of the locations. And right now, we are raising another seed round of 5 CR, through which we have already got the strategic investment commitment from Times Group and Hindustan Times Media. And we are rolling out another 3.5 to raise as cash to fuel our phase 2 expansion. So right now, we are sitting at a total GMV of 6 crores last financial year 24-25. And we are trying to hit total GMV of 58 crores in this financial year 25-26 with expansion in Bangalore, Hyderabad, with 100 FitBars in hybrid model, 25% cocoa and 75% fofo. And we want to transform India from a junk food nation to a protein surplus nation. India's average protein consumption per person is going to grow from 34 grams to 95 grams in the next 5 years. And supplements can't really fuel that. You can't really take 2 to 3 protein scoops per day. Whole foods are essential. And it starts where people are already trying to do better, gyms. And we'll slowly expand to other areas like tech parks, airports, colleges, and high footfall urban centers. So if you have ever skipped a workout because your post-gym food was boring, if you have ever eaten junk because health isn't accessible to you, or if you believe, like we do, that preventive health starts on your plate, Vishal sir rightly put it when he said we are focused on sick care, not health care. So it's the right time to focus on health care and focus on the preventive health care right now. Thank you so much, STPI, for giving me the opportunity to speak here. Thank you.
That is some great food for thought indeed. Thank you. Let me now invite Ms. Ekta Sharma, Business Development Manager, Primary Health Tech Private Limited. She has with her the flagship product of MobiLab, which has been recognized with accolades such as the DPI IT Startup India National Startup Award 2022. Over to you, Ms. Sharma.
Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for giving us the opportunity, and thank you my fellow panelists for the wonderful session and the wonderful teachings and the insights you can bring in the rural health or the healthy eating or like taking the healthcare to the last mile. So I represent MobiLab here. So MobiLab is nothing, is just like the mobile lab. So you have got all the amenities, fortunately, because we all are living in the city. But when we talk about the last mile people who are living in the village, they are still inaccessible to the basic healthcare facility. अगर उन्हें अपनी diabetes check करानी है, तो they have to think twice, thrice that they have to travel a mile to get themselves tested. So that's what we are trying to solve, that we have made this wonderful device. You must be wondering, what is this? So this is the blood testing device which can be carried. So we have made this portable diagnostic device which is able to perform all the basic body parameters, including your kidney, liver, heart, diabetes, anemia. You just name it and you will be able to do all the testing within this box. So like just I mentioned, so in the rural part of India, what is happening, there are like 6 lakh villages are there in India who are still deprived of, I would say, the basic healthcare amenities. I would say they have to still travel. The high capex investment is there. The big laboratories has to set up. With my lab, there is no setup required to be done. We can just take this briefcase and we can do the testing. Only the semi-skilled person, the phlebotomist or the lab technician is required to do the testing, and you can get your result within 25 minutes. So what we are following is 25 tests and 25 minutes. This is how it looks like, guys. I do not have the table here so that I can showcase it to you. So we have made it portable. We have made it battery powered. You do not need the electricity to run your blood testing. You get the accuracy as you are getting it at the high-end laboratories. So we have validated this device with ICMR. We have validated this device with the reputed institute like AIIMS Delhi and the other reputed hospitals. These are all the test packages like we are doing. So we are doing complete liver profile, lipid profile, kidney profile, hemoglobin, HbA1c. So we all are aware of the HbA1c these days. So my device is able to do this HbA1c on the spot. So I'll just take you through this short video, which you'll be more familiar with our product then. So yeah, thank you for watching this videos. Thank you for the appreciation. So we are the cohort from the IIT Guwahati people. Let me just introduce in that way also. And we are trying to reach it to the last mile, and we have already deployed our devices in 10 plus states where the healthcare was not accessible, be it the primary healthcare center, be it the mobile medical units, be it the the last mile, just like the pharmacy store where a skilled person is there to operate my device. My device, we have enabled it in the multilingual, so the local people can also use it. And the moment you reach to my device, within 2 minutes, you can get your hemoglobin tested. So if you know any villages in and around your area, this is the device to go, guys, where your village people can also be diagnosed primarily. Like we were talking about the preventive healthcare. So everybody is talking about preventive healthcare. So it will come only when we will do the preventive health checkups. And that's how it can be possible. Like we have to make such things possible, delivered at the doorstep of the people so that they can be enabled with all these tests which we sitting in the city are getting all the time. So that's it from my side. So I'll, thank you STPI for this wonderful opportunity. And we are trying our level best to take this to all the people. And I will look out for the support from you guys also if we can take it together. And we are trying it to make the instant diagnostic. We will be incorporating thyroid also in this wonderful device. And at the, in the long run, we will be enabling the cervical cancer detection also within this device. So thank you guys.
Thank you, Ms. Sharma, for this very interesting, very useful walkthrough. We also have some more remarks from Ms. M. Gayatri, founder, FITS MedTech Private Limited.
They said only 7 minutes, so that I completed in 6 minutes. So 1 minute is baki hai. I'll tell you one thing. So somebody asked me, how it is going to help the patients, doctors, and the hospitals or government. For the patients in the rural and tribal areas where the medical personnel are not available, so the staff nurses, A&M, they can see the real-time data that's coming on the tablet we are going to give the staff nurses. After seeing that, whether the cervical dilatation is ready for the delivery or any lagging behind that one, they can talk to the higher center doctors, they can take the advice, so timely intervention of the case where they can conduct. That means normal delivery or referring the case to the higher center. So to save the delay. So we can save the mother and child also. That is for the rural area. In the other hospitals, usually we'll do only one examination for the patient, but if it is needed by the distress of the attendants, if the patient shouts, we'll run and do the examination. Or if the patient distress, we'll run and see the case again. Or in the night duties, when they shout, we'll run. Because we are also under confusion whether she is delivering or only shouting with the pain. So one case once, I examined that case. She was not at all, progressing. So I told them, another 2 hours it takes. It was a night duty. So I went. Another case, I forgot to see that lady that 3 hours back I have seen that. I suddenly remembered what happened to that lady. So I went there. Silently she is delivering. So if she shouts is a problem, she doesn't shout also problem for us. Whether she's delivering or not delivering. Because it's a pain threshold levels are different for the patient to patient. So doctors are under tension. All the attendants will come and they'll beat us also. Sometimes we save the other doctors also. We are paying the salary, we are paying the money, you are sleeping nicely. We are not sleeping. We are not the watchman not to sleep, miss. We are doctors, emergency we have to attend. So we'll close the eyes and we'll realize, no, behind our this thing, the patient's condition will be there. So suddenly we got up. So I asked, how much you are spending for me in the salary form? He was an auto driver. 7 children are there. He's getting everything. What do you call that? Money or ration, everything from the government free of cost. I am paying all the taxes to the government. And he is saying that We are paying, you are working in the government hospitals, you are not attending. So this is the distress of other people. And in the doctors, we can monitor 3-4 people at a time. Usually only one patient will examine and write the case sheet. But with this device, more than 2-3-4 people, we can do that. By simply sitting at one corner, we can see the real-time data and we can manage. These two are the parietal bones. That is the biparietal diameter, usually 9 to 10 centimeters. Once it is dilated to 10 centimeters, then only the baby will be delivered. So till then we can wait without touching the patient. That's why my device is zero touch or no touch. That's why I have given that one also. And every right the child has got, right to live. The first breath she will take in the labor room, first time she opens her eyes in the labor room. Why should they get infected in the very first day or second day? So why should we admit them in the NICU, that means neonatal intensive care unit? Why? Because the infection. If not all, maximum babies are getting admitted into the neonatal intensive care unit. So that is a burden on even government also, because government in our India, we are very lucky, all free services. So if the government stays, patient stays delayed, there is a burden expenditure for the government. So for the patient's family also, the expenditure is more. So all these we can control with the Jananya only, the small device. So no touch by the doctor. So it is going to help financial status, infection controlling, IMR, MMR decreasing, and it is going to help for the rural and tribal area. So I think this is like any other healthcare applications. It may going to change the doctors also, I don't know, in the future. So this is like a doctor. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you, ma'am. I now invite Shri Amit Kumar Verma, Additional Director, STPI, to felicitate our panel. Shri Vishal Gandhi. Shri Rajat Garg. Shri Gaurav Kumar. Miss M. Gayatri. Shri Rushikesh Wadekar. Shri Praveen Kota. And Miss Ekta Sharma. Thank you to our panelists and thank you for doing the honors, sir. Kindly inch closer for a group picture, please, panel.
see.
Thank you.
Sutradhar.
We'll now be moving on to our next panel, the next innovation showcase, financial innovation, unlocking financial access for everyone. I have a question. How many of us today use a digital app to pay for our commute or for our morning coffee? Majority, yes. FinTech is deeply integrated into our daily lives, making financial transactions more seamless, secure, and accessible. We shall now explore more about this in our FinTech session. Kindly allow us 1 minute to get the stage ready for the next session. What happened? Let me invite our distinguished panel, Ms. Neha Malhotra, founder and managing director, Meritex. Let's give her a warm welcome. Shri Mandeep Mehta, Group Chief Financial Officer, PB FinTech Policy Bazaar. Shri Nitin Khandelwal, founder, Devik Biz Solutions Private Limited. Mr. Girish Chand Pandey, founder, Paymat India Private Limited. A huge round of applause, please, everyone. Ms. Alka Mehta, founder, Pay8 Payments Private Limited. Shri Arvind Gupta, founder, Zeopar FinTech Private Limited. And Shri Kuloth, CEO, NAP ID CyberSec Private Limited. May I invite Ms. Neha Malhotra, founder and managing partner, MeritX Ventures, a cross-border advisory and investment platform helping startups scale globally with a focus on sustainability, to share her thoughts.
Hi, everyone. Very good afternoon to you all. Great to be here on this fantastic panel today. I think there's no denying that fintech is the beating heart of India's startup ecosystem. Do you agree? Any thoughts? How many unicorns? So, fintech has given us the maximum number of unicorns. It has attracted the most amount of funding. It has given us global recognition as a nation, right? Anybody here who has not used a UPI transaction today? Not many, I'm sure. So while we are here today, and we're going to be hearing the pitches shortly, let's examine the past, present, and future of fintech in India. So, of course, it was not overnight that the startup ecosystem for fintech came about. There was a regulatory aspect and support. There was digital adoption, and at the same time, there was infrastructure. So, the inflection point, of course, was UPI, of course, and the India stack, where India's digital transformation started with Aadhaar, but then exploded with UPI. And before that, financial transactions were done very differently. They were very clunky and they were very costly. And with UPI, today we have nearly 75% of all, retail payments done digitally. So we have a lot of financial inclusion and fintech growth in the recent years. And that's through the government initiatives like JAM Trinity, which is the Jan Dhan Yojana, Aadhaar, and mobile connectivity. And that has opened up access to banking for billions, not millions. And now the startups are taking it forth. So whether it is the fintech startups creating microcredit, digital lending, neo-banking, or insurtech platforms, all of this is bringing businesses and individuals into formal financial systems. And what else? What else has gone into making us a fintech success, of course, because we have been an investor magnet. So over 20 billion in funding has gone into fintech, making fintech one of the most funded sectors in India. And this is not a trend that's going to slow down, although temporarily in the recent past we have seen that market conditions have kind of softened the focus there, but over a long period we see that this trend is going to continue. In fact, India has the third highest fintech investment globally after US and China. And where are we at present? Today, we are setting the global fintech benchmarks. So India owns 46% of global digital payments. But you know what is remarkable? India, which is known for its frugal innovation, is now exporting that very financial innovation. So if you look at UPI, today that's a key export where a lot of other countries like Singapore, UAE, France, and Sri Lanka are either aligning or adopting their systems with our innovation. But one focus area that still is relatively underlooked is the cross-border payments and remittances space. India is the largest recipient of remittances globally, receiving over $125 billion in 1 year, which is 2023 alone. Yet, the cross-border payment space remains slow, expensive, and fragmented. And this is where fintech startups are stepping in and stepping up. So you will shortly hear from one of our portfolio companies, Zeoper, Xmoney, Arvindji is right here, and they are building in this space, and they'll tell you more about what it is that they are doing and how. So, of course, when we look at the future, we must look at the opportunity. So where is the opportunity? Despite so much financial inclusion, we are still relatively underfunded. If you look at MSMEs, there is still a massive credit hunger there. And that is also why maybe because lending is one of the areas within the larger fintech theme that attracts a lot of funding. $530 billion is the credit gap for MSMEs today. And that's a huge opportunity. And that is why fintech continues to attract so much attention, because it is also the largest total addressable market out of all startup sectors. So what is the future then? Now that we have digitization, we are now aiming for intelligence. We are aiming for inclusivity, more inclusivity, and embedded systems and decentralization. So AI, you can't talk about startups or fintech without speaking about AI and the far-reaching impact it's going to have in bringing about hyper-personalization, making financial services more intuitive and predictive and even more inclusive. There's going to be risk modeling and fraud detection also, which will be AI-powered. Wealth management, you will have robo-advisors. And with embedded finance, you will have more seamless transactions where financial services will be deeply integrated into non-financial platforms. So in essence, every business stands to become a fintech company. Of course, there is also the decentralized finance and central bank digital currencies that are going to bring in the next frontier of innovation. So where is the 10x opportunity? It's right here in fintech. Despite everything, 22% of our adult population is still unbanked. MSMEs still need credit, and the future of fintech is going to be about intelligence, inclusion, and integration. So final thoughts, AI is going to make finance more personalized and predictive. Embedded finance will make transactions seamless, and decentralized finance will rewrite financial structures. But one thing is for certain, India will still set global standards for fintech innovation. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Ms. Malhotra, for this very futuristic discussion. Let me now invite Shri Mandeep Mehta, Group Chief Financial Officer, PB Fintech Policy Bazaar. He is also active in industry forums, sharing insights on finance and compliance strategies for high-growth organizations. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Well, I assume you have heard about Policy Bazaar and Paisa Bazaar. If not, please raise your hand. Lovely. I expected so because 95% of online insurance inquiry in India happens on Policy Bazaar. We have more than 100 million customers with us. And the point that I'm trying to make is that this is the financial services of fintech is a business of trust. We'll catch up on this a little later, but before that, I want to say that I do a bit of angel investing. The views are mine, it's not my organization views. And I also want to know the composition of this population. How many of you are investors? Please raise your hand. Investors? Can I assume? And how many of you are startups? Okay, so let me confess this. I have trashed my speech during the lunch when I was talking to Sanjay Shah. Because for last couple of 3-4 weeks, I've been interacting with some of the innovators, scientists, etc. And I can say that I'm shaken if not steered, right? And this speech I'll build up as I go along. And please indulge with me because I take a detour in terms of what is happening outside fintech so that we can make a point in terms of what lies ahead for fintech. And probably it may be of interest to the innovators and startups here in terms of how does 5 to 10 years or 15 years from now, how do they see the business? Because this will get you the capital. Nobody is going to give you capital for 2-3 years. Well, the exit point are definitely 3 to 5 years kind of a horizon. But you will not be doing service to yourself and your employees and your stakeholders if you are looking just the 5 years and trying to exit after that. Okay, so this topic is quite wide. Fintech comprises of paytech, insurtech, lending, embedded finance, you name it, wealth tech, right? So I'll be more generic in nature in my conversation. First of all, whether fintech can increase availment of financial services, democratize finance in the country or not. It's already doing, Neha just talked about it. As per reports, NBFC and fintech account for more than 70% of the lending to the people aged 35 or below in India. And by 2030, it is expected to surpass the lending by the traditional channels like banks, etc. That the value of personal loans originating from NBFC surged from 0.58 lakh crore to about 2.85 lakh crores in 24. In fact, the number of loan has also increased, and the average ticket size is about 25,000. This is a known story. Every fintech who is working in this country generally swear by these numbers. And interestingly, what is happening is most of this lending provided by fintech is to the unaddressed population earlier, and hence the risk associated with this population is unfolding as we go along, and that's where you see the RBI coming in and trying to provide guardrails, which is a challenge as well as which is not wrong per se. It always happens. If you pick up the history, regulations are slightly behind the innovators. First the innovation happens, then the regulatory framework happens. This happens with us as well when we are doing InsurTech. It has happened in many other industries as well. So be ready for that. Well, this segment, of course, seeing high delinquency rates. The reports basically suggest the kind of risk faced by this particular industry is unauthorized lenders, unauthorized models, compliances, regulations, cyber frauds, lack of data, delinquencies, etc. InsurTech per se, as there is a objective of providing insurance to all by 2047, insurance regulator has come out with trinity of Bima Sugam, Bima Vahak, and Vitrux. And this is again another innovation by the regulator where the stacks, the public information stacks will be opened in a controlled manner through a portal of Bima Sugam. And where else we are using technology is innovation in underwriting, and I'm sure that the fintech also using these information stacks for doing better underwriting. Digital infra account aggregator, as we see, find it very difficult to monetize. A couple of players have surrendered their licenses, which basically essentially saying that this monetization model for account aggregator is not settled. It will come along as we move ahead, and let's see how it evolves. So this is the spectrum of broad fintech. Wherever you are innovating, just look at, in that perspective, how your industry look like. Now, this is where I take a detour from fintech. And when I say I'm shaken, not steered, because I'm a convert. Before 1 month back, actually, I was basically saying that AI bubble, and it's not here. The application use cases are not here, and it will take very long time for AI type of innovation to settle in, right? My famous example is autonomous cars. You have autonomous cars, right? Autonomous level 2 cars are already in India. Will you give up the steering wheel and just sit back in the car? Can you rely on the tech that well? Probably not. But what I've interacted over the last 1 week has opened my eyes like I've never thought in this particular dimension, and I'm going to share with you. It's about pace of change. And I'm really, really scared about my kids, and so you should be. They are the generation which will be most impacted by the speed of change. For us, probably the career is 20, 30 years, and by the time they come into the peak of productivity, they will see a very different world. And I tell you why. You know, for about 100 years, it took about 100 years for humankind to discover about 2,000 structures of protein molecule. 100 years, 2,000. And when these models were thrown to AI, within a couple of weeks, it threw upon 200,000 structures. 200,000, right? What does it do? These structures are, by the way, already available to the scientists, innovators, universities, etc., to do their research on. What happens is that now the speed of drug discovery, the speed of finding new diseases, and the root causes is crashing like anything. Another example, famous example, is discovery of superbug. It took about 10 years for us to figure out the superbug. When this data was thrown to the AI models, within 48 hours, it discovered the same superbug and also provided 3 alternate hypotheses. All right? Now what I hear is that people are talking about extending the human life to 300 years. They're working on making you live to 300 years. And I ask this question, this has a huge ramification for fintech industry or financial services. There is a cost of living longer. There is a risk of living longer. How do you modify it, or how do you mitigate this particular risk? The answers the scientists gave me was that if the 300 years of age is possible, probably your productive years will also extend, right? You will earn more, and hence it should not be a problem. I said, thanks. And then they gave me another data point which said, if you go back 100 years, the average human age was 30.3 years. In 100 years, you have already tripled the longevity of human beings. So it's not something that fall off or some crash will happen. It has already happened, right? So 300 years of age is possible. They are already working on genetic-driven precision medicine, which is already being tried on human beings. But the problem with that is that 3 times happened over 100 years. They're talking about taking 100 years, then they're talking about increasing the life to 300 years over next 15 years. Okay? The pace of change is so dramatic that it will not give you chance to adjust to what is happening. And I think then in that scenario, how do I invest for value creation as an investor? How do the fintech industry cope up with such a fast pace in innovation and the things that we are going to happen? See, DeepSeek, we all aware, it crashed the cost of computing, the time of computing like anything. It's also a fact, within 4 weeks of DeepSeek coming in, we have already seen 4 different models, much more powerful than DeepSeek. If this is happening, then I think, where should I invest? Which AI technology stack I should work on? How should I bring the benefit of this? How should I bring benefit of all this innovation to my business and to my investors? That's a question, and I have some few suggestions for this. But before going there, quick data points. EY studies suggest 24% of tasks out of the 10,000 tasks that they have analyzed can be fully automated, and this will give about 2.81% productivity increase in near future. The other trend is that there could be a India-specific AI and technology stack, like we have already seen in Bhashini, and which will make the hyper-personalization of your offerings, as well as localization of all these offerings. Burning issues are like regulations. We have all seen what happened with FLDG, buy now, pay later, which was driving the super growth in last 2-3 years. The regulation came in. Then innovation funding dried out for some time. Monetization of UPI is another thing that the fintech is struggling with. But the biggest of all, I think KYC and the trust infrastructure in the country need to evolve a bit more so that people can take advantage of super fast fintech and the customized fintech. Here and now, 3-4 questions. If the technology is evolving so fast, What should I do? Should I stop? Should I stop my experimentation or innovation because it will be outdated in just 2 weeks? What happened with NVIDIA? Just one night, the market cap kind of, big drop in the market cap. So how my stakeholder will evolve? This basically lead me to thinking that India has been an under-penetrated market in all services, specifically in financial services. Even if you don't do a superlative cutting-edge innovation, there's still a room to grow in India, significantly. But let's say, if so happens that this innovation stack is evolving very, very fast, then probably instead of going deeper, you have to look at growing horizontally, which means that there would be other pockets in the world where you can replicate your offerings, Africa, Middle East, etc. And you should be open to look at those markets where you can leverage what investment you are making right now. So start thinking in that direction, because the space can be really, really fast. The question is whether you innovate or copy your particular business model. My thinking is that there's still scope for doing the incremental business, incremental changes and innovation in India. But at the same time, sooner, and pretty sooner, the orbit shifting change will happen. Other question I generally get asked is growth versus profitability. Frankly, this depends between you and your investors, what they are focusing on. I know investor who says that acquire customer first, grow faster, attain critical scale, and then go for profitability. Whereas the general public opinion is that if you are not profitable, you are a bad business. So this particular question, all the founders, tech companies has to basically grapple with. There's not enough time to cover all. As I was building my, the discussion, there's much more to discuss, but at the same time, I'm happy to discuss any open-ended questions that, outside this particular forum. I'll be available in the sessions, outside the sessions as well. So wishing you best of luck to cope up with what the changes and the pace of the change that we have to deal with. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir. You've left us with very deep thoughts. Let me now invite Mr. Nitin Khandelwal, founder, Devik Biz Solutions Private Limited, operating under the brand name 1NDF, India's first credit profile builder for SMEs, aiming to simplify funding access for small businesses. The stage is all yours.
Hello, good evening, everybody. I'm Nitin Khandelwal, founder of 1NDF. First of all, thank you very much, STPI and FinBlue, for giving us this opportunity. We have been working with STPI, FinBlue for the last 2 years, and it's been a great journey with them. They have helped us a lot in introducing new connections with the lenders and with other fintech partners. And we have been to US and we have attended Singapore fintech festivals. So thank you very much, STPI and STPI FinBlue. And I'm Nitin Khandelwal, founder of 1NDF. We are building a credit profile builder platform, first of its kind in India, targeting small medium enterprises and targeting loan against property. As we all know that we have more than 65 million small medium enterprises in India, and every business in India goes through good and bad times. And most of the time, bad time is just because of financial issues or financial crisis. And most of suicides happen just because of one wrong decision in the business. And before, when any business get into any financial crisis, they reach out to their lender, they reach out to their bank, they reach out to Policy Paisa Bazaar, or they reach out to any other fintech platform. But the moment they reach out to lending partner, it's already did it. Why? Because stress is already there in their bank statement. Stress is already there. They have started delaying GST payment. They have started delaying other payments as well. So now what essentially we are doing, that we are leveraging the India stack. We have integrated with credit bureau partners. We have 2 credit bureau partners. We have integrated with income tax portal, GSTN portal, MCA portal, and we have built banking analyzer. So just by entering your mobile number and authenticating to OTPs or 3 OTPs, you have complete credit profile in front of your eyes within 5 minutes. And we can give you comprehensive 360-degree business check of your business so that you have all insights about your business. You have all credit ratios in front of your eyes. These small medium enterprises do not understand what is leverage, what is equity, what is debt equity, what is current ratio. That is the reason they are not able to exploit all these ratios. But over here, we are giving them actionable insights and suggestions to improve how they can leverage these ratios. And on the other side, we have integrated lenders with, it's all API integrations with lenders, so that in real time, you do not, you have your application status, that where is your application, how it is moving, and so your complete end-to-end integration makes a seamless experience on our platform. And we have onboarded almost around 4,500 chartered accountant partners in the last 4-5 months. And why chartered accountant partners? Because these partners have income tax credentials, GSTN credentials, and bank statement handy, so that immediately they can authenticate income tax credentials. We have complete data of, it's a zero, like we do not take any documentation from the customer till the time additional documents is required by the end of the lender, from the lender side. So all journey is end-to-end, zero documentation and digital happening on platform. So, and specifically for secure lending, property-backed loans. And in India, we have started seeing that digitalization of land record have started. So now we are working with the SROs and property offices where we can get real-time land record data. So you do not need to wait for 4 days, 5 days to get your title clearance, to get your, for valuation, still it's in process. For technical evaluation is still in, we are working on it, how we can sort this problem so that you have real-time property valuation. And so we have disbursed almost around, till we started this business, we have disbursed almost around 40 million USD, around 3,000 crore rupees of loans. And so that is the journey so far. And yes, thank you very much for all your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that walkthrough. Let me now invite Shri Girish Chand Fare, who founded Paymart India Private Limited, a company specializing in financial services and payment solutions. The stage is all yours, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. And also, thanks to STPI for recognizing our effort, because when I listen to all the high-tech stuff that everybody is talking about, I think I am coming out of caves, because our product is something which, probably may not even qualify for very high-tech kind of a solution. So let me first look at the problem, what we were trying. See, we have a real tier 2, tier 3 rural focus. So my problem which comes to me is that when thousands of milkmen in Gujarat get their payment from Anand, okay, they can't withdraw money from their accounts. Millions of women across the country get DBT into their account, but they can't withdraw money. Even if they have to withdraw money, they have to probably trudge miles and miles to go to a bank ATM, which they find has run dry or it's not working. So this is the problem which we try to solve. And of course it says mobile aggregator, but our first product which is there is called virtual ATM, which effectively what we have done is that a person who wants to withdraw money, instead of looking for an ATM, can go to next mom and pop store, and that mom and pop store will work as an ATM for that bank. Okay, so now what it requires is, like the panelists and the people here would understand, that fintech is a highly regulated market. So for each bank which we want to service, we go to RBI. RBI permits us to do that kind of integration with that bank. And then with that bank, we work as a virtual ATM, which essentially means that the customers of that bank can go to any of our merchant outlets, our agents, and they can conduct the transaction and take the money out from their account. And this is what we call virtual because it doesn't use any hardware. It works entirely on mobile banking platform. Our platform gets integrated with the banking platform. So in fact, if you think of it, probably Paymart is the only company which manages to get integrated with the core banking platform of the banks. We are directly integrated with whichever banks have been approved and integration has taken place. Right now there are 9 banks, which I'll come to later on. So what we have done is that whenever a customer wants to withdraw money, he makes a request from his mobile banking that I want to withdraw 5,000 rupees. And he sets a dynamic PIN only for that transaction. RBI, the concerned bank, approves the transaction, loads into our platform, and then the customer can go to any of our outlets and withdraw the cash from there. So this is the problem of cash withdrawal from banks, which is a problem. ATMs are becoming expensive. Lots and lots of money of the bank is tied up in the ATMs, which are called idle cash or hand balance. Okay, so this is the problem which we are trying to solve. And in the process, see, as a second thought, if you understand, when I get integrated with each of the banks, I can also function as a switch. What NPCI does is that it can redirect transactions to different banks. I can also do it through my switch once I get integrated with the core banking of the banks. Right now, I'll show you the progress. We have got approval for about 12 banks. We have integrated and successfully running for, say, 4 banks. And you would be surprised that our major success is in Jammu Kashmir, where we are operating in the remote areas where we have got shops where the customers of Jammu Kashmir Bank can go and take out money from their accounts. That's why we call it virtual ATM, because it does not require any hardware, post-installation, servicing, nothing. Okay, so let me just go through this. This is the way it works. No ATM, no POS machine, nothing, no service. And it works, I mean, this is the problem and opportunity. Now, these are the partner banks with whom we are already working. Indian Bank, Jammu Kashmir Bank, Karur Vyasya Bank, ICICI Bank, and Axis Bank, which means the customers of these banks in the remote, distant areas can use this service and withdraw cash from their account. Now, if you look at the other end, this is where our major strength is. We have a partnership with ECSC, by which about 6 lakh outlets of the customer service centers of ECSC function as our agents. So once we activate them across, I mean, in fact, in Jammu and Kashmir, it is the CSC centers who are working, and we are clocking about 300 to 400 transactions a day. It's just the beginning, because we started with Jammu Kashmir Bank only about 1.5 months back. After integration, after testing, VAPT, lots of things happen. Then only we go online, CUG, all those kinds of things. So this is how we work, and these are our shop kirana, and they are also our partners from the other side. See, we have banks on one side, we have merchant outlets on the other side. A lot of network are developed by ourselves, we do it, and a lot of these kind of partnerships we have where their outlets function as our agents. Okay, so this is the transaction flow, which is of no interest. These are the advantages, which again, anybody can understand that banks have an advantage. They can get rid of ATMs. They have much more, my time is up. Reach goes on. I mean, remote places people can go. This is the outreach of banking to real remote places. Okay, these are all data which is no use. These are our people. Main promoter is Mr. Narang. I am the co-founder, and then there are other people in the team. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. What a journey. Thank you so much, sir. May I now invite Ms. Alka Mehta, founder and CEO, Pay8 Payments Private Limited. With over 31 years of experience in sales and customer service, she has a strong background in the banking sector, having worked with one of India's largest private banks. The stage is all yours, ma'am.
Thank you.
So how many of you buy anything online? Can I just see a show of hands? Okay. Any, product or D2C brands here, startups which are selling online? A show of hands, please. No, not many. So did you know that most online businesses, when they are trying to sell online, lose transactions? Up to 30% of their sales or their transactions are lost. This transaction failure problem is what we are trying to solve. My name is Alka. I come with an experience of more than 25 years purely in payments, so I understand payments inside out. I also understand what a business, when they are selling online, needs, and what are the mitigants that the banks ask for. My co-founder is funny. He comes with an experience of about 17 years as well, and he manages the tech stack over here. So we did check with a lot of businesses, and I have to tell you, we started right in the middle of COVID. When more and more transactions were going online, people were preferring to buy online rather than take the risk to go to a mall or a shop and touch and feel and see things and buy them for the fear of the COVID. So one thing that the merchants told us is that a lot of their transactions are failing. Another thing was that they were losing transactions because the payment gateway was not offering all the modes of payment. We had merchants who were losing credibility because most of the payment gateways allocate a bandwidth for the mid-sized businesses and they allocate a separate bandwidth for the large merchants. Now, if there is a large merchant sale going on, the bandwidth will get affected for the mid-sized businesses, right? So if the payment gateway goes down, nobody says that the website is, working, but the payment gateway is down. They say the website काम नहीं कर रहा है, आप कहीं और से खरीद लो. So if you want to buy that white shirt, you will go somewhere else and buy it, but you will buy it for sure, even if you're giving 100 rupees extra. And of course, all modes of payments were not available to the mid-sized businesses. So we checked the addressable market. This is a total opportunity of 300 crores INR. And as long as there is salaried people in India, there will be credit card usage. Yes, UPI has gone across to about 58% of all transactions digitally in the country today. But credit cards are still here to stay. So there are still people who prefer to use credit cards. There are still people who prefer to use net banking when they are buying online. So the solution that Paid came out with is a single platform where we've integrated multiple payment gateways. So there are about 18 payment gateways that we are integrated with. We do dynamic smart routing for our businesses who are partnered with us. We therefore help them increase their sales by 30% and give them reliability, give them stability. We do the entire back-end work. So we basically are like the Uber or the Swiggy of payment gateways, helping a mid-sized business sell like an Amazon. In a nutshell, that is what we do. We're a 4-year-old company. We are positive on our revenue. So we've broken even. We've won some of the awards. And here I want to mention that we are a part of STPI FinBlue COE. When we won the award in Andhra Pradesh, they had a FinTech Challenge Winner Award. STPI, I had just heard of. I hadn't seen their power back then. That was in 22 December. And after we've got associated with FinTech, with STPI, we've had a lot of help and support from them. They've taken us for exhibitions, opened up market connects for us, opened up investor connects for us. And for that, I'm truly very grateful to STPI, sirs. So, yeah, this is basically, we are working on the necessities segment currently. So those of you who are in EdTech or healthcare or retail fashion, food delivery, grocery delivery, I'd love to be able to collaborate with you and work with you all. We are looking for funding, so if there are any investors around, let's start a conversation. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. The audience really resonated with all you shared. Next on, let me invite Shri Kuloth V, CEO, NAP ID Cybersec Private Limited, a cybersecurity firm specializing in protecting user IDs and payment credentials. He invented a globally patented anti-fraud system designed to prevent fraudulent logins and payments across digital platforms, including logging forms, ATMs, and POS machines. The stage is all yours, sir.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I know fintech is kind of a little extensive topic and boring topic. Everybody is busy on your phone. But the moment money is looted from your account, fintech become more, sensitive for you, right? My name is Kuloth Vijay. I'm founder of NAPID Cybersecurity, and we have invented a solution called Anti-Fraud Gateway. We are primarily into anti-fraud technology. In cybersecurity, you have attacks happen, cyber attacks happens with the programs, and the cyber frauds, some humans doing a fraud, right? So we are primarily into anti-fraud. It's like an antivirus for your transactions and logins. So before getting into my solution, some of the credibility, like a couple of years ago, Reserve Bank of India was announced a global hackathon where they were looking for an alternate way of authentication without password, especially no OTP due to OTP frauds, right? And it's a global competition, not just for startups, major companies like Google, PhonePe kind of companies will be participate. We were the winner. And after that, RBI allowed us to deploy our solution in banks so that they can see how exactly the solution works. And like 1 year ago, the solution was deployed in banks. And right now, couple of the account holders are using our solution. This is purely B2B that only the banks can deploy the solution and account holders can use it. So what's the problem we are trying to solve, right? For a simple login and payments, we have to pass through so many security checks, like password, CAPTCHA, OTP, PIN, CVV, more than airport security check. But still, 80% of the breaches occur using stolen credentials and causing damages worth, you won't believe, every year more than $600 billion has been lost as per the global reports. But when we did the research, we found out it is not the compromised credentials that is causing the problem. It is the applications we built, we use, allows anyone to use anyone's password, anyone's credit card, sitting from any corner of the world, which means if I know your password, I can go to the application and type it, which acting as a playground for the frauds. But from the enterprise side or the banking side, we only depend on what is the alphabets has been typed. For this particular set of user ID, this password comes, I allow the frauds to. That's the major problem. So we want to solve this problem, and we invented something called as an anti-fraud gateway that will securely lock your login form, payment form, ATM machine, POS machine, and unlock it only for the authorized account holders to initiate a transaction, which means if someone have your password or a credit card, they cannot even type it. You might be wondering like, oh, I have multi-factor authentication, all those things. Because you could not control who is actually using your credentials, you went for all these factors of authentication. So what's the difference of what's the anti-fraud text in the authentication is happening today? So we have today, as I mentioned, you are using either password, then you have OTPs, then you have time-based OTPs, Google or Microsoft kind of authenticators you are currently using. These solutions are come into the picture when the transaction initiated. That gives a 50% chance for the fraud to win. But with NAPID, the fraudulent transaction cannot be initiated at all. Let me give you a real-time example, right? Everybody, flew in flight, right? Right? Everybody, right? And say for an example that, you are boarded, everybody boarded into the flight, nobody's checked your boarding pass. But inside the flight, the attendant is coming and checking your boarding pass. How secure it would be? That is what it is happening, right? Some couple of people would be definitely, gone into the restroom and loot out of it. This is what the second factor authentication is doing. But with NAP ID, with the lock, the security lock, the fraudulent transaction cannot be initiated at all. So the use cases, like for the banking sector, so for banks and financial industry, all kind of channels, your UPI, cards, every, net banking, mobile banking, all channels can be protected. The banks, the enterprises will know this transaction is initiated by the account holder, not by the fraud. And we also provide a no OTP 2FA. And we all talk about AI, a lot of things. Every business is trying to improve their business using AI, but they are still depending on a 50-year-old password. How many of you would be happy if I remove a password from your life? Right? How many of you heard that my password is compromised, my friend's password is compromised, or money is looted, right? So we also give a credential-less, one-touch authentication for an enterprise. I heard about, from the previous panel, the health tech, the medtech team, where they're talking about sensitive data, right? They were like, so much of user-sensitive data they hold in their hand. But if it has been breached, that's a severe concern. STPI's incubation support is really helping us. First of all, we got a professional office set up in Chennai. We are part of FinBlue, and the seed fund helped us to start the business. And we are, need to be regulated in all these. Whenever reach to the bank, the VAPT provided by them is helpful. And the mentorship is huge, and also they helped us to go global. We already in India, South Korea, as well as Chile, we established our market in various countries. And thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, I request Shri Arvind Gupta ji, founder, Zeopar Fintech Private Limited, to address us. Zeopar is a fintech startup specializing in real-time cross-border digital payments and remittances. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. And I precisely was looking at a schedule. It is a tea time. And I was also looking at myself, is it a tea time? So, sorry, I will take 5 minutes, but it's a very interesting session we are going to take. So, ma'am, thank you so much. You talked about a financial inclusion for border. Mandeep sir, I have learned a lot from you. And I always wonder that if I say that 70% transactions globally consisting 30% value are highly underserved. Banks does not want to serve them. It may look very, very awkward to us, but that is the truth of it. These transactions cost somewhere 8.5% to 13% globally. Now, if I take a case of India only, India receives 18% global remittances, which is $125 billion. Precisely $40 billion money is highly underserved. Why? There are a lot of challenges and customer journey, optimization, regulatory, so we are trying to solve it. And so we say that let's solve this problem, bottom of the pyramid, with speed and transparency. Why we say speed and transparency? Because everything comes with a cost. You want to move, you want to shoot a silver bullet, you should have a silver gun with a silver hand. Right, but I believe that technology can solve this problem. And this is here it is. And so 4 challenges goes into the cross-border. Transaction fees, limited option for micro-transactions, extended time delivery, and compliances. I believe I should have used the compliance word at the beginning and rest of the thing at the last. But when we are looking from the customer perspective, the first 3 things plays a role, but when we look at a MTO perspective or a regulator perspective or a compliance perspective, the compliance plays a very, very important role. What I was trying to say, if you take the graph, just UK to India for a moment, this is how the transactions are happening at the left-hand side, that who are the people who are making the payments and who are the people who are receiving the payments. The 16 million transactions we have shown here, these transactions are actually happening. We are not creating any transaction. What happens is this, these people are precisely $500, $600 per month. They do one thing, they club their 2-3 months salaries and then send back to home. It is not a problem of India only, it is a problem of the emerging market between India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Philippines, Indonesia, Vietnam, Nigeria, Kenya. I have intentionally mentioned these names. These 11 countries receives 50% of the global money, right? When we are talking the business payments, I mean, India is taking a leap into the digital payments across the globe. We are talking a $5 trillion economy, which I believe we are there. But what is happening, where this $5 trillion money is coming? This money is going to be generated from tier 2, tier 3 cities. These tier 2, tier 3 cities are going to contribute at least 20 to 25% to the economy of India. When the Indian economy is growing, that means the neighboring country's economy is growing automatically. What is happening is this, we are exporting the services to the nations nearby, but the complementary services are built in the nearby nations. So the whole ecosystem is growing. So the market is growing very, very extremely. So here is a financial inclusion. So just to keep it very, very simple, we said that generally any MTO which says minimum $100, £100 transaction must take place to test the thing. So when we said that we are talking a financial inclusion, why to put a limit on it? Just make it a transaction as low as a $1, £1 to $1 million transaction. While solving the problem to the bottom of the pyramid, you should be able to take the problem to the middle of the pyramid. So that was the intent. Keeping the regulatory in the center and build a simple product called X-Monies. That is where the X-Money came up. And I emphasize that how while building this product, it was very, very simple product, but a very, very complex product. We talk at tech. I came from a tech background, spent 26, 27 years in the technology world in BFSI and telecom. But one thing I have learned is this, when we are talking the payments, when we are talking the specifically cross-border payments, and we say what is the problem across the globe happens, anti-money laundering, combat terrorism funding, that is the end of the story. So the regulatory plays a center stage. If you understand the regulatory, the technology plays a very, very vital role. Simplify it. Here, the customer plays a role, and the product works. So this is how it is. We have got a patent technology where we are working. And this has no so to say. The bottom of the pyramid we talk, financial inclusion we are talking. But interestingly, this bottom of the pyramid is actually the middle of the pyramid. The middle of the pyramid growth is happening at a rate of 5% CAGR. The top of the pyramid growth is happening at a 3% CAGR. Bottom of the pyramid is happening 10% CAGR. That means in the next 3 years' time, the bottom of the pyramid is replacing the values of the middle of the pyramid. So the 30% of the bottom of the pyramid today is going to be 40-45% contributor to the economy. I mean, we are very, very thankful to STPI for giving us this opportunity to present here. The Leap Ahead 2 cohort have played a very, very vital role. While building this product, we come from all the experiences, but what we need is a global experts, mentors, different kind of mindsets who are telling you how to go, how not to go. We have learned a lot. People tell you what to do, but there are very rare people who tell you what not to do. Mandeep sir, thank you for the session.
Thank you, sir, for sharing all the data and insights.
Thank you.
Let me now invite Mr. Prateek Mohapatra, Joint Director, STPI, to felicitate our panel. This was a really fantastic discussion. We have touched various facets of fintech, lots of insights, lots of knowledge gained. I feel like a finance and fintech expert by the end of the session. Thank you to our elite and dynamic panel. Ms. Neha Malhotra. Shri Mandeep Mehta, Shri Nitin Khandelwal, Mr. Girish Chand Pandey, Miss Alka Mehta, Shri Arvind Gupta, and Shri Kulodh. Let us also take the moment and have a group picture. Thank you once again. We'll break for tea and be back here in 15 minutes for the next two showcases.
आप उसमें ना नीचे एक साइन करके मुझे व्हाट्सएप करके भेजिए अपने कैंडिडेट का।
मैं ना रश्मि को बोल रही थी कि देखो क्योंकि मैं आपको बाय फेस जानती हूँ,
ऐसा होता ही है।
बट मुझे ये मैं पूछ रही हूँ, मुझे चुपचाप बताना कि विकास जी बाय नेम कौन है, मैं फेस से जानती हूँ, मुझे बताना। और उसने आगे बोल रहे विकास जी बोल रहे हैं।
अच्छा
क्योंकि मेरे पास नंबर भी पहले से सेव्ड है आपका, उससे पहले भी आई थिंक आपने कॉल किया था ना।
But you made it. This is ये आधे पौन घंटे की मेहनत के बाद मैंने व्हाट्सएप किया है, इनका भी पार्ट बना दीजिए, अगर चाहे हाथ से लिख के, हाथ से लिख के बनवा दीजिए। ये किसी प्रेजेंट मैडम का जो अच्छा आप रिसेप्शन नहीं आप वहाँ पर मगर वो पासेस तो आपके पास है। ठीक है हाँ हाँ अलाउ कर दिया अभी शायद अलाउ कर दिया जस्ट कभी निशिता आ गई है क्या? अरे अखिल निशिता बाई चांस पता है नहीं आ गई अच्छा चलो ठीक आ गई
Welcome back, everyone. Like we have been talking since the morning, it's time to stand for what we stand on. Sustainability is no longer a choice, it is a necessity. The clean tech sector is attracting record investments as a business shift towards a greener future. Our next showcase is titled Eco Innovations, Accelerating the Green Tech and Clean Tech Transformation. Let me invite on stage our distinguished panelists, Dr. Deepak Madala, founder, Alcove Partners. Let's give him a warm welcome. Welcome, sir. Shri Agam Gupta, Principal, C Fund. Ms. Nishita Baliar Singh, founder, Felis Leo Widgets Private Limited. Shri Sanyog Tiwari, founder, EV Urja Private Limited. Shri Abhishek Mohapatra, founder, World Impact Creation Private Limited. Shri Kshitij Naik, founder, Keras Energies Private Limited, who is trying to get in and would probably join us a little late. So let's get started, requesting the panelists to kindly take their seats. Oh, welcome, sir. Great to see you. Make it in time. Requesting our panelists to please get seated. To get the session started, I request Dr. Deepak Madala, founder of Alcove Partners, a firm specializing in strategic investments and advisory services, to share his thoughts.
Good afternoon. I guess the strength has been going down by the session, so hopefully, we'll have one more session before the day closes. I was making a comment to STPI just a few minutes back. Have you heard about somebody giving you back time? So I thought this session was going to be that. We got two of our speakers stuck outside because of security arrangements, but we are lucky, you're lucky that we got them back on stage here. So you're going to have a full session now. But I'll save you time from my speech here. Two words about our host, STPI. I don't know how many of you folks are aware, but the IT industry in India would not have been at this stage if not for STPI. Back in 90s, when the country was still trying to figure out what's the engine of growth for the economy, and then focused on IT, it was STPI which was able to really enable that economy. From offering dirt cheap infrastructure and offering internet connectivity, which at that point in time was not even available to most places, they were able to take internet connectivity to the small cities in the country. This morning the Secretary Mighty was making a comment that they are all about inclusivity, and that's what they did. When internet was not available, very easily available in the cities, STPI was offering it on satellites in small towns across the country, wherever they had a center, all to encourage internet connectivity and thus build the IT industry. That said about STPI, how they started off and how they enabled the IT industry in our country. Today, this segment, we're going to focus on green tech, right? The mantra for green tech is, what is it? Recycle, reuse, repair. Don't let anything go waste. We heard about several service models in the IT industry. The one that's apt to green tech is product as a service, right? Some of the panelists here are working on battery technologies, battery storage technologies. We recently came across where a major car company offering as battery as a service. That's as a product as a service, right? The immediate benefit of something like that is the technology and the product, the way that it's built for product as a service is going to be different from a product that is sold to you. Simply because a manufacturer who's going to offer that as a service is going to make sure that it's easily upgradable, easily maintained, and then easily manufactured. So that has dividends to the whole recycle, reuse, and repair sector, which is what green tech is about. Since morning, we've been hearing about AI and ML in almost every session that we heard, and this session is no different. The levers for any tech industry today is going to be AI and ML. For green tech, it's going to be in terms of quick data analysis, working with millions and zillions of data points to give you access to new materials, which I'm sure some of the startups are benefiting by looking at development of new chemistry, new alternative materials, and ability to resolve problems quickly. We heard about session in, I guess, in health tech. They were talking about coming up with analyses that would have taken several months, if not years, in a couple of days. So that's the power of AI, and I'm sure green tech is going to reap benefits of it. Thank you. I'm going to end here, and I would want all of you to listen to what these companies have been doing in the green tech sector.
Thank you, sir, for setting the tone just right. May I now invite Sri Agam Gupta, Principal, C Fund, a venture capital firm specializing in early stage investments in deep tech startups. The stage is all yours, sir.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. First of all, thank you to STPI for hosting such an amazing session and the whole day worth of such events. A little about us. We are not a startup, so we will give you free advice about what we see across a lot of startups. But obviously, the founders are here to talk best about what's happening in the industry. But essentially, I think we were just having this conversation, Mr. Deepak and I, where over the last multiple years, the venture ecosystem has been evolving very dynamically. But the last 5-7 years and the next 10 years are probably one of the most exciting times to be in, both as an investor as well as a founder, because you're seeing so many macroeconomic aspects which are really impacting these industries in sustainability, climate, and now not only funding is coming here, but the innovative ideas that founders have are getting the right support in terms of the government backing, in terms of access to market, in terms of customers being there. And obviously the funding is there to support, but great founders get funding whichever way. So I think this is the perfect time to build something in these areas. And honestly, we've been investing for some time as individuals, as a firm, but of the last few years, I think the level of innovation is just phenomenal. We've been seeing some things, and we have spoken to a few people on the panel today before as well. But some people are building amazing things, from storage to battery designs, battery dynamics, new cell chemistries. We're seeing people building things in the battery management systems using innovative techniques of combining that. The results from the battery performance with the results of a car performance or vehicular performance, which even countries such as Japan, South Korea haven't implemented yet. And we are seeing some of the large firms, automobile firms, come from those countries into our nation to speak with our founders and understand the sort of innovation that is happening here. Happy to have this conversation and share more insights, but I think it's a very exciting time to be here, and thank you STPI for giving us the panel to talk about this more.
Thank you for that, sir. May I now invite Ms. Nishita Balyar Singh, founder of Felis Leo Widgets Private Limited, a company focused on developing fast charge rechargeable biodegradable batteries derived from crop residue proteins. Looking forward to hearing from you from wherever you would like to.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much for hosting us today. Pleasure to be here. I represent Nexus, that's the brand name, as the founder and the CEO. And at Nexus, we make biodegradable batteries. So this typically happened out of a late night terrace conversation. So me and my co-founder Nikita, we were discussing about the energy industry, trying to see how the batteries were taking shape. And that's how we came across alternate cell materials and different problem statements. Realized that India does not have an indigenously available industry, and it's relying heavily on imports. And that's how we want to do something in the country, make sure that we can domesticate the manufacturing and not rely on imports from either Europe or Chinese or the Japanese countries. And that's how we began the journey. And during our journey, we realized this air pollution was a big problem back then. So we were trying to figure out if there's a possible way of bringing them together. So that's how Nexus happened. So we procure this residue from the farmers, extract our main raw materials, and that's what goes into making these cells. So we're typically an advanced cell chemistry company, which ultimately manufactures these cells, and then we make the battery packs with those cells. And then those packs go into various applications like the EVs and stationary battery energy storage systems. And that's how we've been developing. Been 5 years almost in the hardcore deep tech R&D space in developing prototypes, manufacturing the cells, testing the chemistry. And presently we are very close to commercial sales and production, and we're moving forward with multiple different OEMs across the globe, both in the mobility and stationary space, to have a large-scale impact of the product, not only through sales and commercialization, but also with the kind of sustainability impact we want to create by cutting down air pollution levels, and at the same time being able to biodegrade these cells. So the best part of these batteries are, other batteries you would see they are polluting, they somehow have gases that are beyond acceptable pollution levels. And we are trying to cut down that with our biodegradable batteries. So these batteries 100% biodegrade, and the outer cell cover and the material is 100% recyclable. So from both the sides, whether it's air pollution from the residual burning or it is on the battery emission and sustainability side, we're trying to create that impact eventually beyond just the product and the profit. It's also about the people and the planet. So thank you so much, and I'm looking forward to very interesting discussions coming forward from the panel today. Thanks.
Well, that's innovative in true sense of the word. May I now request Mr. Sayok Tiwari, founder and CEO of EV Urja Private Limited, a company dedicated to building sustainable infrastructure for electric vehicle charging stations and providing consultancy services for electric vehicles in India. Looking forward to your address, sir.
Hello everyone. So, ma'am ने मेरा introduction तो दे दिया है. I would like to give my whole presentation in Hindi क्योंकि नाम ही हमारा इस event का संगम है और संगम एक हिंदी शब्द है और साथ ही साथ integration of कई सारे startup का यहाँ पे हो रहा है जो beneficiary हैं NGIS का leap ahead के उन सब का यहाँ पे एक साथ common forum में meeting है. So moving forward. So EV Urja is a battery swapping as well as a AC charging company. हमने जब स्टार्ट किया था जर्नी 2018 में, जहाँ पे हमने स्टडी किया कि मार्केट में 3 व्हीलर 2 व्हीलर सेगमेंट्स में क्या समस्या है. 2 व्हीलर तो उस समय बहुत कम मात्रा में थी, लेकिन 3 व्हीलर बहुत ज़्यादा थी. एंड दे कुड नॉट स्केल क्योंकि उनके पास एक लिमिटेड रिसोर्स रहता है. जब वंस एक बार डिस्चार्ज हो जाती है बैटरी या कम हो जाता है, दे नीड टू गो होम. So we started doing a study on किस तरह बैटरी स्वैपिंग से इनकी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व किया जाए. While doing our initial study, तो हमें ये पता चला कि हम जब उनको स्वैपिंग देते हैं तो we can increase their daily revenue from 800 to 1200 rupees or 1400 rupees. तो इससे एक ड्राइवर की लाइफ में भी पॉजिटिव इम्पैक्ट आया, एज वेल एज हमें भी ये समझ में आया कि अगर ड्राइवर को हम ज़्यादा चलाएंगे तो देन जो CNG वाले हैं, डीजल ड्राइवर हैं, दे विल ऑल्सो स्टार्ट adopting the EV mobility segment. ये मैं आपको सिनारियो बता रहा हूँ 2019-20 का. अब देन कोविड स्टक एंड वी ऑल्सो स्टक इन जर्नी. और उस जर्नी के दौरान एक STPI एक मदद का हाथ लेके मेरे जैसे और कई सारे स्टार्टअप्स के लिए आया और हमारा इनिशियल वैलिडेशन उन्होंने STPI ने किया बाय प्रोवाइडिंग अस फंडिंग वाया VC सोर्स. अब ये सोर्स, ये VC सोर्स एक तरह से मेरे जैसे स्टार्टअप के लिए काफ़ी Tier 2, Tier 3 सिटीज़ में एक सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है फंड रेज करना, बिकॉज एक नेटवर्क की कमी रहती है वहाँ पे. HNI की कमी रहती है, एक कल्चर ऑफ दैट इन्वेस्टर फोरम उसकी कमी रहती है। NJS ने आकर के, STPI ने आकर के हमें वो एक कल्चर दिया हाउ टू रेज फंड और एक इनिशियल वैलिडेशन विथ वैल्यूएशन दिया। अभी तक EV ऊर्जा की 33 फ्रेंचाइजीज हैं। हम अभी मध्य प्रदेश और छत्तीसगढ़ बेस्ड हैं और एक टिपिकल AC चार्जिंग स्टेशन बनाते हैं 3.3 किलोवाट टू 15 किलोवाट और बैटरी स्वैपिंग स्टेशन बनाते हैं। सो मोटो इज़ वेरी क्लियर, जो कमर्शियल व्हीकल मार्केट में वाइडली अवेलेबल है जैसे 3 व्हीलर हो गया, 2 व्हीलर हो गया, सो वी वांटेड टू क्रिएट अ प्रॉफिटेबल फ्रेंचाइजीज फॉर अ पार्टनर। सो मुझे बताते हुए खुशी हो रहा है कि मेरा जो इनिशियल सबसे लेटेस्ट ज्वाइंट जो मेरा पार्टनर है उनकी इनिशियल रेवेन्यू आती है 60,000 रुपये मंथली, वेरेज जो जिनको 3 साल हो गए मेरे साथ काम करते करते, दे आर अर्निंग अराउंड 1.5 लाख अ मंथ, जहाँ से 30-40 हज़ार उनका बिजली बिल आता है, 20,000 रुपये उनकी ऑपरेटिंग एक्सपेंस आता है रेंट का, 10,000 रुपये लड़के का, मोटा मोटा वो 70 से 80 हज़ार रुपये मंथली बचा के ले जाता है। एंड ही इज़ हैप्पी टू एसोसिएट एंड वर्क एज वेल एज रिफर अस फर्दर। सो कंप्लीट एंड टू एंड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोवाइड करते हैं जब हम किसी को अपने फ्रेंचाइजी को ऑनबोर्ड करते हैं, कंप्लीट AC चार्जर्स अलॉन्ग विथ बैटरी स्वैपिंग मशीन। सो मैंने एक आपको ब्रीफ दिया कि किस तरह हमें STPI ने सपोर्ट किया हमारी जर्नी में जस्ट आफ्टर कोविड, जहाँ पे मेरे जैसे कई सारे स्टार्टअप और स्पेशली Tier 2 सिटीज़ के स्टार्टअप, Tier 3 सिटी के स्टार्टअप जहाँ पे रिसोर्सेज की कमी है, वी हैव लेफ्ट आवर जॉब, हाई पेइंग जॉब टू फॉलो आवर ड्रीम्स, और वहाँ पे कोविड जैसी सिचुएशन आके हिट करती है तो इट इज़ रियली वेरी टफ फॉर अस। तो थैंक यू STPI फॉर दिस। Apart from this, I also wanted to add few suggestions in the forum कि anyways STPI is doing great, since ये संगम है तो मैं चाहता हूँ कि कुछ स्टार्टअप कोलैबोरेशन का भी एक सिस्टम क्रिएट किया जाए एंड डेडिकेटेड सिस्टम क्रिएट किया जाए। मतलब इफ़ यू गिव एन ऑप्शंस टू अ स्टार्टअप, शायद वो एक्सप्लोर ना करें, लेकिन इफ़ यू से कि यार इस प्रोग्राम का मोटिव यही है कि आपको अपने दूसरे फेलो स्टार्टअप से कोलैबोरेट करना है, तो आई थिंक दिस कैन गिव अ पॉजिटिव इम्पैक्ट। लेट अस सपोज मतलब जो हमें दिख रहा है 1400-1500 स्टार्टअप है, अगर उनमें से 500 स्टार्टअप भी एक दूसरे से कोलैबोरेट कर पाए तो मार्केट एक्सेस बढ़ जाएगा दोनों स्टार्टअप का, एज वेल एज एक इनिशियल ट्रांसपेरेंसी भी आ जाएगी स्टार्टअप्स के बीच में भी, दूसरे फेलो स्टार्टअप के लिए भी कहाँ कहाँ फैसिलिटेट कर सकते हैं। साथ ही साथ मैं चाहूँगा कि STPI कुछ इस तरह का भी PR सपोर्ट सॉर्ट ऑफ सिस्टम स्टार्टअप्स के लिए लाए। अब अलग अलग सेगमेंट में ला सकता है PR सपोर्ट। एक जो स्टार्टअप इनिशियली बहुत मिस करते हैं, मे भी अगर जो फंडेड 4-5 CR फंडिंग उठा चुका है तो 50 लाख रुपए PR में डालेगा, पर जो 50 लाख 1 करोड़ उठाया तो हिज इनिशियल एम यही रहेगा कि यार वो मार्केट ग्रो करे, है ना। तो मुझे लगता है एक PR सपोर्ट का भी एक मैकेनिज्म तैयार होना चाहिए। इट मे बी इन अ फॉर्म ऑफ कि यार इफ 50% STPI कैन सपोर्ट या 50% स्टार्टअप कैन सपोर्ट, और यू कैन जनरेट एक सॉर्ट ऑफ चैलेंज की तरह। जो स्टार्टअप है, अगर आप इतनी रेवेन्यू आपका टारगेट है, यू हिट दिस रेवेन्यू मार्क, वी विल सपोर्ट यू इन PR, डेडिकेटेड फॉर PR। दूसरा एक ग्लोबल विजिट मैं चाह रहा हूँ कि अगर इस तरह का हम फोरम देखे जाएं, बिकॉज हर कंट्री में अलग इनोवेशन हो रहे हैं। हम इंटरनेट से बैठ के इनोवेशंस को स्टडी कर सकते हैं, लेकिन हम वो इनोवेशन किस लिए किया गया है, हम उसको पूरा जस्ट इंटरनेट की दुनिया से नहीं समझ सकते until unless we are there। तो मैं चाहता हूँ कि कुछ इस तरह का भी फोरम लाया जाए जहाँ पे आप स्टार्टअप को ग्लोबल फोरम में या दूसरी कंट्रीज़ में विजिट अगर कर रहे हैं तो सपोर्ट हो जाए उनको, या आप उनको एक टेक्नोलॉजी फेयर में ले जाएं, या लेट अस सपोज कहीं और, सो दैट हम दूसरी कंट्रीज़ में क्यों इनोवेशन हो रहा है और क्यों इनोवेशन हो रहा है, किस लिए हो रहे हैं, किस टेम्परेचर में, क्या इकोसिस्टम है। क्योंकि सिर्फ कॉपी करना इज़ नॉट इंडिया के मार्केट में फिट नहीं होगा। अगर आपको टेक्नोलॉजी स्टडी करना है, स्टडी करके देन आपको इंडियन फिनोमिना के साथ उतारना है, देन इट विल बी अ बेस्ट फिट फॉर अस। तो मैं चाह रहा हूँ कि इस तरह का भी कुछ स्कीम्स ऑफ सपोर्ट और लेट्स से टारगेट बेस्ड आना चाहिए। अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस, इन फ्यूचर EV ऊर्जा सिंस बैटरी स्वैपिंग और AC चार्जिंग पोर्टफोलियो में तो आ ही चुका है, वी ऑल्सो वांटेड टू गो टू DC चार्जिंग सेगमेंट। सो हम इस तरह का एक पावर जेट बना रहे हैं। सो बेसिकली आप EV चार्जिंग स्टेशन में, DC चार्जिंग स्टेशन में सबसे बड़ी समस्या है पावर ग्रिड की। इफ समबडी वांट्स टू इंस्टॉल अ कार का DC चार्जिंग स्टेशन, 15 लाख 20 लाख का उसका इन्वेस्टमेंट जाता है. As a OEM, we can only provide him a 2 years of warranty. और मुझे पता है कि उसके 2 साल में ROI नहीं निकलने वाली. So ultimately, what people are doing, they are company on company operated model लगा रहे हैं, which is making the investor money भी loss जा रहा है, as well as बैंक के resources भी loss जा रहे हैं, और वो उतना target based चल नहीं पा रहा है. तो जब हमने इसकी स्टडी करना चालू की तो हमने सोचा यार वो क्यों, सिंस वी ऑलरेडी इन बैटरी स्वैपिंग, हम एक कैबिनेट के अंदर 8 बैटरी चार्ज कर रहे हैं, मेंटेन कर रहे हैं, मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं, क्यों ना हम एक स्टैक में डीसी चार्जिंग स्टेशन का बनाया जाए. एंड वी स्टार्टेड डूइंग द जर्नी ऑफ दिस, जहाँ ये 30 किलोवाट का एक डीसी पावर बैंक है जिसके लिए आपको कोई ग्रिड अपग्रेडेशन नहीं करना है. आप 30 एम्पियर के प्लग पॉइंट से वो चार्ज करो, इट विल गिव यू 30 किलोवाट आउटपुट. एंड बेस्ट पार्ट इज कि मैं इसकी आपको वारंटी भी 4 साल की दे सकता हूँ, और इसकी लाइफ रहेगी अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 8 to 10 years. सो दिस इज समथिंग विच वी आर डेवलपिंग. हमारा अगस्त तक में इसका प्रोटोटाइप बन जाएगा. मे बी इफ एवरीथिंग गोज पॉजिटिव, एज अ स्टार्टअप रोड थोड़ी सी ऊपर नीचे वाली होती है तो हम पॉजिटिव भी बोल सकते हैं. तो अगर एवरीथिंग गोज पॉजिटिव, बाय दिस दिवाली वी विल बी लॉन्चिंग दिस प्रोडक्ट इन मार्केट. So thank you everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Tiwari, and we wish you all the very best for this new planned launch. May I now invite Mr. Abhishek Mahapatra, founder and director of World Impact Creation Private Limited. In addition to his role at World Impact Creation, he co-founded Planetary, where he serves as CEO. At Planetary, he has developed a plant-based energy storage system that holds 1 patent too. Over to you, sir.
हेलो एवरीवन, मेरा नाम अभिषेक महापात्र है, फाउंडर ऑफ वर्ल्ड इम्पैक्ट क्रिएशन प्लांटरी. तो जैसा कि आप सब जानते होंगे, बैटरी मोस्टली लीड और लिथियम के ही होते हैं. तो मैं भी कभी आप लोगों की तरह मतलब सेशन अटेंड करता था. एक दिन एक इंसान ने कहा था कि डोंट जस्ट सी थिंग्स, ऑब्जर्व थिंग. तो मैं बेसिकली एक एग्रीकल्चरिस्ट हूँ. तो मेरे साथ क्या हुआ कि हम बायोफ्यूल के ऊपर काम कर रहे थे. तो बायोफ्यूल के ऊपर काम करते करते हमको कुछ ऐसे स्पेसिफिक ट्रेस एलिमेंट्स मिले जिससे मुझे लगा कि ये चीज़ बैटरीज में भी यूज हो सकती है. तो हमने उस चीज़ को यूज़ करके 1.5 वोल्ट 2 वोल्ट इस तरह के माइनर अचीवमेंट्स हमने किए. तो उसी चीज़ को हमने जब यूटिलाइजेशन में लाया, एक बार हम STPI गए थे भुवनेश्वर उड़ीसा में. जो STPI है कुछ 3D प्रिंट के काम से उधर जो इकोसिस्टम है देखे, फिर डिफरेंट प्रोग्राम्स जैसे कि चुनौती अप्लाई किए, फिर NGIS के थ्रू उसको पाया. तो इस चीज़ में ये 1.5 साल की जर्नी में हमने बहुत कुछ सीखा. तो हमने जो बनाया प्रोटोटाइप डेवलप किया वो 12 वोल्ट तक जा सकता था और करीबन 5000 mAh तक पहुंच सकता था. तो अभी हम लोग जो बैटरी डेवलप कर रहे हैं वो इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि हम चाहते हैं कि जो लीड एसिड बैटरी है उसको हम रिप्लेस कर सकें, और हम एक ऐसा सस्टेनेबल और एफोर्डेबल बैटरी बनाएं जो कि एक आम इंसान यूज कर सके, उसको ज़्यादा पैसा ना देना पड़े, और बैटरी जो है वो लैंडफिल में ना जाए. तो इसके लिए हमने जो प्रोटोटाइप डेवलप किया था वो इनिशियल प्रोटोटाइप ये था जो कि SDG गोल्स को भी फॉलो करता है. तो जो मेजर प्रॉब्लम्स क्या थे एक लीड एसिड बैटरी और लिथियम बैटरी में, मोस्ट ऑफ द बैटरी जो हमारे देश में आता है बाहर से आता है, जो मटेरियल्स भी आते हैं वो भी बाहर के देशों से आते हैं. और जो इमरजेंसी लाइट, मतलब जो गांव में अभी भी पावर की समस्या है, तो उसको निभाने के लिए भी बैटरीज की ज़रूरत पड़ती है, क्योंकि इमरजेंसी डिवाइसेस में वो लगते हैं. गांव में अभी भी बहुत ज़्यादा पावर कट होता है, लेकिन सब लोग इन्वर्टर अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते, तो उनको भी इमरजेंसी डिवाइसेस चाहिए. और जिस जगह पर ये बैटरी को डंप किया जाता है उस जगह पर हेवी लीड कंटामिनेशन होता है, जिसकी वजह से कार्सिनोजेनिक इफेक्ट होते हैं. मोस्ट ऑफ द एरियाज जहाँ पर डंपिंग होता है लिखा होता है कि बैटरी के पीछे इसको फेंकना नहीं चाहिए, इसी वजह से, क्योंकि इससे लीड टॉक्सिसिटी होती है जो कि एग्रीकल्चर के थ्रू इंसान के बॉडी तक पहुँच जाती है. तो सोल्यूशन हमने इसका इस तरीके से देखा कि अगर हम किसी चीज़ से बहुत छोटा करंट स्टोर कर सकते हैं, क्यों ना उसको इतना एम्पलीफाई किया जाए कि उससे हम एक छोटा डिवाइस को पावर कर सके. तो इसके लिए हमने चुना LED लाइट्स को, क्योंकि अभी भी बहुत सारी जगह में लाइट की डिमांड बहुत ज़्यादा है, जिसको फुलफिल करने के लिए लीड एसिड या फिर लिथियम की यूजेस होती है. तो हम लोगों ने जो डिवाइस बनाया, जो बैटरी बनाया, उसमें जो मटेरियल यूज होते हैं वो एबंडेंटली अवेलेबल होते हैं नेचर में. जैसे कि आप देख लीजिए वीड्स, स्पेसिफिक तरह के घास होते हैं जिससे हम ट्रेस एलिमेंट्स फाइंड आउट करके हमारे बैटरी का इनर्ट कंपोजिशन डेवलप करते हैं. तो उसके बाद इससे क्या होता है कि माइनिंग की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, जो स्पेसिफिक केमिकल्स की ज़रूरत पड़ती है बैटरी को बनाने के लिए. सॉइल और वाटर टॉक्सिसिटी तो कम हो सकता है. और इसको हम एक ऐसा विजन था कि जो रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी होता है हम हार्वेस्ट तो नेचुरल तरीके से करते हैं, सोलर, विंड, बहुत सारे तरीके से, लेकिन आज भी उसको केमिकल फॉर्म में ही स्टोर किया जा रहा है। तो अगर एक रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी रिन्यूएबल सोर्स से आ रहा है तो एक रिन्यूएबल सोर्स में उसको स्टोर करना चाहिए, ये मेरा विजन था, जो हम विद इन 1.5 ईयर जिसको हमने लीक प्रूफ, नॉन एक्सप्लोसिव और रिचार्जेबल बनाया। तो हम लोगों के मल्टीपल पैटेंट्स भी इसके ऊपर अप्लाइड है। और यूनिकनेस हमारा है कि जो स्पेशलाइज्ड मेम्ब्रेन हमने डेवलप किया है उसके ऊपर, वो एक स्पेसिफिक सेपरेशन टेक्नोलॉजी, अगर किसी जगह से डेड बोल्ट निकलता है तो उसी तरह के मल्टीपल सेल्स यूज़ करके हम एक स्पेसिफिक बैटरी डेवलप कर सकते हैं। ये रिचार्जेबल है और लोअर कॉस्ट में हम 1/3 कॉस्ट ऑफ लीड एसिड में इसको बना सकते हैं। और अभी हम इसको लाइट को पावर अप करने के लिए बना रहे हैं, जैसे कि स्पेसिफिक एरिया में स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स होते हैं जो शाम को काम करते हैं, उनको जो ऑपरेट करने के लिए जो पावर की ज़रूरत होती है वो इससे 4 घंटा 5 घंटा तक 9 वाट लाइट को जला के अपना इवनिंग ऑपरेशंस कर सकते हैं। तो लीड एसिड के कंपैरिजन में देखा जाए तो लीड एसिड भारी होता है, हमारा बैटरी हल्का होगा। लीड एसिड का प्राइसिंग मल्टीपल प्राइसिंग होता है ब्रांड और चाइनीज़ के मैटर से, लेकिन हम उसके आधे कॉस्ट या फिर 1/3 कॉस्ट में इसको बना सकते हैं। उसके लिए मटेरियल्स बाहर से लाने पड़ते हैं, हम इनर्ट मटेरियल, एग्रीकल्चरल वेस्ट मटेरियल को आज सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी यूज़ कर सकते हैं। हीटिंग का प्रॉब्लम इसमें नहीं होता है, इसमें कोई मेटल टॉक्सिसिटी नहीं होगा, माइनिंग को प्रमोट नहीं करेंगे। एक नया टेक्नोलॉजी बायोकेमिकल टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसाइकलिंग की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, क्योंकि मतलब विद इन अ ईयर ये डिग्रेड हो जाएगा। तो मैं और मेरे को फाउंडर जो दोनों ही इंजीनियर्स नहीं हैं, मैं एक एग्रीकल्चरिस्ट हूँ और मेरा को फाउंडर मेडिकल बैकग्राउंड से, फिर भी हमने इसको बनाया और अभी हम हायरिंग किए मतलब मल्टीपल इंजीनियर्स को। और अभी सपोर्टेड, जैसे कि पहला हमने STPI के 3D प्रिंटर से शुरुआत किया था, उसके बाद हम बैटरी डेवलप कर चुके हैं, उसके बाद इंडियन ऑयल के साथ हमारा 200 यूनिट्स को लेके पार्टनरशिप हुआ, उसके बाद मल्टीपल इंस्टीट्यूशंस के साथ मतलब अवार्ड सपोर्ट ये सब मिलने के बाद अभी कॉन्फिडेंस इतना आया है कि हम इसको लार्जर स्केल पे इम्प्लीमेंट करना चाहते हैं और हम विद इन अ ईयर इसको करेंगे भी। तो ये जो मेरा सोर्स ऑफ इंस्पिरेशन था, एक्चुअली ये मेरे घर का एक बैकयार्ड एरिया था, जहाँ पे मतलब स्पेसिफिकली बहुत सारे जगह पर बहुत सारा घास फूस उगता रहता है। तो इसी जगह से हमने स्पेसिफिक मटेरियल्स यूज़ करके हम लोग छोटे बैटरी बड़े बैटरी बनाए, जिससे हम छोटे LED लाइट से लेके 9 वाट LED लाइट तक पावर अप कर सकते हैं। तो ये मेरा सोर्स ऑफ इंस्पिरेशन था। और मैं मानता हूँ कि अगर एक छोटा सा सोलर पैनल जो कि कैलकुलेटर को जलाता था आज कार तक को चला सकता है, तो एक छोटा सा बैटरी जो कि आज अभी छोटे छोटे डिवाइस को पावर कर सकता है, वो कल को बड़े घरों को भी पावर कर सकता है। दैट्स ऑल, थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. I think our batteries are charged hearing stories of all these eco-friendly batteries. Thank you so much. May I now invite Mr. Kshitij Nayak, founder of Keras Energies Private Limited, a company specializing in designing and manufacturing customized lithium-ion-based stationary battery systems. Over to you, sir.
Right, thank you so much. So, just a second. Thank you. Yeah. So very good evening to fellow innovators, mentors, and our dearest investors. My name is Kshitij Nayak, and I'm the CEO and Director at Keras Energies Private Limited. At Keras Energies, the description for a company is pretty simple. We build batteries, and we build combat-ready batteries. The idea for Keras Energies came from a very personal, deep-rooted experience. I had bought or how many of you have ever heard of EV battery fires? I think everyone pretty much must have heard of EV battery fires. So similar thing with me, I had bought a small two-wheeler with my first salary, put it for charging, very initial days of EV two-wheelers in India. I don't know for what reason, but due to a short circuit, the EV caught fire. By the time I also had access to, a fire extinguisher. By the time I got a fire extinguisher and tried to extinguish the fire had already got into the batteries, and probably the whole EV or the whole two-wheeler was in flames. This incident inspired me to research more on batteries and why battery fires happen, which is when I understood, and I was already working with a couple of electric vehicle companies back then as a lawyer. And I understood that this was rooted in the thermal management, poor thermal management of the batteries, or poor products that were being used in the batteries. So so I met a couple of interesting folks at COEP in Pune. My co-founders Ashay and Shell, who are both engineers and experts in electric vehicles and battery technology. I discussed this issue with them, and we decided to research more on this and find a solution for this. So as co-founders, we went out there in the market. We tried to find why these fires were happening. Like I told you, thermal management is what we understood. We understood that a lot of these batteries were being made with components that were imported from China, especially the battery management system. And we decided to then innovate in our own battery management system. That is how we started with Kairos Energies. Now, interestingly, while we were developing battery management systems, we developed such a technology which we abbreviate as HITCH, which stands for Hybrid Integrated Thermal Management with Cooling and Heating. So we developed a technology which could enable regular lithium-ion batteries or regular LFP batteries be usable from anywhere from minus 30 degrees Celsius right up to plus 70 degrees Celsius or so, which is where we realized we could make these batteries in India for the world, for anywhere in India. So that is how our batteries are. No matter what ambient conditions are, no matter how cool or hot the weather is, our batteries will perform. That is the reason we say our batteries are battle ready. So that is one part of our patent. The second part of our patent is, of course, fire suppression. Our aim when we started Kairos Energies was to make one of the safest batteries in the world. And that is what we claim we are. We have undergone multiple tests with multiple labs in India, in Germany, in Europe as well. And we are, So that was the basis for forming our technology. This was the basis or the first patent that we filed as Kairos Energies. So this is a quick overview of our product features. In fact, this is a picture at the COE Motion Lab in Pune. This battery that you see over here has its own fire suppression technology. You do not need an external fire suppression technology or an HVAC system to keep this battery cooled. It has its own battery management system. So every battery has its own smart brain that can connect to your mobile app, that can connect to a web-based dashboard. It can be used from minus 30 to plus 50 degrees Celsius. It can be tracked. It can be remotely switched off, remotely started. It can be, multiple features that we have given with our batteries. So, we are revolutionizing energy storage across industries. In fact, a lot of sessions that happened before we have been giving batteries for. So we initially started with commercial energy storage or BESS systems. We also have been working with companies like Indus for developing BESS solutions and replacing gensets for telecom towers. We've been building energy storage systems, both small and large, for data centers. We also have been building batteries, or in fact, one of our largest customers are substations or companies like Tata Power and Adani Power, who we are building energy storage systems for. And also energy storage systems for microgrids or solar applications. Interestingly, like I told you, when we went out there and did a couple of expos and advertised that our batteries could be used from minus 30 to plus 80 degrees Celsius, a lot of defense establishments got in touch with us. So in stationary energy storage, we have been working with companies like TASIL or Tata Advanced Systems Limited, where we are giving our batteries for a lot of their surveillance systems. We have been working with companies like Ador, where we are giving our batteries as a backup solution for their onboard or onboard systems on ships. We have been working with a lot of autonomous ground and underwater vehicles for building batteries because, like I always say, our batteries are always battle ready. So the support that we received from MITI and STPI under the NGI scheme, I remember 2 years ago when we reached out to STPI Pune. We were 4 boys with 1 patent, 1 prototype, and a dream to make the safest batteries in the world. STPI, since then we have been incubated with STPI. We have been attending multiple sessions that were organized by STPI. After we were incubated with STPI, we filed for multiple patents. We have actually used their labs to the core, to the extent that they had to close down their lab because we are testing commercial level systems at their labs. So a lot of support that Motion COE Pune has given us. This is just a quick overview of the trademarks, design applications, etc. that we have filed. So this is a quick overview of the roadmap. We are already mass producing. Like I told you, we have been doing multiple applications for our batteries, working with defense establishments. In fact, recently, last week, we were also approached, or the Indian Air Force reached out to us, and we were one of the 3 companies all over India that were shortlisted to develop a battery for a particular aircraft that the Indian, or indigenization of batteries for a particular aircraft that the Indian Air Force is using. We're also already under our CE certification and are exporting our batteries to companies, to countries like MENA as well, and hope to reach to companies like Australia. Yeah, so a big thank you to Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, STPI, the NGIS scheme, STPI Next initiatives, and the biggest thank you to Center of Entrepreneurship, STPI Motion COE, Pune. If anyone, like my friend Sayog said, is looking to collaborate with a battery manufacturing company, we are more than happy to reach out. Also, a small, detail that I missed out, like our esteemed panelist said, the motto of Green Tech is reuse, recycle, and repair. We have also been using, or 20% of our business, in fact 20% of our installations have been coming from reused or recycled, not recycled, reused electric vehicle batteries or second life batteries, which become extremely safe with our Hitch Tech. So yeah, any investors also looking to get in touch and are interested in investing in a high growth battery company, I would love to get in touch. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Nayak. Great to know about your circular economy initiatives. I now have an open question for everyone on the panel, whoever would like to take it up. With innovations in sectors like electric vehicles, energy storage, and smart cities, how do you manage the integration of these technologies with the traditional forms? Do you think they should independently operate, or is there a way to merge these? And while you think over it, I do have one announcement to make. We found a key here, card number 2597 Kia. So we had this car for active participants. Congratulations. Yes, congratulations. You can get your batteries charged from the panel. If anybody would like to take up the question.
This is what happens if you leave time out, right? We get asked questions. So you're talking about integration of what technology?
Traditional with the modern technologies. Like there are cities where you may not have the infrastructure for battery charging.
So that's the part I missed out on my 2-minute thing was, see, green tech is, the whole segment needs to be built on trust, right? We have startups coming up with great solutions, but the end, if the customer doesn't trust you in the technology that you're building, it's not going to happen. And trust is built from grassroots level, right? So the solutions, again, from the perspective of inclusivity, it'll be great if these solutions are built at the local level, the rural areas, which again is what the question is about, right? How do you offer energy storage solutions to remote locations where they don't have, electricity installations or even wide installations? So if you're talking about renewable energy, it's most suitable for far-flung areas, right? If you're talking about water recycling or water technologies of cleaning, again, it's very suitable for far-flung areas. The technology that you invest in should be local. So if you have coastal towns, then they are battling with, if you take in perspective of climatic change, they're the ones who are going to be most impacted by it. So coastal towns would probably need technology to help them against erosion, against salinities seeping into their water tables. If you're talking about agriculture, how do you work with limited resources of water? How can you reuse water or optimize your water usage? I'll stop here and let the other panelists answer.
Interesting facts to introspect. Thank you.
So, in same line, just wanted to put some data so that people can realize how the market is expanding. So, let me tell you that in India, currently there is 1.5 million to approximately 2 million EVs. That is 15 lakh to 20 lakh EVs. And with respect to that, there is 25,000 chargers in market only. So we are lacking behind 1.25 lakh of charger, right? And in KPMG की एक report है जहाँ पे they are mentioning that by 2030 we will be around like hitting around 4 crores of EVs approximately in Indian market. So with respect to that, we would be requiring more than 1.5 lakh of EV chargers in Indian market. And interestingly, if you see the mass vehicle that is selling in the market is two-wheeler and three-wheeler. And इससे भी इंटरेस्टिंग बात यह है कि मास जो सेल हो रहा है वो टियर 2 एंड टियर 3 सिटीज़ में हो रहा है. And the most government funded charging station or support initiative metro cities and tier 1 cities में हो रहा है. So I think this also we need to introspect as well as इसी डेटा को मैं जब क्रॉस वेरीफाई किया तो जस्ट इंटरेस्टिंगली मुझे ये मिला कि अगर हम जिस रफ्तार से 25,000 चार्जिंग स्टेशन फॉर 20 लाख ऑफ ईवीज हमने अभी डिप्लॉय किए हैं, अगर इसी रफ्तार से हम अगले 4 साल 5 साल चले तो अप्रॉक्सीमेटली एवरी मंथ approximately 90,000 EV users will be suffering from lack of charging. And अगर मैं आपको per hour बताऊं तो it is approximately 5,000 user per hour कहीं ना कहीं ऐसी जगह फंसे होंगे जहां उनको चार्जिंग नहीं मिल रही होगी, बैटरी डीप डिस्चार्ज होगी और वो EVs के बारे में गलत ब्रांडिंग कर रहे होंगे. तो आई वुड लाइक कि इन सारे चीज़ों को भी हमें देखना चाहिए किस तरह हम गैप फुल इन कर लें. मतलब ऑब्वियसली स्मार्ट सिटीज़ एंड दीज ऑल थिंग्स गेट अ फंड फ्रॉम गवर्नमेंट, बट इसको क्या हम लेट अस से डिस्ट्रिक्ट में मेन सिटी के अलावा क्या हम इसको मैपिंग RTOs के थ्रू, और वी ऑलरेडी हैव अ डेटा, वी हैव अ ह्यूज डेटा. तो मैपिंग ऑफ फंड फॉर दीज टाइप ऑफ इनिशिएटिव is very important. Otherwise it is of, you can see like 70% of DC chargers are standing idle in a market. 2 साल में उनकी वैलिडिटी खत्म हो जाएगी, वारंटी खत्म हो जाएगी, प्रोडक्ट विल स्टार्ट प्रोवाइडिंग सर्विसिंग. अब जितना रिवेन्यू वो करेगा मेंटेनेंस में डाल देगा. सो ये बिल्कुल सामने का फैक्ट है. तो मैपिंग बहुत ज़रूरी है. दैट्स ऑल. थैंक यू.
That was a very interesting storyboarding using those data points. Thank you.
I would like to add one thing. In agriculture, there is a principle of coexistence. Like you said about ITK, indigenous technology. जैसे कि एडिसन वाले बल्ब आज भी गांव में चलते हैं LED के आने के बाद भी. तो मैं जितना देखा है कि गांव के लोग जितना भी हो प्राइस सेंसिटिव बहुत ज़्यादा होते हैं. अगर उनको सही प्राइस में हम प्रोवाइड नहीं कर पाए, जितना भी अच्छा टेक्नोलॉजी हम बना लें, तो वो लोग नहीं स्विच ओवर करेंगे. तो वो उनके लिए सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट वही चीज़ है कि उनको कम दाम में एफिशिएंट चीज़ मिले. इंडिया के पर्सपेक्टिव से यही चलता है. और उसके अलावा हम जितना भी डीप टेक बना लें, रूरल इंडिया को देख के ही बनाना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि आधा से ज़्यादा इंडिया रूरल इंडिया में ही रहता है. तो वही चीज़
ये नया इकोनॉमिक्स एंगल का पर्सपेक्टिव है. थैंक यू.
So how we are integrating our batteries with traditional economy, just to give you two perspectives. One is how we are integrating our batteries with urban, in urban settings with traditional technology. One of our biggest clients, Adore, is a manufacturer and a setup person for traffic signals and traffic surveillance cameras. When they went to tier 2 cities to set these cameras, traffic surveillance cameras and signals up, what they realized was there's a lot of traffic, electricity outage in these areas, and they had to install batteries to give a backup for these electronic systems. So they went to using traditional batteries like lead acid, soon after they realized that these batteries had to be replaced every year. So we went up to them, or they reached out to us some way or the other, and they said, can your batteries be integrated with our traffic signal systems or surveillance systems in tier 2 cities or wherever we are installing them. So interestingly, we give them a solution which they had to install and forget about for the next 7 years. So 7 years, zero maintenance, and of course, these batteries also had to be installed in a harsh environment. There was rain, storm, all of that. So that is how we are integrating our batteries for urban technology. Interestingly, just before my talk, I was also talking to my friend from Agritech, and he was telling me how there's someone that is setting up solar plants for farmers to charge their electric tillers and electric farm equipment. And these batteries, this solar systems then had to, or the energy collected from these solar systems then has to be stored somewhere or the other in order to charge, these electric tillers and electric machinery, their motors, etc. So that is where our batteries could come in as well in traditional businesses. So yeah.
Thank you for your inputs. Thank you once again for all your inputs and the insights shared. I now invite Mr. Ankesh Kumar, Additional Director, STPI, to felicitate our panel. Dr. Deepak Mandala. Dr. Deepak Mandala. Shri Agam Gupta. Miss Nishita Balayar Singh. Shri Sanyog Tiwari. Shri Abhishek Mohapatra. Shri Kshitij Nayak. Thank you, Mr. Kumar, for doing the honors. Request you to stay back for a group picture with the panel. Also inviting Mr. Subodh to join us on stage for a picture. Thank you once again, everyone. We will now be moving on to our final showcase for the day. Any guesses which sector we will be speaking about? Correct. So in words of Arthur Keith, the discovery of agriculture was the first step towards a civilized life. Agriculture has always been the backbone of our civilization, sustaining lives and economies across the globe. Today, as we face the challenges of a growing population and environmental changes discussed, innovation in agriculture has never been more crucial. Agri-tech is transforming how we farm, distribute, and consume food by integrating modern technology into traditional agricultural practices. From precision farming to sustainable supply chains, these advancements are enhancing productivity, reducing waste, and ensuring food security for future generations. Kindly give us a moment to get the stage set, and we'll then begin with inviting our dignitaries on the stage for the discussion. Let me invite on stage our distinguished speakers for this session, Tech Meets Farm, Agri-Tech Innovations for Sustainable Growth. Shri Sushil Sharma, founder and CEO, Marwari Catalysts. Let's give him a warm welcome, everyone. Shri Manish Srivastav, founder, Alpha Value Venture. Shri S. Balasurya, founder, Sandbird Research and Development Private Limited. Next on, we have Shri Suchit, founder, Umar Robotics Technology Private Limited. Let me also invite Ms. Meenushri Madhumita, co-founder and director, Think Raw Innovative Solutions Private Limited. Up next, we have Shri Dheeraj Chaudhary, founder, EcoSite Technologies Private Limited. We are also joined by Ms. Kirti Datar, founder, Connector Foods Private Limited. Welcome, ma'am. It's the final session, so let's see how the energy in the hall is. Let's welcome our panel with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. So let me give the floor to our first speaker, Mr. Sushil Sharma, the founder and CEO of Marwari Catalysts, a prominent startup accelerator dedicated to nurturing early-stage startups in India's Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I think I'll use. A very warm good evening, everyone. I think this is not my right introduction. Let me introduce myself. I am incubator of STPI in 2007 till 2012. That's where I started my first technology company with the name of Dream Team Technologies. And I think that was a wonderful support environment and the entire ecosystem which they have provided. And then definitely the exposure, and from there, exiting from a technology company. Second venture I started, and I acquired an agriculture farmhouse back in 2012 in Ethiopia. And that was my first introduction towards agriculture. And let me be very honest to you, I just packaged it well, branded it well, marketed it well, and I've made 15x money from that second venture. And then I've entered into infrastructure, and that again gave me around 10x. And that's where from a zero, a backbencher, a failure founder to a funded founder, I became a 500 crore value individual person. That is what is the journey, which is very important. So I really feel agriculture is something which is a very, very important component for India. मतलब अगर मैं देशी भाषा में बोलूँ तो एग्रीकल्चर इंडिया का बेस है, बेस होना चाहिए. अनफॉर्चुनेटली मेरे भी 100 पोर्टफोलियो में सिर्फ 3 कंपनीज एग्रीकल्चर से हैं. So I'm really excited if I can really be a part as an accelerator to some of the exciting startups which we will find with STPI, because we are also investing partner with STPI, and looking forward for an exciting journey. One simple statement मैं सबको बोलना चाहता हूँ कि business is a combination of marketing, branding, right investment, and finally successful is somebody who has exited. So today, whether it's an EV, whether it's an agriculture, if you feel you're growing, it's a right time. When you feel it is a time to exit, we must pivot. And pivoting is what? Is a field of everyone. We all are founders here. And that's the only final statement I would like to submit here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma, for setting the tone. Let me now invite Shri Manish Srivastav, founder, Alpha Value Venture, a firm specializing in financial valuations, mergers and acquisitions, due diligence and ESOP scheme implementation.
That was something I believe very long way I used to do the valuation and all these stuff. Still we are doing, but beside this, we're being into the investment side, Alpha Value Venture, where we invest into the early stage startup companies. And as on date, in our portfolio, we not invested in the agri space, but still I believe that now the things have started rolling and people are looking forward for investment into the company, which being into the agri-tech. And so when I talk about agri-tech, that's something innovative if they are being there. अगर मैं overall agriculture को define करूँ तो first thing first, the most important ingredient is how you are going to increase the yield. At the end of the day, everybody is asking how to increase the yield. Second is like the logistics, how you are going to capture the logistics. Third is the cold storage that being required. So these are the certain points, or you can say the pain points, which if you being as a startup founder in the agri-tech space, you are trying to capture it, that is some, and then the precision farming, I would say. And these are the important factors and roadblocks. If you're able to provide a solution to the problem areas, it can create a valuable proposition. So as on date, if I say on the unicorn basis, there being the Hath, which has already traveled the journey. It has taken a long time for an agri-tech startup to reach to that unicorn status, but still now I believe that now the ball is started rolling, and now a lot of investors we see they are looking for making investment into this space. Looking forward for others to hear.
Thank you, sir. Let me now request Mr. S. Balasurya, founder and CEO, Sandbird Research and Development Private Limited, an agri-tech company focusing on developing innovative agricultural solutions, including electric power tillers and other farming equipment to enhance positivity and sustainability in agriculture. Over to you.
Thank you. So I'm Bala, founder of Sandbird. So basically, I'm coming from a farming background. So I know the pain of farmers and rental agency who rent the for tractors. So for using of tractors and power tillers, the farmers can get reduce the seed wastage and fertilizer usage by 20%. But due to high capital, they go with the renting the machine. But unfortunately, even coming from a farming background, even my father was struggling to get a good income from farming because he spent more than 15% of his total revenue for renting a power tillers, tractors. So I met a number of farmers and rental agency who renting a tractors and power tillers. So even the rental agency felt problems by facing the high maintenance and high driver fare and unpredictable like machine cost. So this all comes on under this and give a high rental fare to the farmers. So both here, rental agencies and farmers, get a non-profitable business in farming. So we come up with a product called Magma, a smart electric power tiller which can do all of operation with the 10x lower operation cost, which can, the farmers can sit at one part of the farmland and do all operation with a single remote control. And we are giving both a manual and wireless technology, so the farmers can widely use both the manual and wireless technology. And this is like higher power tillers, like 21 HP power tillers, so it can do all type of operation as diesel and electric power tillers do. So from plowing to tilling, spraying, and even on road transportations. And we tested on 4 different kind of land, wetland, hardland, even on road transportation. It's give a high performance in farming things. As it is electric, so some people will think about that as comes on the electric, so that there's no power compared to the diesel power. But as electric, it gives a higher power in initial stage, so that farmers get all type of cultivation process in a single machines. And after like finishing a power tiller, so we went with a number of surveys from paddies and even on coconuts and bananas. So we tested a number of fields. So we successfully tested our final prototypes and go with a renting model. What actually I show the video. So this is our power tillers which go with a waterlogging region, for a paddy usage, and it gives a higher performance in farmland compared to the diesel power tillers and petrol engine. And it can drive 1 acre in a single hour. So the farmer can put charge in a farmland or home. They can drive an entire vehicle with a single charge. And it can a capacity of pulling a 14 tons of bus. So it's a higher power compared to the even tractors. So this give the investors and even the Indonesian market has Pentasta has signed a letter for exporting our product for their market for 100 unit. Initially we got 100 unit for exporting our product, and we have now renting out to the all over Tamil Nadu. Initially we start from Tamil Nadu, so we almost tilled 200 plus acres of as of now. And we are planning to go with the rent, like a B2C to C segment, where we will sell our power tiller to the rental agencies, and the rental agency will rent it to the farmers. As is a higher capital, the farmers like to go with the renting model. So we will sell to the rental agency will rent to the farmer. So here, the rental agency will get 35% higher profit margin. At the same time, the farmers will get 25% lower profit, like a rental fare. So both the farmers and rental agency getting benefited by here, and they can save 2.5 lakhs in just 3 years of operation by using the sandbed magma power tillers. So this is our teams. Me and Ajita are co-founder of Sandbird. We have 6 years of experience in manufacturing the EV vehicles and machinery. And we have 4 patent, plus we have some 7 plus experience on making a farming machinery. So we both have a farming background. So we plan to get a solution for our further problem, like kind of n number of farmers are getting problems in a farming field. So as I think, like I have to fulfill an entire farmers problem. So we done this is our lifetime goal, and we started our journey 5 years back. Now we have reached a number of milestone, like selling to renting. So this is our journey of doing Sandbird. So our main goal is like each year we have to at least impact 2 lakhs farmers. We already done 2 lakh farmers in the last year. So now we are planning to do at least 3 lakhs for this year to reach our milestone to impact their farmers to get their higher income for the rental agency at the same time farmers. Thank you.
Many thanks, Mr. Surya. That was a very informative session. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I now request Mr. Suchit Sharma, founder, Uma Robotics Technology Private Limited, to give his address. Uma Robotics Technology Private Limited is an innovative company specializing in AI-enabled warehouse automation solutions. All yours, sir.
Hello everyone, I'm Suchit Sharma, founder of Uma Robotics. So we are manufacturers of mobile robots for logistics and automation. We work in 2 fields. One is industrial logistics and second is farming logistics. So in industrial logistics, we make robots specifically for Indian industrial environment, carrying like heavy weights, as you can see, up to 2000 kg payloads. Not only in the industrial, inside the factory floors, but also on the outdoor areas. So very rugged robots which fit Indian scenarios. And same technology we bring into the farms, where we bring robots which have like high torque, made very rugged. And specifically, since we are from Uttarakhand, so we are focusing on mountain farming. So these are the products we are building currently. So for the mountain farming, what we are doing is a convertible robot which can be a 4x4 and 2x2 robot, because in like higher states, what we saw, the problem is not only like in the normal areas where normal hand tillers can be taken. The thing is that the farmlands are very small. They are doing very like vegetable farming, or the rows are very small. And also there is a big problem of logistics for water, because the water you have to bring it from some lower areas, usually in the rivers. So one of the goals is to have not only electric farmer or tiller, but something that can carry also material. So we are making a robot that is like convertible into 2x2 to 4x4 form. So if you have to use it for logistics, you can use it like a four-wheeler cart. You can add various tools to it, like for plowing, tilling, spraying, even carry heavy waters on it, heavy loads of water and spraying for it. But you can also convert it into smaller mode where it can be used in smaller areas where vegetable farmings are there and where the rows are smaller. So this also helps us to sell it to farmers who have lower budgets. So the people who cannot buy larger versions can also go for smaller versions for 50,000, 60,000, like what you can buy the handheld tillers for diesel-based tractors. These are the products we are building. In logistic field, we have already worked with like huge players like Hero, Honda, Luminous, Milton. We have sold our products to them already, to vendors of Tata and Mahindra. In agricultural, we are still in a nascent space, but already doing pilots with some big institutes, research institutes like PUSA Institute in New Delhi and in Indian Institute of Technology in Roorkee. So we are also working with many farmers in the local areas. So this is our team. We have a team full of enthusiasts in robotics, have experience in drones, robots, IoT, and whatnot. So 3 years ago, we were supported by STPI in NGIS scheme. At that time, our team size was, I think, 2 or 3 people. And now we are already 10, 11 people, and still looks like a small team, but catered very big clients already all over India and made several innovative products. So it's all because of help and mentorship from our investors like STPI, who supported us to go to various events, gave mentorship, gave us the exposure that we could learn from them. So we thank them for this. Today is a good example, like today is also an example where we were promoted again by STPI. So that's it from my side. I'm looking forward to hear from you. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. A special address, Bridging the Present with the Future. May I now invite Ms. Minushri Madhumita, co-founder and director of Think Raw Innovative Solutions Private Limited, a company dedicated to integrating solar-powered technology solutions in agriculture and aquaculture. All yours, ma'am.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Good evening to everybody, every one of you. We are Think Raw Innovative Solutions Private Limited, a women enterprise recognized by Startup Odisha and Startup India. And our product I'm going to pitch before you is Dhivara Mitra, which is a solar-powered IoT-enabled auto-navigable solution that helps with an enhanced harvest in fish and prawn farming sector. And our product is in alignment with 8 SDGs out of 7 SDGs. The problems that we came across in aquaculture sector is basically the low morbidity stock, the biggest risk is that the farmers basically, he's always under risk of losing out the entire stock, entire crop within few hours, because the maintaining the ecosystem, right kind of ecosystem in the fish and prawn farming sector is very important. In terms of feed distribution, in terms of maintaining dissolved oxygen level and pH level of the water body, these are very big challenges. On the top of it, this entire segment is highly dependent upon diesel generator-based power supply and of course high skilled labor, all the above leading to a high production cost and low income for a farmer. There comes our solution, which is Dhivara Mitra, we call it Dhivara Mitra, which is a solar-powered IoT-enabled auto-navigable solution which helps in uniform feed distribution and uniformly maintaining the dissolved oxygen level and pH level of the water body within the requisite range. The USP of our solution is, basically this is an IoT-enabled integrated solution, and as it's an automated one, thus it reduces the dependency on labor skill set involved. As it's a basically smart navigable solution, thus helps in maintaining, achieving uniformity in dissolved oxygen level, feed distribution and pH level of the water body within the requisite range. And of course, this is a solar powered one, and we being a women enterprise, women empowerment has been the main objective behind developing our product. Market and business model wise, we are looking at selling this product directly to the big size farmers and export houses. We are also looking at establishing distributorship channels with the farmer producer groups, dealership network with the vendors of tools and machineries being used in aquaculture sector. And for the small and marginal farmers who can't afford to buy out this product, we are also looking at establishing custom hiring centers so that they can take this product on rental mode. We have already established a custom hiring center with NABARD. Competitive landscape wise, yeah, in fish and prawn farming sector in our country particularly, of course, most of the farmers are involved with this, farming activities traditionally or, like manually. So that involves a lot of drudgery and low income for a farmer. There are, of course, progressive farmers who are using peddlers and auto feeders, which are again standalone devices. Area of coverage is limited. On the top of it, they are very much dependent upon diesel generator-based power supply, thus adding to the carbon footprint. And these devices are made up of plastic, so they need to be replaced every 4 years' time. Wherein ours is a solar-powered IoT-enabled one, an automated one that covers the entire pond area. This helps in both surface level and microbubble aeration. And of course, this float and the panels, they come with a longevity of more than 20 years. Impact-wise, financial impact-wise, use of Divara Mitra helps in the harvest quality and quantity. Thus, of course, an enhanced revenue for a farmer. Social impact-wise, we help with women empowerment and employment generation. And of course, environmental impact-wise, ours is a solar-powered one, so we are promoting the use of clean energy. And use of Divara Mitra basically reduces the feed wastage, extra feed getting into the water and polluting the water body. This phenomenon has been reduced to a larger extent. And with the data that we have accumulated from doing the piloting and field trial tells us that with the use of our product, there has been an increased survival rate of 20 to 30%, 20 to 30% reduction in feed wastage, 40 to 50% reduction in dependency on the labor skill set involved, and thus 30 to 40% enhanced revenue for a farmer. This is my team. Amrita, my co-founder, and I. Arnav is the IoT specialist, Soumya is the product specialist, and Durgesh is the fishery consultant. We have already got industry associations with MAKEM for the FRP body, A Biotech for the DO and PS sensors, and Aeroxy for the aeration tubes. Tech validation IP and traction wise, we have already received 3 patents on our product granted to us, and we have already received the validation certificate on the basis of which Odisha State Government's Fishery Department is making available 40 to 50% subsidy attached on our product, and we are in talks with NFDB as well for the national level subsidy program, scheme attached. And of course, traction wise, we have already started selling it in the market. Yes, last but not the least, we are immensely grateful to the STPI team, and we are incubating. Our startup journey started with EP Bhubaneswar incubation program. So yes, of course, today I just passed on my gratitude to Arvind sir, and sir was telling this is our duty. But let me tell you honestly, it's very important if you are you are getting the right kind of support at the right time. In the beginning itself, we got a lot of support from STPI team. So the first exposure, the first event that we participated to showcase our product was again, that was encouraged by STPI team. So today also we got a very good networking, opportunity. So we are immensely grateful to team STPI for all the funding support, market connect support, and of course, such kind of exposure support. So thank you very much.
Right time, place, idea, and strategy. You seemed to have hit the dart. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. May I now invite Mr. Dheeraj Chaudhary, founder of EcoSite Technologies Private Limited, an agri-tech startup focusing on leveraging technology to enhance agricultural practices to empower rural communities. Looking forward to your address, sir.
All right. So if I look today in this room, there are around 200 people sitting right now. And statistically speaking, almost 170 out of you have consumed chemical foods possibly today. And out of this, at least 20 or 25 of you might have consumed food that had chemicals above the permissible limit. So basically causing health hazards and risk of other diseases. And the worst part is most of us don't know about it. We believe we are eating healthy, fresh food and vegetables every day made at home, but rarely we questions about what is going into it. So this is not just the problem of food, it's the farming problem, it's the health problem, and it's the problem of the future. And today, I want to talk about how we can change that, not by blaming farmers, but by empowering them with knowledge, tool, and best choice. So, good evening, everyone. I am Dheeraj Chaudhary. I'm the co-founder of EcoSite, and today I want to introduce you to a change maker, our Soil Didi. So, let me take you to a small village. This is Barabanki in Uttar Pradesh, where a young girl named Ruby had a dream as vast as fields surrounding her home. But dreams don't grow on barren soil. With just 2 bighas of land and families struggling to make ends meet, Ruby had no way to afford her education. Her father, like many other farmers, followed traditional farming practices, methods that worked decades ago, but not today. The land was giving up, and the climate change looming. The future looked uncertain. Yields has already dropped, input cost is rising, and farming, the backbone of our nation, is at risk. So, farmers are not just losing money, but they are also losing hope. This is where Ruby found something extraordinary, a chance to become Soil Didi, a community-based learning expert who has an expertise in soil health, crop management, and modern agriculture techniques. She started learning how to test soil, how to guide farmers, how to bring back life to the land. With just one soil doctor kit and the portable device that we have, she can test all 14 essential nutrient parameters of the soil, and she can finally answer the questions which are, why the crops are failing, why the soil is no longer fertile, and how she can reduce the input cost of the field. And just in one season, the transformation has happened. She was able to work with more than 200 plus farmers, helping them increase their yield by 25%, reduce the fertilizer input cost to 20%, and in 2 months of time, she made almost 35,000 rupees. So this is not just the story of Ruby. This is story of hundreds and other women and rural men who are becoming soil doctors and soil didis, transforming their community, their future, and our nation of agriculture landscape. So that's the story of Ruby, and that's the story of what we do at Soil Doctor EcoSite. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary, for that. Let me invite our final speaker for this session, Ms. Kirti Datar, founder, Connector Foods Private Limited, a very unique and special initiative. Looking forward to listen about it from you.
All right. Good evening, all. I'm Kirti Datar, and I'm the co-founder for KinBot. So we are basically revolutionizing the beverage industry through smart vending solutions. And when I say beverage, I'm referring to fresh juices. We're talking about agri-tech here, and we are last in the value chain. We're talking about taking it from farm to the cup directly to the customer. So at KinBot, we have been supported by various credible institutions, like appeared on Shark Tank India, and have been funded by SINE, IIT Bombay, IIT Roped, Venture Center, and so on, and have been part of various other incubation centers. The problem that we realized is that in India, most of the fresh juices are served on roadside shops in very unhygienic conditions, due to which consumers end up choosing packaged beverages. And I think we all are now aware what goes when it is about packaged beverages, because there's loads of added sugar, preservatives, colors, etc. That's where we thought there's a huge opportunity if fresh juice sector can be organized and thereby, keeping the costs low. It shouldn't, just because it's a fresh juice doesn't have to cost me 200 or 250 rupees a glass, which a normal person cannot afford. So that's where we looked at how we can leverage technology. And that's when we thought that, using IoT, if we could build vending machines, and we looked at the market size, realized that the global beverage vending market, for coffee machines, it has already been very huge. It has been completely tapped. It has been successful. And after coffee, now we are exploring fresh juice as a vending solution so that it becomes hygienic, easily accessible, and yet cost effective, because we are reducing the operational expenses by almost 80%. I'll come down to that again. Right? So we looked at juice as a market, and one thing that caught our attention was sugarcane juice, because we realized that in India, sugarcane juice is one of the highest consumed beverage after tea, and yet it is still one of the very unorganized sector. So what we did is we have developed world's first fresh sugarcane juice robotic or smart vending machine that prepares and serves the fresh juice on the click of a button. We already have applied for 7 patents, out of which 2 have been granted to us. So without talking much about it, what I'll do is I'll quickly show you a 1-minute video to explain how this works.
Introducing CaneBot. CaneBot is a patented food robotics solution that uses cutting-edge technology to prepare and serve fresh sugarcane juice in the most hygienic manner. Here's how it works. Hand-picked cane sticks are cleaned and stored inside the fully refrigerated CaneBot machine to retain its freshness. Simply choose your favorite add-on and make the payment using your preferred UPI app. Freshly crushed, completely untouched, and chilled juice is served within 30 seconds. That's it. You are now ready to enjoy the freshest and most hygienic sugarcane juice you've ever had. CaneBot is not just another juice machine. It's a smart bot. It has a self-cleaning mechanism to ensure hygiene at all times. When the stock is low, the bot sends a notification to operator so he can refill the stock. The bagasse is converted into green biofuel, making it a sustainable solution. CaneBot is so compact that it can be easily installed at a variety of locations to ensure that you are energized at all times. Cane juice is good for your health, good for farmers, and good for the environment. India ka apna drink, now powered by CaneBot.
Thank you. Thank you. I can see a lot of happy faces because I know sugarcane juice is something which is nostalgic for most of us. And here we are presenting it in a most tech-savvy and modern way so that the younger generation does not get disconnected completely from our cultural drink and move on to carbonated beverages. That's what we are looking at. So key differentiator out here, of course, is 100% hygienic, 24/7 availability at places like airports, offices, etc. And machine is refrigerated, so juice comes out chilled, no ice is required, and 100% digital payment because we are in India and we don't want to be subject to vandalism and all. From business perspective, the most important aspect is the compact size of the machine and autonomous nature means that we can reduce 80% on the operational expenses as compared to any other juice service kiosk, right? And that's what makes it a lot more sustainable and scalable solution because kiosk you can put 10, 50, 100, but such machines can be put in thousands, and we already have few examples of orange juice machines from Italy, wherein they've already deployed 7,000 plus machines. And for India, country like India, we still have a huge potential here. So talking about the revenue till date, we have already sold sugarcane juice worth 2.5 crore, about 10 lakh glasses, especially breaking the myth that sugarcane juice is a seasonal business. No, it's not a seasonal business. It is an annual sustainable business because if the product is available, people will want to consume it on a day-to-day basis, basically. And these are some of the companies where we have operated our kiosks. The way we intend to expand this further and scale rapidly is through the franchisee program. So in the process, we'll also create a lot of micro entrepreneurs. So we have a lot of people like Chirag who want to have a side business but don't want to get involved into day-to-day operations. And that's where we could leverage this particular technology because they don't have to be involved. They can remotely track their sales, everything. And we could expand rapidly using a franchisee model. We have been fortunate to have been invited at various global platforms, including ICC World Cup. During that time, 1 month, we had deployed our machine at Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bangalore and have also presented at various other global events. Impact certainly is a large part of our story, wherein farmers are the primary stakeholders, but besides that, consumers as well as creating micro-entrepreneurs is a part of our journey. Our team involves Milind and I. We are husband and wife and co-founders. I come from technology background, have worked for 10 years in manufacturing process management, and Milind comes from strategy background, and we also have some amazing mentors who are guiding us on this journey. We have already raised some funds, and to say that, another proud moment for me that we have raised 2 CR so far from IIT Bombay, IIT Ropar and all. But if I have to talk about the amount invested versus the product that we have built, I think it's 1/10 of the investment that we have done as compared to some of the global companies who are building similar kind of products parallelly. And in 2 CR, we have now reached to a level where we have already commercialized our product. So that has been a huge feat for us as a startup, basically. And we're also currently raising, and we already have some commitments. We have been awarded the National Startup Award by Shri Piyush Goyal ji for the Retail Innovator of the Year category, and have appeared on Shark Tank India and been part of ecosystem. STPI Leap Ahead has been extremely helpful in this journey for us. There have been a lot of benefits, but some of them, if I have to highlight, it has been like Investor Connect, and the highlight major was the Indian delegate. We were a part of that to the Tycoon Silicon Valley, which gave us a lot of exposure and connects and when we look forward to expand our business to other geographies. Peer network is another thing that we have found here, very important thing, because they have picked up startups which are doing something wonderful in their own areas, and to be a part of such cohort, to remain connected and seek each other's support and extend the support has been a great part of our journey. Yes, I have some of my court mates here already cheering for me. Thank you so much, guys. Yes, thank you so much. So I take this moment to thank you, STPI. Thank you, all of you. That's our vision as we go forward. The idea is we are starting with sugarcane juice as the first product, but that's not the end. We intend to extend the technology for other juices, smoothies, etc., and go into the entire vending of the fresh beverages. And look forward not just to Indian markets, but also globally. Especially, we already have a lot of inquiries from UAE, so that's the first market we are looking at. And thank you so much for your time and for your support. And let's make sugarcane juice a global drink as we go forward. Thank you.
Well, onwards and upwards. Many congratulations on that remarkable journey, Miss Kirti. From farming to getting advice to getting the final product, a very eclectic panel once again. We have gone through the whole process, seen it going sustainable, cost efficient. Thank you very much to our panelists. This is the perfect conclusion to our innovative showcases for the day. Let me now invite Dr. Abhay Bhadani to felicitate our panel. He is the Joint Director at STPI. Shri Sushil Sharma. Shri Manish Srivastav. Shri S. Balasurya. Shri Suchit. Thank you for doing the honors, Dr. Abhay. Let me also invite on stage Ms. Shelly Sharma for felicitating our panel members. Ms. Shelly is the Joint Director at STPI. Miss Meenushri Madhumita, Shri Dheeraj Chaudhary, and Miss Kirti Dattar. Thank you for doing the honors, Miss Shelley. Requesting you to stay back for a group picture with the panel. I also request Dr. Abhay to join us back for the group picture. Thank you once again. From deep tech to agri-tech to financial innovation to eco-innovation and now agriculture, we have covered all facets. Let's give a huge round of applause once again for all our panelists and presenters. Their commitment and dedication is inspiring, and we really look forward to see what awaits next in their journey. Wishing you the best of the best ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached one of the most anticipated segments of our event, the felicitation ceremony.
And I was not aware about it.
Somebody handed it over to me.
I was totally not aware, so I was not intentional.
Somebody handed it over to me. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached one of the most anticipated moments of our event, the felicitation ceremony. This is the moment where we honor the exceptional achievements and contributions of the top performing startups and our invaluable partners. Innovation is not just about creating something new, but making a significant impact on society, the economy, and the world. Today, we recognize those who have not only dreamed, but turned those dreams into reality. We shall begin by acknowledging the remarkable achievements of our NGIS startups in various categories. We'll just get the stage set and get started with our felicitation segment.
मेरे पहले बुला लेना
Well, the moment has arrived. Let me take the opportunity to invite on stage our presenters for the awards. We also request all the awardees to kindly stay back here on stage so that we can capture it and seal the moment with a group picture at the end as well. So once you receive your award, kindly stay back on the stage here with us. Let me invite our presenters, Shri Arvind Kumarji, Director General, STPI. Let's give him a huge round of applause. Dr. Sanjay Gupta, Senior Director, STPI. Ms. Meenakshi Agrawal, Additional Director, MITI. Let's give her a warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Subodh, Director, STPI. Mr. Amit Bansal, Director, STPI. Shri Shreyansh Srivastav, VP and National Product Head, DBS. Let's move on to our first award for the evening for the category Rising Star, a tech startup of NGIS program. The award goes to our Ficus Private Limited. Supported from NGIS Center at Bhilai, has been recognized as a rising star for its innovative health tech solution, Medhini, a groundbreaking AI-driven genomics platform. Congratulations. Many congratulations on this remarkable achievement. A moment for keeps. Our next award is for the category Rising Star, a tech startup of NGIS program. And the award goes to Coracia Technologies Private Limited. Coracia Technologies Private Limited, supported from NGIS Center at Bhubaneswar, has been recognized as a rising star for its groundbreaking innovations in underwater robotics and marine systems. The company's advanced unmanned underwater vehicles and autonomous systems are revolutionizing the industries with applications in inspection, environment monitoring, and defense. Again, our next category is Rising Star, a tech startup of NGIS program, and the award goes to Devanagari AI Private Limited. Supported from NGIS Center at Mohali, has been recognized as a rising star for its innovative AI-driven agentic platform, which bridges the gap between technology and human connection in multilingual communication. Many congratulations on this remarkable feat. Our next winner, Rising Star, a tech startup of NGIS program, IntelliWings Private Limited. Supported from NGIS Center at Mohali, has been recognized as a rising star for its groundbreaking work in fraud prevention and anti-money laundering solutions. Give a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The next award, Rising Star, a tech startup of NGIS program. The award goes to Nayan India Science and Technologies Private Limited, supported from NGIS Center at Lucknow, has been recognized as a rising star for its innovative approach to smart surveillance, road safety, infrastructure efficiency, and urban mobility. Many congratulations. Our next winner, rising star, a tech startup of NGIS program, is Sequitech IT Solutions Private Limited. Supported from NGIS Center at Guwahati, has been recognized as a rising star for its exceptional contributions to the cybersecurity industry. The company provides cutting-edge solutions that simplify security, empowering enterprise growth, and protecting global organizations. Let's give a huge round of applause. Our next category is very special. Rising star, a women-led tech startup of NGIS program. The winner is M-Fly Services Private Limited. M-Fly Services Private Limited, supported from NGIS Center at Mohali, has been recognized as a rising star for its innovative AI-driven platform in life sciences and healthcare. With a women-led team, it is committed to gender diversity while enhancing healthcare solutions. Many congratulations. Our next category again, rising star, a women-led tech startup of NGIS program. The award goes to Felis Leovitz Private Limited, supported from NGIS Center at Bhubaneswar, has been recognized as a rising star for transforming the battery industry with sustainable and biodegradable solutions like we heard. Through its Nexus Power brand, the company uses agricultural waste to create innovative, rechargeable batteries for electric vehicles and energy storage. Our next winner for Rising Star Women-led Tech Startup of NGIS program is Nemocare Wellness Private Limited, supported from NGIS Center at Vijayawada, has been recognized as a rising star for its pioneering work in medtech, particularly in maternal and child health care. The company's flagship product, Nemocare Raksha, has earned global recognition for its innovation. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Our next category, Rising Star, a tech startup creating social impact of NGIS program, goes to Deep Vision Tech Private Limited, supported from NGIS Center at Bhubaneswar, recognized for its outstanding efforts in enhancing communication and empowerment for the deaf community. The company's mobile apps and partnerships with Bhashini AI language services has significantly expanded accessibility across India. What an empowering initiative. Again, our next award, Rising Star, a tech startup creating social impact of NGIS program, goes to Ecosite Technologies Private Limited, supported from NGIS Center at Dehradun, recognized for its groundbreaking work in sustainable farming and soil health management. The company has developed an innovative soil testing device that provides real-time data-driven updates. Our next award category, Rising Star, a tech startup creating social impact of NGIS programs, goes to Enogical Innovation Private Limited. Recognized as a rising star, supported from NGIS Center at Dehradun for its transformative work in rural education and governance. The company establishes science learning centers in rural schools, providing access to advanced educational technology and resources. Our final award, Rising Star, a tech startup creating social impact of NGIS program category, goes to Skooglink Private Limited, supported from NGIS Center at Patna, recognized for its efforts in revolutionizing the education sector for students in small towns and cities, including rural India, by providing affordable, tech-driven, hybrid learning solutions. The company bridges the educational gap. Really heartwarming to see the diversity in our winning list, people from different regions, genders, represented in the list of our winners. Let's capture this with a group picture with all the winners. Request you to step forward to the center of the stage, please. People of different ages, people belonging from different parts of India. This is the real empowered India. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also take a moment to announce some other winners who are not present, and we shall be awarding them later. Kaushal Circle Private Limited, Rising Star, a tech startup creating social impact. We have Easy Mind Healthcare Private Limited, again Rising Star, a women-led tech startup of NGIS program. And we have Paymart India Private Limited, Rising Star, a women-led tech startup of NGIS program. We will now be moving on to the next set and round of felicitation, where we'll be felicitating our partners without whom our initiative would not have been the same, and we are very grateful for their support. Let me call on stage Ms. Geetika Dayal, Director General from TIE Delhi NCR. TIE Delhi NCR has been recognized as esteemed and startup ecosystem partner of STPI. It has brought in experts from industry and investment community and helped in guiding 150 plus STPI startups. Next on, let me invite IIM Calcutta Innovation Park, Shri Suraj Dhawan, Director. IIM CIP has been recognized as an esteemed startup ecosystem partner of STPI. With its dedicated team of experts, it has mentored over 100 STPI startups through customized mentoring programs tailored to their growth stages. Next up, we take the opportunity to felicitate Wadhwani Foundation. We have Ms. Sangamitra Bhasin from the foundation. Wadhwani Foundation has been recognized as an esteemed startup ecosystem partner of STPI. It has brought in experts from industry and investment community and helped in guiding 500 plus STPI startups through curated mentoring programs. We are truly grateful and honored. Next up, we'll take the opportunity to felicitate Marwari Catalysts. We have with us Shri Sushil Sharma, the founder joining from there. Based in Jodhpur, Rajasthan, Marwari Catalysts is actively engaged in providing funding and associated comprehensive support to startups. We are truly grateful. Next on, we'll take the opportunity to felicitate BioRx Ventures. We have with us Dr. Vishal Gandhi, its founder. BioRx Ventures is committed to providing life science-focused, specialized financial and strategic advisory services. We are truly grateful for your presence and support. And finally, let us take the opportunity to felicitate FAAD Capital. We have Shri Vansh Mittal from the team. Fact Capital has been recognized as a key investor partner within STPI's startup ecosystem. A venture capitalist firm founding in 2015, based out of New Delhi, it has been dedicated to fostering growth and success for startups, ensuring sustained value creation for all stakeholders. We at STPI are truly grateful. We now request all our partners to step forward towards the center of the stage for a group picture. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving one more big round of applause to all our deserving winners. Their contributions are making a significant change and paving the path for future innovators. With that, we conclude the felicitation ceremony. Thank you to all our awardees and partners for their remarkable achievements and contributions. Now let me again invite our DG STPI, Shri Arvind Ji, to propose the vote of thanks.
ये जो हमको बोलने के लिए कहा जा रहा है, इट्स नॉट दैट कि मतलब पहले से प्लान था, सो इट इज़ एनीवे। सबसे पहले सबको बधाई, मतलब जिन लोगों को भी रिकग्निशन मिला है अवार्ड, जब आपको अवार्ड मिलता है सो वी ऑल्सो फील रिवार्डेड, सो आई एम इक्वली हैप्पी टू सी यू आर गेटिंग रिवार्ड्स एंड दिस इज अवार्ड, दिस इज नॉट अवार्ड फॉर एनीथिंग लेस देन इन योर इनोवेशन, योर डेडिकेशन टू द वर्क. You really well deserve for this very much recognition. I can say at the most this. Now everybody says next 10 years, 20 years are going to happen for the technology, and so therefore everything is on your shoulders. Country's future, everything is because you understand now more technology. You are technology startups. You understand more AI, now next 10 years for AI. So the whole country's future, whole technology future, everything, GDP of this country, everything is in your shoulder. Please, I expect that you will continue with the same dedication, same commitment. And I think you must thanks to your parents also. This is whatever today we are because of our parents. So whenever you get some recognition, some award, first person whom you have to thank, you must thank to your parents. This is all because of we are. And I think when you will go back to this, you're again starting the same thing, same work. You must keep in mind welfare of this country, inclusiveness. You should not take anything which is not good for anybody who is poorest in this country. Always your endeavor should be what you can do for the person whom you have seen, last person of this country. This should be the spirit. With this, thank you very much. Thank you very much for all partners. They are our now become extended family of STPI. Thank you to all guests who have come over here, taking a lot of pain from outside the Delhi also. Thank you very much. With this, Subodh, anything, there's no other business, then
No, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
only thing is, sir, I request you to stay on the dais, and I'll request all the STPI team to please come and for a good photograph. It's a wonderful, day. And I think I must thank DG sir, Senior Director Sanjay Gupta ji, and everybody. So I request the whole STPI team, come forward for a group photograph, along with Sonali. Please, Sonali, join us. And thank you to the startups. Please ensure we have a dinner also. So dinner gives you all the opportunity to network further. All the STPI team, including people from Noida, Gurugram, everybody, come on the dais, please. And leave me a place also.
यहाँ खड़े हो जाओ, सबसे बढ़िया। ये सही है।
वही कह रहा हूँ इधर नहीं है कुछ भी फोटोग्राफर भी वहाँ पे लगे हुए हैं कैमरा ऊपर।
अरे दीपक इधर आओ।
इधर से खींच देंगे ना एक और
ऊपर से happy, happy, happy.
Do join us for the dinner. Our dinner is at the level 1. So let's meet for the dinner now for everyone. Thank you.